Welcome everyone to our second ever faction war. Today guys, let's take a look at the tale of the tape. So the first match we have is going to be Aristocratic, who's going to be playing the High Elves, facing off against my son Herbert Walker, who shall be leading the forces of the Bray Herd. Of course, a bit of a heavy mantle to bear. The Bray Herd did go all the way to the top last time, as did the Empire. So for anyone who hasn't seen the previous faction war, make sure to go back and check that out. We had some seriously good games, and the Empire ended up taking it with Talaxel and Soothsayer representing the Sons of Sigmar. So my apologies, guys. I just woke up. Things are going. I mean, I woke up like an hour and a half ago, but you guys get the picture. It's a little bit early for that YouTube lifestyle. Next, we have Zablaski facing off against Undertaker, Felcon against Crabling, Tank against Umais, Flying Taco against Chosen of the Norns, Random Nix against Dob Plays, Hadries against Exploding Hamster, and Zyphos against Zach B. Sane. So just a bit of a refresher on who's playing what. Let's go back here to the faction page. We have Aristocratic on High Elves, my son Herbert Walker on the Beastmen, Zablaski on the Wood Elves, Undertaker on Norska, Felcon coming back to represent the Children of the Old Ones facing off against Crabling, who shall be leading the forces of the Dark Gods. We then have Tank. We'll see if he can make the Vampires proud with the Vampire Counts facing off against Umais, and the matches are across the board here. So basically whoever they're next to is who they're facing in the first round. And then we have Flying Taco on the Tomb Kings facing off against Chosen of the Norns, who I believe is of the Han clan, which is very cool. Random Nix with the Bretonians, Dob Play with the Empire, Dob Plays. And of course, you guys have seen Dov on his channel, a very serious Empire player, Pistoliers to boot. I'm sure we'll see at least 3 or 4 in the upcoming matchups. Hadries on the Dark Elves, having a very good run last time. And we have Exploding Hamster, of course, a content creator from Germany, an outstanding guy, great player, playing the Skaven. Going to be very exciting. And then we have Zyphos, who's going to be leading in with a sub-faction this time. So pretty much there's 15 factions to play, just unique factions. And then we have to throw in a sub-faction to make it an even 16. So Zyphos wanted to actually play Nagarath. He had the opportunity to play a couple other ones, but that's what he wanted. And we have Zach B. Sane on the Greenskins, and that is the tale of the tape. In Iceberg, Soothsayer, I asked him to play, but he had some stuff going on this weekend, and he was pretty busy the next couple weekends. So, all right, so we have a donation coming in from Pickled Buddha. I don't care who wins today, as long as they're the followers of the great plan. So, all right, well, you have Felcon for your champion. And let us go ahead and switch back. I know, we're doing it, guys. It's time. The first match of the day. It's going to be Aristocratic versus my son Herbert Walker. I need to get a screen blocker up because for some reason... No, hold on. There we go. Perfect. Let's load it up. Start when ready. Should be able to see that. Yes, perfect. Hey, and Garland Green coming in with 100 SEK. Thank you, man. The real winners here are we, the viewers. Toss your likes for the Carnage people. Thank you. Really appreciate it. So first match, guys, you guys are here in time. It's going to be the High Elves, who shall be led by Aristocratic, who, of course, had a very good run last time. He played the Tomb Kings and got, I believe, to the semifinals with the Tomb Kings, and the dreaded Arrow Titan was hence coined. And today, he wanted to play the High Elves. And, of course, he's a very good High Elf player. A lot of these top-tier tournament guys are pretty good at a multitude of factions. They can usually play, like, 3 or 4 factions, if not more. Very, very solid. So here we have the Tower of Hoth. It's going to be the High Elves defending the Tower of Hoth against a foul Bray Herd. Not really sure how the Cloven Ones have found their way onto this island, but let us not ask any questions. So let us know in chat, guys, who's your champion for today? Who do you guys want to see win the glorious faction war? Goodness gracious. Just clearing it all up, boys. Having some allergies lately, too. 1 second. But nonetheless, are you guys here to see the Bray Herd overrun the foul hordes of the High Elves, or vice versa? Are you guys expecting a High Elf victory? Now, Aristocratic, I've played against his High Elves with my Beastmen several times. I usually love to use Cygors, but what he actually really likes to do is basically use an entire Cav army, using like, not Dragon Princes per se, but like Silverhelms and Reavers. And then from there, he basically uses like Shadow Warriors and things like that to really control the battlefield. So we'll see how that goes for him. If he does do that, again, and it does look like a pretty similar build. This is actually the exact build I faced off against. No, actually it's not, because when I played against him, it looks like he's refined the build a little bit more. Last time I played him, he actually ended up using Dragon Princes instead of Silverhelms, but in this case, he can basically have more width and more battlefield control. And my apologies for the throat clearing. It should be done for in the next 20 minutes or so. He does also have a Moondragon up in the sky. Moondragon breath attacks can be pretty nasty, and having a big terror-causing monster against the Beastmen is probably a must, to be honest. He's got Alariel, the Ever Pigeon, over here as well with some dank heals. It looks like she has Earth Blood and Frost Protection with all of her good items, including the Star of Averlorn. 2 Spearmen. As well, the Spearmen just going to be, something to fall back on. If the Beastmen have a really heavy rush or a Mino bus, at least you have a couple anti-large charge defense units that you can fall back on and, have a good old time. Now for the forces here of the Bray Herd and my son Herbert Walker, it looks like it's going to be a couple Minotaurs with great weapons, actually. So great weapons here. No, just one unit. Ungor Spearman herds. This is like the standard Beastman front line these days. A lot of people don't use Gore herds because if you bring Gore herds in this matchup, yeah, they can do well against Spearmen. But like I said, a lot of high elf players really play like full cav play in this matchup, and they're basically just going to get run over and trampled by the cav. Two groups of Ungor Raiders to keep that dragon honest. The Blackhorns Ravagers, Razor Gore herd with some pig pressure. Two groups of Centaurs with throwing axes here from my son. Really good pick for sure. They can counter the heavy cav with good kiting, and they're also really good against the dragon. So this is an incredible pick for sure. What else do we have back here? Oh yes, the double Gorble. So we got two Gorbles coming in the forest here, and the Gorbles are a great choice. They're going to be able to fight Silverhelms. They're pretty durable against Shadow Warriors who don't have the best AP values, and they also do have anti-large against dragons, dragon princes, you name it. For his lord, he does have Malagor the Dark Pigeon. No Sigar summons actually, so he's going to be going for Viletide and Traderkin, which is pretty cool. So yeah, solid Beastman build. It has answers for everything, but as does the High Elf build. This game is really going to come down to gameplay, cav engagements, and who can catch who in precarious situations. So start when ready. All right, looks like the players are just about good to go in the Tower of Hoeth. Centaurs are going to be screaming forward. Aerocrastic, obviously both players do have to be attackers. So there is going to have to be some engagement from the Beastmen, but I would imagine they're probably just going to send out some Ungor Raiders as chaff. Do they have a Cygor back here? I don't think I saw one. Oh, they do have a Cygor. Okay. So here you can see my son Herbert Walker is going to be able to get ample pressure on the High Elves initially. And he's got a good position, honestly. Aerocrastic is going to have to come into the forest eventually. If the Cygor keeps throwing boulders from like the edge of the tree line here, granted the, here you can get the Shadow Warriors, kind of park them out here, get some good pot shots here into the Eye of Morsley. But for the most part, I really like the Beastman deployment, especially against heavy cav. Cav units like Silverhelms and Dragon Princes are going to be having some serious trouble fighting in that forest there. The Gorbles and the Spears are waiting for them. Not a fun situation for the lads. Now, the Eye of Morsley is going to be moving out from the forest here, preparing to drop some bows, or boulders, as we should say here, onto these Shadow Warriors and some of these other units. Centaurs coming in as well. Shadow Warriors currently aren't visible, so right now my son doesn't really know they're active. Can't see these guys, but I'm sure he's kind of wary that there's a little bit of a high elf presence. So Arrow's kind of just waiting for an ambush here. First boulder coming in, and brutal boulder right into those high elf spearmen. Taking out, wow, that's a serious model counter. They're taking out 19 dudes. And the Shadow Warriors unleashing a salvo of fire, but my son Herbert Walker reacts very quickly. He actually pulls back with the Centaurs and is able to get away from that Shadow Warrior pressure. And we do have the Moon Dragon coming in as well. It's just kind of a slow push here from the High Elves. But now pretty much all the cards are on the table for the most part for the High Elves. My son Herbert Walker clearly knows what everything is here. The boulder throws are going to be okay against the Shadow Warriors. Definitely targeting the Spears of the Cav units is probably a little bit better. Shadow Warriors are kind of in a loose formation, so they're a little bit tricky to get a ton of value. Like whereas the Spearmen or these Cav units, if you can hit them, will take some heavy damage. So here come the Spearmen. Not Spearmen, the Shadow Warriors moving forward, forcing back the Centaurs. They're not able to get too much value, but eventually the Eye of Morsleeve and company will have to fall back into the tree line. You can see here it's going to be falling back a little bit, and the Centaurs might go forward and throw some axes, but for the most part, you can see here that the Shadow Warriors are closing in rather quickly, and the Cav forces here of Aerocrastic are just going to be kind of waiting up on the wings. Let me make sure they don't have any questions. They're just saying good luck, have fun. So the Eye of Morsleeve falling back a little bit to the Shadow Warriors. Shadow Warriors going to be unleashing a huge volley of fire right there. That's going to be pretty painful, actually. That might make some contact, but no, a nice juke by my son, Herbert Walker. He does also fall back with the Eye of Morsleeve, dropping more boulders, and nice work so far, getting some great value against the Spearmen here. And also on that same note, what's cool is like the Shadow Warriors are running, not low on ammo, but, he's done a pretty good job baiting out that ammunition. Centaurs, the throwing axes, trying to get some poke here, throwing some loose shots up here at Alariel, the Pigeon Queen, up in the sky, but she is able to land and force him back, but she might take some damage on the chase here. And you can see the Silverhelms here of Aerocrastic are going to be pushing up to the high ground, going after the Centaurs, which is certainly a good choice. And the Shadow Warriors, honestly, what I would probably do is just unleash fire here onto the Cygor. I mean, it can only, I guess he's going for the Raiders, which is fine. One group of Raiders getting absolutely crumped right there, but they will be returning some fire. I don't know if there's a ton of mobility here in the tree line. I guess there's some Minotaurs and other things like this. This is very much like a Beastman style, like just kind of trolling in the tree line here, just waiting to ambush some unsuspecting elves. A little bit of poke and stroke here. Centaur's taking some damage here and here. No models lost on the second group, but the Ungor Raiders here certainly took a lot of damage, and Arrow's probably going to send in the Moon Dragon to either try and get some head-down breath attacks on the Eye of Morsleeve or just kind of scout out the forest. I mean, I think it's a pretty safe play to fly in there with the Dragon. Spearmen are coming forward, going to be forcing back the Ungor Raiders. The Eye of Morsleeve still throwing its boulders and, getting some decent value. The two silver helms on the far side of the map going to be kind of peeling back a little bit. And here these centaurs with throwing axes are, still doing some work. I mean, they're really good at cutting down heavy cav. And you can actually see the bounce of power is pretty heavily beastman favor right now. They've done some good damage. Haven't taken too much in return. A little bit in the form of these Ungor Raiders getting poked, but for the most part, not too much. So the Ungor Raiders have been forced back here. You can see they're going to be running back to the tree line. Alariel up in the high ground taking some damage as well. Not too much of an issue, though. She has tons of healing, so is it her or the dragon or any number of units who wants to heal, she's going to be more than capable. So now it looks like Arrow's going to be going for a big alpha strike on the Cygor here. Wow, did you guys see that? There was like a massive volley there from those Shadow Warriors, and that did like almost no damage. That was a very strange situation, but nonetheless, Eye of More Sleep is going to be falling back into the tree line. Minotaur's waiting back there. Some Raiders are camping in the trees shooting, which is a really good tactic for sure. If you're expecting like a mass mobility kite build like this, why chase the High Elves? Force them to play your game, which I like quite a bit. Up on the higher ground here, you can see that the Centaurs, the throwing axes, the Bray Herd, lurk, and it looks like the Spearman might be able to get a decent engagement here, but man, really good throwing axe play, really picking apart these High Elf Cav units. And the Silver Helms are going to be chasing into the trees, which up here it doesn't seem to be a bad idea. I mean, the Gorbals are nearby. You got to watch out for those guys, and that's one of my concerns here for Arrow's armies. He doesn't have too much to deal with like Gorbal type units. I guess the Dragon can, for sure. And here you can see an Earthblood's going to be going down. The Gorbals are running up to the high ground here, and the Dragon's engaging as well. So it looks like there is going to be a bit of a forced engagement here from the High Elves, but I think Arrow's going to pull back, just getting a free charge here on these Ungor Raiders. And he did also bait out a Traderkin for my son Herbert Walker, but oh man, if Arrow loses his Dragon here, that would be disastrous. Like, that could be, a game loss, like I think if the Dragon gets caught, but it looks like Arrow is able to get the Dragon back. In the meantime, Shadow Warriors are still kind of working, it looks to be, on the Eye of More Sleep, so now rotating up to the high ground. Ammunition running a little bit low on these guys. Here comes a boulder throw from my son Herbert Walker, getting a nice blast right into the face of those spearmen here. And here you can see that the Shadow Warriors are going to be rotating up towards the high ground, maybe opting to shoot at the Gorbals. Or some of those other choice targets. So Gorbals are taking an engagement now. No, are they turning? They're going for the Pigeon. Oh man, Alariel taking a ton of damage, but Earthblood going off, Arcane Conduit as well. Trying to make sure she can get more Earthbloods later. And now the High Elves are going to be engaging. So man, one of those Gorbals takes a whooping from that Moondragon. Really surprised about that DPS right there. Looks like a nice little Vile Tide. Going to be going down in the back against those Shadow Warriors, and a beautiful countercharge here by Arrow. He's able to get the Silver Helms and the Spearmen and get a great engagement against both groups of throwing axes, and this one Gorbal is taking a lot of damage from the Shadow Warrior fire, and it seems like Arrow's doing a pretty good job with his ammunition conservation. On the low ground, the Beastmen are surging out of the forest, so the Silver Helms here are going to be countercharging them pretty hard. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Silver Helms maybe attack the Eye of More Sleep. Granted, there are some pigs and spears waiting in the shadows, so you got to be pretty careful. Oh, here comes the pigs. The pigs are surging out. Silver Helms are falling back now, and I would imagine the Silver Helms here are going to be going after the Razorgore herds, and Razorgores get rampaged almost immediately, but this is a very important fight here, and honestly, this is probably a little bit better for the High Elves. They have the healing, they have Spearmen here, Silver Helms will beat the Centaurs in combat, and then the Gorbals are going to be left to be cycle charged by the Dragon. So the Moondragon has pulled back up in the sky. Really nice Traderkin for my son Herbert Walker, but a quick response here from Aerocrastic using the Star of Avalorn, and yeah, he's basically just trying to goon out this Gorbal. One Gorbal just get absolutely destroyed by that Dragon. Now across the battlefield, the Beastmen are pushing out, and this is good. Using the chaff units to kind of inundate and distract the Shadow Warriors, a very, very solid play. But in the meantime, the Silver Helms on the low ground are able to just wreck those pigs, just straight up stomp those guys, and from there they should be able to clean up all of these Beastmen forces. Here the High Elves are actually able to win this engagement, so the Bray Herd is being forced back. You can see here that the Gorbal, one of them actually gets just straight up murked there by that Dragon, and now the Silver Helms and the Dragon can have relative free range to do as they please here. But again, oh no, that poor Cygor throwing a boulder right into the tree. What are the odds? I mean, the dude only has one eye, so we can't really blame him here. But yeah, man, those Minotaurs with great weapons, maybe had they been in that engagement there, that could have changed. But I don't know, hard to say. But the Beastmen are pushing out. Balance fire is pretty even. Both sides have taken some pretty heavy casualties. And the one issue for the High Elves is their ammunition's really low. So even though they have a lot of these Shadow Warriors left, they're eventually going to be forced into combat with like Beastmen, Chaff Infantry, and things like that. Minotaurs with great weapons are isolated here. You can see the big old Dragon and Silver Helms coming down the hill. The might of the High Elf Cav force charging into these very lightly armored troops. And yes, Minotaurs are very good against such units, but they're also very squishy, the Minotaurs with great weapons. Some Centaurs coming up from my son to the back. This could actually be a good catch. Gorbal coming in as well. Gorbal going after the Dragon, it looks like. And there's probably going to be a Traderkin going down, I would imagine. Traderkin does go down here, doing some damage, of course. A boulder right into the flank of that Dragon right there. And it looks like the Dragon is going to get away, unfortunately, here for the Beastmen. Although it's kind of getting dazed a little bit. It looks like some of the Centaurs have come into combat here. Foz protection has been used by Aerocrastic to give that bad boy armor and melee defense. Oh, but the Warp Gaze! So the Warp Gaze was actually used here by the Eye of More Sleep. Really nice stuff right there. I don't know what that notification was. That was very strange. But nonetheless, the Moondragon here is starting to take quite a bit of damage. Throwing axes are getting some good work in. This is actually a really, really close fight, guys. It could really come down to the wire, but the Silver Helm's here with the counter charge, getting a beautiful charge right into the back of those Minotaurs and those kind of chaffy spears, but this is pretty much it. I mean, there are Shadow Warriors in the back, but all the Shadow Warriors are out of ammo, so basically now they're going to have to be used as glorified Spearman units. Gorbel here doing some work. Oh, Vile Tide going down right there. Going to be doing some okay damage. Throwing axes continuing to pepper into the Moondragon, which again is a really good target. If you can get rid of the Terror here for the Beastmen, you're going to be feeling pretty good about yourself. Oh, big breath attack coming in, and where's it going? Oh, that was brutal. That might have been a game winner right there. That breath attack did so much damage. Why am I getting weird Steam notifications? That's very strange. I'll have to change it after this game. My apologies, guys. But nonetheless, the Moondragon here engaging, going after the Gorbel. But the Moondragon is kind of low himself, but it looks like this is going to be a little bit better for the High Elves simply because, oh yeah, that's Star of Avalorn, and secondly, there's going to be a ton of decent combat units coming in. Shadow Warriors actually don't have bad combat stats. 38, 34, and 32. Like, that's good enough to beat most of the Chaff Beastmen infantry. So in the meantime, Shadow Warriors and forces forcing back the Bray Herd. The Cygor is still here in combat. Nice boulder throw right into the face of some of those Cav units. Here you can see that the Ungor Herds, yeah, Shadow Warriors should be able to beat these guys in combat, no problem. And Shadow Warriors are a pretty cool unit. They're kind of like Deepwood Scouts that are a little bit less shooty, but a little bit better in combat. And you can see here they're getting in here and just absolutely destroying these Beastmen forces. So there goes the Ungors, and the bounce power now starting to shift pretty rapidly here in the favor of Aerocrastic. You can see the Gorbel here in combat, able to get a couple of punches on the Moondragon, but I would imagine the Moondragon probably has a little bit more breath action in him. But Gorbel here is wavering. My son Herbert Walker does have the Eye of Moresleep, going to be dropping some boulders here on Alariel the Pigeon Queen, getting some good damage. Malagor isn't like an MVP of a combatant though, so he's not going to be able to carry this, although a couple nice boulder drops from my son here, able to get some really, really good punch on Alariel. Moondragon's being forced back, and man, this is a great first game, super close. It's been, what, like a 10-minute game so far? That's always a really good sign. GG, well played, says my son Herbert Walker. And I have to say, I thought, you know, Herbert Walker had a really good initial engagement. Like, his forest play was really good. He was kind of forcing the High Elves into an awkward situation. And yeah, it was a great game. Both players played a really, really tight game. And ultimately, the High Elves are able to be the first victors of the day. So let's do it. Oh my god. Oh my god, the screen blocker was up the whole time. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, why? Why me? Oh, wow. And so many donations. Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. Oh, my God. I have so many notifications. Okay, so we're going to go back, guys, and we'll watch that. Yes. I'm so sorry. Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. So now, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to go back and watch that replay, and I'll show you guys the... That's terrible. Oh my god. Is it autosave for me, or do I have to get the replay from them? Okay, here we go. All right, we're going to watch that replay back. Oh my god, that's so terrible. I'm so sorry, guys. You know what? I feel like it wouldn't be a truly inspiring event without first having a terrible start like that. So you know what? It is what it is. We're going to go back and watch the replay here real quick. We'll watch it in a bit of an expedited form since you guys, for the most part, heard the commentary. And no more screen blockers today. I'm deleting it. I'm done. I'm not dealing with that. All right, one sec, guys. All right, 1 second here. I got it in autosave. All right, so here's the battle. So obviously, we're here with the game between Aerocrastic and my son Herbert Walker. You guys pretty much know the premise here of the battle, but for anyone watching back after the fact, I will, of course, link this as the proper timestamp. So some good initial skirmish play here coming in from the boulder. The Eye of Moresleep was able to get some decent value here against the Spearmen. Very early on, good skirmishing as well from my son Herbert Walker, able to use the Centaurs, the throwing axes, and get a little bit of poke. But for the most part, basically the general plan is that, you know, if the Beastmen tried to chase an army like this, yeah, they can, but Shadow Warriors can fight and kite. You know, he has a ton of Silver Helms, really good battlefield dominance. It would take like a huge Mino Bust or, you know, some other really pertinent strategies to, you know, catch an army like that. So I really like what my son Herbert Walker was doing here. Basically, he's using the Cygor and the Centaurs just to kite backwards, getting incremental value from the Cygor boulders, able to get some really good poke here on the Spearmen initially. Now, for the most part, you can see that the Shadow Warriors do close the distance, get a couple nice opening volleys here on these Ungor Raiders, able to poke those guys back. And the Centaurs, the throwing axes, are, again, really good answer against heavy cav. If you're playing like Beastmen against Bretonnia or High Elves or any faction that you're expecting to have armored, kind of slow-moving heavy cav units, I mean, Silver Helms are relatively quick with 78 speed by heavy cav standards, but Centaurs, the throwing axes, can be a really good answer. So here you can see that the Shadow Warriors are able to get some shots here. I will do some fast forwarding as a bit of a game recap here, as we already did, unfortunately. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the Turin radio show. I'm sure that was a lot of fun. But here you can see the Shadow Warriors shooting in there, getting some good value against the Cygor, but again, my son with very good discipline here, going to be falling back into the tree line and not giving the High Elves any easy engagements. I mean, because missile units are obstructed by trees, cab units are going to be struggling to fight in tree lines as well, so there's a number of factors here for the Beastmen that really behoove them. That was a pretty good pun, to actually stay here and fight in the forest. So now I'm super paranoid. I'm going to minimize and make sure we're not using the... Yes, perfect. Anyways, up here on the high ground, there was a little bit of an engagement. You can see the Silverhelms and the dragons, the dragon coming in to try and catch some of these Centaurs. But the Beastmen do have a pretty good counterpunch here. Of course, they have the Gorbals and the other units that can push up the hill and do some decent work. So at this point, basically, the Moondragon is going to be forced back. But, you know, this is a situation where, like, if Arrow in this moment had lost the Moondragon, if it had just died, the game honestly could have gone the other way. So the Moondragon here is going to be pulling back. Thankfully, he had enough of a little bit of a gap to get up there, and he also does send in the Spearman to make sure that he has a little bit of buffering for that sweet, sweet dragon. On the low ground, very conservative play from both players. Silverhelm's basically just waiting for the Beastman herd to come out of the tree line. Nice boulder right there. Spearman basically just decimated there by the Cygor boulder play. And here we have the Gorbals, just looking for an engagement. Looks like they might be going after the Pigeon Queen here. So this was basically the second really big battle of the game here. The Gorbals come in, they're trying to get on the Pigeon Queen. A really nice charge there. I mean, brutal, brutal damage. Granted, Alariel has some really nasty healing, so it's still a tough situation. But Throwing Axe is throwing downtown here, going after some of the Silverhelms, and now you can see the Moondragon. I'm really impressed by the Moondragon. Like, I wasn't expecting it to do that much damage, but this bad boy really actually hurt that Gorbal pretty bad. And even Alariel's coming in there with her little pigeon claws to get her hands dirty. Nonetheless, here we do have another engagement here in the forest. Silverhelms are a little bit monster mashed up against Centaurs, and this is actually a really good play. I mean, Centaurs will lose in combat to Silverhelms. The Great Weapon variant would, of course, put up a much better fight, but these are the Throwing Axes, so getting rid of like a mobile armor-piercing unit that can deal with dragons, it can chase down Shadow Warriors, is a really big boon here. So another charge from Arrow, and on the low ground, you can see the Spearmen have engaged. Silverhelms have been cycle charging into the Beastman Chaff units as they come out, and now is the emergence of the Great Pig herd. So the pigs coming out, Razor Gore is getting shot down by the Shadow Warriors here, and they're going to be charging back down the hill, but they're rampaging now, so they don't really have much of a choice. So Arrow can basically pull them out into the open and just, serve up some bacon. Breath attack perhaps coming in, but a nice Traderkin from my son Herbert Walker is able to hit all those forces right there. And also a Star of Avalorn. The Star of Avalorn, of course, very, very good. And yeah, I have to say, this Moondragon has been very impressive all game, just gooning out the Gorbals. I was really expecting the Gorbals to be a little bit more durable against that type of pressure, but I guess it's a huge AP monster, right? So one Gorbal's pretty much getting Shadow Realmed here. You can see this guy's pretty much done for. The Eye of Warsleep has some ammunition left, and on the low ground, my son Herbert Walker did actually have some Minotaurs with great weapons. I think he was kind of saving them over here just in case the Silverhelms decided to charge into the forest, but maybe they should have been up here on the high ground. Hard to say. I mean, everything in hindsight is easy, right? So here the High Elves were able to win that engagement, killing one Gorbal outright. So one of the Gorbals did fall right there. Silverhelms here are pulling back and looking to maybe clean up some of the chaff, peel for these units, because the Shadow Warriors at this point in the battle were running very low on ammo. And, if the Beastmen still had a healthy army and all you had is a bunch of Shadow Warriors and some tattered cab units, all it really takes for you at that point to be in some dire straits is basically to lose your Moondragon. So here we do have the Silverhelms charging in. Blackhorn's Ravagers getting rode down here. We do have a couple loose Ungor Spearman herds. But, obviously the Shadow Warriors actually have pretty good combat stats. If you look here, they're 38, 34, 32. So as far as like fighting Beastmen Chaff, they should win those fights. Now, this is pretty much the big deciding factor here in this game, the deciding moment. Silverhelm's charging down the hill, going after the Minotaurs with great weapons. And yeah, we got Spearmen coming in and everything, but this is really the death thrust for both players. So the Beastmen committing pretty much everything. Going to be some Traderkin action coming down. Gorbals and great weapons are getting some decent damage on the Moondragon, but it looks like, oh man, I did not see that before. The Eye of Warsleep able to get some good damage there against the Gorbal and really karate chop that guy. So nonetheless, hopefully you guys enjoyed that ridiculous start. Silverhelm's here getting a nice charge and cleaning up the chaff, which is really good sweeping play from Arrow. One group of Shadow Warriors here basically being chased down by the Destroyers of Drakwold, but I'm sure they're more than happy with that situation. Moondragon here does have Frost Protection, and Alariel the Radiant, of course, getting some fat healing. And this is where the High Elves really start to shine, like being blobbed up with powerful units and getting healing. And a lot of the Beastmen Chaff, including Minotaurs with great weapons, those guys don't really have good defensive stats, are probably going to be taking a ton of shock damage. And even at this point, like, you still have a ton of infantry to deal with. Shadow Warriors have pretty good leadership in general. Their base is pretty high. And, of course, they have full model counts and should be more than happy for this engagement. So at this point, the balance power did start to go in the favor of Arrow. The Dragon pulls back up in the sky and gets a huge breath attack right down the pipe, just absolutely annihilating the Minotaurs with great weapons. And then here comes the charge coming in from the Moondragon right here, which is basically going to be polishing off and buttering the bread of that Gorbal. And the Gorbal here just getting absolutely destroyed at this point, just outnumbered by the forces. And the Cygor's coming forward. Balance of power is still like it's not point of no return quite yet, but with the Gorbal on the run here and the Dragon being healthy and with all those fat heals, you can see that single Star of Avalorn pulled the game back for the High Elves, like in a very massive way. And now the Dragon's here. And like even the Shadow Warriors could probably tar pit and defeat the Eye of Morsleep just like with their sheer numbers. So the Gorbel does come back in here, but you know the birds and the dragon are able to swarm it and take it out. Silverhelm's charging in, and the Eye of Morsleep here is basically going to get slapped with army losses in a moment. And there you have it, guys. Game 1, Aerocrastic does advance. Now it's officially been shown to you guys in all of its glory, and we can move forward. So we'll go ahead here and go to the bracket. Sorry about that, guys. It is actually kind of funny, to be fair. All right. So Aerocrastic will advance, and now we're going to be jumping on over to our next game of the day, which is going to be, I believe, Zablaski and Undertaker facing off. So it's going to be Norska versus Wood Elves. So let's jump in there, and I'll take a look at chat here in just a moment. Sorry, guys. God, that triggers me so hard. Oh, man. All right, so we just got to change the nameplates real quick. So let's go back up to the battle scorecard lobby. And now in this match, we have Norska, who shall be played by Grom Brindle. Or we'll just say it's Undertaker, I think is what he's going by today. He has Tuna. He goes by many names. The White Dwarf is a mysterious man. And he's going to be facing off against Zablaski and the Wood Elves. And I do see all your messages. Thank you guys for trying to help me. I'm kind of helpless. Sometimes when I get into a casting a game, I just kind of like everything zones out. All right, so I see all the donations coming in from Pickled Buddha, Mr. Pig, Prisoner of Warhammer, Ryan Smith, Daniel. Okay, they're all about the blocker. Dob plays saying I paid to keep the build secret. Oh, man. Turn Battlecast ASMR. A very dissatisfied dwarf, Skarsnik and Goblet Photobomb. First well of the theme is Haggard. Yeah, I know. We tried. And then we have a donation coming in from Adam. Yeah. All right. So we're here in the second battle, guys. We're loading in. It's going to be Grom Brindle and Norska and Wood Elves led by Zablaski. So let us know who your champion is. Are you guys a fan of the Dark Gods? A little bit of that kind of tickling over there? Or are you guys looking to see a Wood Elf victory? So far, the Elves, are 1-0 in this tournament. We had a high elf victory against the Beastmen. My son, Herbert Walker, playing an amazing game. Both players were, and Aerocrastic was able to eventually pull it out with some great dragon play. And now, guys, we're jumping on over to the second match of the day. So I don't think the screen blocker's up. I do not believe so. We're in the battle. Everything looks good. I know I need a production team. And Angel, thank you. Faction Wars is my favorite list now. Great format. Glad you're enjoying it, man. And thank you so much for the very generous donation. It's my favorite format too. It's a little bit trickier because it requires 16 players, so scheduling can be a little bit hard. And I feel like doing it once a month is good, but perhaps I'll put it to a vote and see. If you guys want it twice a month, I can do that. Or I can do it once a month and just kind of keep it as a bit of a novelty. But nonetheless, we'll see how it goes. So this is going to be Grom Brindle and Norska facing off, or Undertaker, on Norska facing off against Zablaski, who shall be leading the forces of the Wood Elves. His first time playing in a faction war. Very excited to see what he can do. And if he can overcome the forces of the Dark Gods. Yeah, I had chat up on my phone, but I was so in the casting zone because the game was so immersive there. I was like, oh man. I'm sorry about that, guys. Well, it's kind of funny, though. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right, pulling up the stream now. My phone once more as these players do load in. Remember, people are connecting from all over the planet. So sometimes there is going to be some issues. No, there we go. Perfect. You vote all screen blocker. So would you guys, here's the new format. We can have entire fun, engaging tournaments with tons of talented players who are putting aside their day, and we can play the whole tournament with a screen blocker. Just have it be ASMR. Yeah. Will LaForce says, gotta support my favorite condom brand, Skin Wolves. Yeah, that's fair play. So Birdie Strike, you only missed one battle so far. You missed the High Elves vs. Beastmen, which was the first battle of today's faction war. But we, if you want to rewind a little bit, you'll be able to see it in its full entirety. I did cast it again, so you guys are all good. Vextor, I'm ready, dude. I'm ready for it. Bring it on. So now for the forces of Norska, let's go ahead and take a look. This is, I've always considered this one to be a very even micro-intensive matchup for both players. Like, you really have to chase pretty hard. And Zablaski is known for, I believe, generally kiting. So it's really going to be Norska chasing a bunch of angry elves and the elves being chased by a bunch of angry Norskins, which is always fun. So it looks like Grom Brindle may be a little bit concerned about like a Dryad bum rush and like something off meta. As such, he brings like a scary good infantry corps. He brings like a ton of marauders with chevrons. He has a couple javelins in the back, which I like, just in case there's like trees or dragons. And he does also have Wolfric. He's got a Firecaster with a Shaman Sorcerer. And he's got a minor chasing corps. I mean, he's got some Norskin Warhounds here. And I think he has some Werewolves, the premier condom brand of the old world. He has some Armored Skin Wolves down here. My one concern is that this army is a little bit slow. Oftentimes, I think when you're seeing the Norskins against, a kiting Wood Elf player, you're going to be seeing like 4 Skin Wolves, right? Like a ton of mobility to really try and counterplay their cycle charging and their kite. But in this case, I mean, maybe he's just going to try and endure and wait it out. Hard to say. Zablaski does have a couple Hagbane tips here. He's got some Wild Riders, the Wild Hunters of Karnas to be exact. He does also have a Glade Lord on horseback, it looks like, with the Prey of Anathrema, 2 groups of Azrai Spears, 2 of the Hagbane tips, a Life Caster over here in the tree line, and in the back he does actually have an Infantry Corps. So, Grombrindle might actually be rewarded for bringing so many Berserkers, because there's a lot of War Dancers and Dryads back here. And I mean, there's a little bit of kite in the form of the Hagbane tips, but really, Grombrindle might be rewarded for such play. We'll see. So I'll go ahead and start when ready. I'll take a look, have fun. They know the drill by now. And thank you guys so much for joining. I see we already have 1,000 people, which is, again, a testament to how much you guys enjoyed this format, so I'll certainly keep it coming. There was a bit of a vanguard from Grombrindle in the far tree line here. He did have the Norscan Warhounds just kind of cackling back there, so going to be looking to come in and maybe try and do a little bit of a gank here on the Glade Riders. So Zablaski looks to be focusing down the Marauders here with Javelins. He does obviously have his dudes in the tree line, but Grombrindle does have a vanguard back here as well. It's going to be a little bit scary, though. These Norscan Warhounds, they're kind of trapped here. If Zablaski reacts really quick, oh man, this is hilarious. He doesn't know they're here right now. Oh my god. Oh, and now he knows. So Grombrindle is now going to be seeing all of these forces here. And if he reacts quick enough, he's going into combat with the War Dancers. What is he doing? The War Dancers are going to massacre those doggos. And he does also have the Maws of Savagery Arwar Skinwolves back there. Oh man, that's a little bit dangerous from Gromby. Nonetheless, though, you can see the Norskins are advancing, taking a little bit of peppering fire, but for the most part, nothing terribly devastating. But yeah, he needs to get these werewolves back, just run. I mean, he got a little bit of damage against the War Dancers, which is fine. But at this point, you can see Grombrindle knows it's a bad idea. He pulls the wolves back here, and he gets a Maws of Savagery, which I would imagine he's going to send up here to join his other wolves. So he did actually have 2 units of werewolves. My apologies, guys. Yeah, 2 of them. Maws of Savagery. Yes, he did, indeed. So nice sniping attempt from Zablaski. He was able to get some poke here on the Shaman Sorcerer, put him down to about 80%. And now the werewolves are charging forward, going after Azrai Spears, of all things. A little bit of a risky engagement for those boys, but it looks like the Maws of Savagery are coming in for a collapse here, so maybe he's just going to try and brute force this one down. Or hold them in place for enough time for the Iceform Marauders and other troops to kind of get into this engagement here. So Zablaski with some good kites so far. Glade Riders with Hagbane tips raining fire here into the Skin Wolves. The other Skin Wolves, of course, the Maws of Savagery, in a little bit of trouble, but honestly, it's not a bad trade here. The War Dancers and the Azrai Spears are going to get crumped pretty bad by this Norscan force, especially now that there's a big chubby Mammoth here. Mammoth is going to be able to do a lot of damage. So Maws of Savagery are falling back, which is good. If Gromby can get those guys away before they, lose models, they can then heal back up to basically full fighting capacity. And the rest of the Norscan force is collapsing. You can see some javelins being thrown back, a little bit of a counter skirmishing here from the Norskins. And so far, the Wood Elves have taken some heavy casualties here. These War Dancers and these Azrai Spears certainly taking a beating. And the Maws of Savagery, the Condom XL brand here, are certainly in pretty good shape. Nonetheless, though, Norskins have engaged, burning it. Oh, brutal burning head, going down and roasting some of the Glade Riders, as well as some of these Glade Guard with the Starfire Shafts. Fireball going down as well. Brutal Fireball. Man, really good stuff. Able to just snipe that Spellsinger. And Zablaski seems like he's on the ropes a little bit. Berserkers have gotten into engagements here with the War Dancers. Some of the Wild Riders back here have gotten a great engagement against the Maws of Savagery, but it looks like these Skin Wolves with Berserker support and Wolfric nearby should be able to overwhelm this position, but it's still hard to say. Balance fire is really even, and Zablaski still has the Wild Hunters of Karnas. He has a lot of mobility left on the battlefield. But this is a pretty rough situation. I mean, having your Azrai Spears fighting Berserkers in the front line is a very, very stressful situation, to say the least. Nonetheless, Zablaski's mobile core here with the Glade Riders are circling about, shooting at Berserkers, pretty much everything they can catch. And the Werewolves over here are now about to be countercharged here by the Wild Hunters of Karnas with Dryad support and Azrai support. So this is probably a situation Norska does not want to be in. Probably pulling back the Werewolves here plus Wolfric wouldn't be a bad idea, and just leaving the Berserkers to kind of grind here. But, oh, it looks like there's going to be a big old pirate ship coming down. Nice Sea Fang right there, able to go down and hit the Wild Hunters plus the Spearman. Balance of power is pretty much dead even at this point. So far, so good for both players. Here you can see the War Dancers with Azrai Spears on the low ground are, pretty much getting chewed up. Norska able to kind of clear out the open field. Another Burning Head coming down, able to go through the Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts, but they didn't do too much damage. But it looks like Zablaski is going to be going for an Alpha Strike now. Using Prey of Anathrema, using a lot of his ammunition here from all these Glade Riders to really try and snipe down Wolfric the Wanderer. So Wolfric is certainly being taken to Pound Town here, but he's got a ton of HP. I mean, he's still confident despite all this. They're not Way Watchers, right? Glade Riders with Hagbane tips do not have the best AP values, so I mean, Wolfric is more than happy to do this. And honestly, this could even be good for Grombrindle, like letting all this ammunition be wasted on his Mammoth while the rest of his forces just surge forward. Anyways, Bounce Power is still even. Wild Hunters of Kurnus are able to get back. He's got 28 models here. He has loose formations of War Dancers everywhere, but there's still a fair amount of Marauders and Berserkers. I mean, back here, Grombrindle did have some Berserkers. Not really sure what they were doing, but perhaps you forgot about them. But nonetheless, those guys are coming back in here. The Brutes of the Hound fighting to the bitter end for Khorne, or the Hound as they perceive him. And they have 59 kills, which certainly isn't bad. So let's go ahead and take inventory. If we take a look at the forces of Zablasky, he still has a pretty good mobile poke squad here with the Glade Riders with the Hagbane Tips. He still has a Glade Lord here. I mean, what else does he have? He's got a couple more archers over here, but for the most part, Norska is really encroaching on the forest. And the Marauders are going to be, kind of tough to deal with. You don't hear that terribly often, but also the Berserkers. I don't think he has enough ammo to really punish what's left of the Berserkers. It's going to be a tricky pickle for sure. In the back, we do have the Maws of Savagery also healing, so it looks like Grombrindle has opted to put these guys back here to just let them heal, which is really strong. In the late game, those guys could come back at like 75% HP, and that could basically just end the game if all that's left here for the Wood Elves are, of course, their skirmish cav and their missile units like that. So guys, let us know in chat, are you a fan of Norska? Are you a fan of the Wood Elves? Who are you rooting for in this very pitched battle? Now, this could be an opportunity for Zablasky to maybe get back in the game. If he can finish off Wulfric here, able to kind of snipe him with the remaining ammo, that could be huge. But Wulfric, also know guys, is in the trees here. So it looks like a Sea Fang going down here. Oh, a fat burning head coming in. Oh, nice contact right there. Able to go right into those cab units. Not doing too much damage, roasting a couple models, but if they don't finish Wulfric here, I don't know if he's able to survive, but he's wavering. Oh man, and Grombrindle's fighting danger close to the edge of the map. Really good tenacity here, but he's broken. Sword of Torgald is activated. Norska is now going to be pushing in with their Berserkers, so a little bit of a maybe hubris here from Wulfric, letting him take too much firepower. But nonetheless, it looks like there's going to be... Is that another Burning Head? Man, how is the cooldown so short on that? He's able to get another Burning Head and roast those guys. He must have had like a Scroll of Power or something. But oh man, that Burning Head just leading to a mass exodus. Wulfric is down for the count. And now, guys, we have a true scrap on our hands as the Glade Riders are going to have their hands full, dealing with these Marauders and these other forces. But yeah, Berserkers are pushing forward. Wood Elves are kind of trapped against the edge of the map if you really look. I mean, there's pretty much just infantry and, chaff left for the Norskins. I mean, Berserkers, that's going to be a lot to deal with. And as far as ammunition goes, Glade Riders do have some ammo. So Zablasky still has plenty of kite in him if he wants to. He can kite and fight. He has a little bit of ammo left on his Glade Lord here. And if we look in the tree line here, we have Dryads. All these guys are running for the hills. And it looks like Norska has actually pulled ahead in the Bounce of Power a little bit. And I don't know. Yeah, they still have their Shaman Sorcerer here. I don't know if the Wood Elves are going to have enough stopping power, because even though it looks like Zablasky probably looks at this situation and being like, all right, this is doable, but I don't know if Grombrindle's doing this on purpose, but the Maws of Savagery are back here and they're like very healthy. Those guys are going to be able to just pound town like all of these Glade Riders and all these other troops here. So they're coming out. Anyways, here in combat, you can see a little bit of a charging coming in here from the Glade Riders, but they are, of course, going up against the mighty Marauders and Berserkers. Berserkers, of course, will do some work here. Another Burning Head coming down, and I have to say, Grombrindle with his Norscan Burning Heads this game have been so nasty. And the Maws of Savagery are coming into the tree line, and these guys are going to be like the final boss. This is like the final form here of Undertaker, as they come in to deliver the tombstone here to these Wood Elves. You can see the Glade Riders with Hagbane Tips in combat. And the Norskins are kind of breaking here, honestly, but Berserkers have insanely good leadership. They're really, really tough to break, especially when they're enraged, because they do get a bonus mechanic here. So Wood Elves are fighting, but yeah, now that the Skin Wolves are here, oh, that's going to be painful. And like you can see, the Spell Singer's a little bit trapped up. Skin Wolves charging in, and the first group of the Glade Riders with Hagbane Tips is broken. And Zablasky's Wood Elf Lord trying his best, but it's not going to be able to hold. Shaman Sorcerer alone could probably deal with maybe some of the Glade Riders here, and they're really, really low in ammo. And let's see if what they're saying in chat. They're just saying good luck, have fun, good sportsmanship all around. I love it. But there's so many Berserkers. There's 55 of these. The Maws of Savagery only lost one model in that big engagement there. And now the Maws of Savagery are just going to be all over this Lord. I mean, the Lord should be a little bit faster, but Maws of Savagery are no slouches. Those werewolves work out. And they charge back here, shutting down the Glade Guard with the Starfire Shafts. Balance of Power is still Norscan favored, but it's not like impossible for the Wood Elves to win, but it's certainly a very, very substantial uphill battle. Over here we do have the Glade Riders going after the Shaman Sorcerer, who I think should just countercharge those guys. The Shaman Sorcerer would probably win that. I mean, he's not great in combat, but Glade Riders are pretty mediocre in combat as well. So some of the Berserkers coming over here. Maws of Savagery just kind of chewing on the Glade Lord here. You can see these werewolves just going balls deep, doing some heavy damage here against this Wood Elf Lord, just absolutely slapping that wolf and the horse, excuse me. But Zablasky's going to be pulling in his other character, the Spell Singer, and if he can maybe pick off enough of the Maw of Savagery models, which is kind of focus fired attacks from these characters, maybe. But I feel like, oh, maybe a leadership break could do it. Is Zablasky gets a rear charge and breaks the werewolves off the battlefield, but they're healing, they're RWARs, they're very powerful, they have pretty good leadership by bestial standards, and Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see the Wood Elves winning this one. It's going to be so hard with the Mods of Savagery. But I mean, Zablasky's such a good player here. He's just scrapping to the bitter end with his 12 models. It looks like here he does have his Glade Riders with Hackbane Tips who are basically broken, and his Lords are just kind of trying to finish off the Werewolves. But now they're going to be kind of trapped up by Berserkers and other units here. And if we look around the battlefield, let's go ahead and take a look here. I keep seeing like notifications as if something new is being said. But here, the Shaman Sorcerer's alive. I mean, honestly, getting him in combat probably wouldn't be bad. Grombrindle, of course, can do some sweet cycle charging because he has all these Berserkers in combat. And if we look around the battlefield, there's nothing left, guys. This is the scrap. This is like the final battle here. And yeah, the Spellslinger of Life here, of course, taking a lot of damage from Berserkers. She only has 15 armor, and the Blade Rider is trying to force its way through. But, I mean, yeah, just being kind of trapped down by the Berserkers here. Oh, and Zablasky does have some ammo left on the Glade Lord. He's actually doing guard mode shots here into the Maws of Savagery. Trying to, but yeah, that's going to be game. So it looks like Norska is going to be able to overwhelm the Wood Elves here in their forest domain with a very close, well-played game by both players. I have to say, that was a truly serious cockfight. And Undertaker, a.k.a. Grombrindle of Clan CL, shall be moving forward here in this Duel of Fates. So well played indeed. That was, man, all of these games are so close. Like the first one was just a nail-biter. This one was a nail-biter. I'm truly grateful for all these lads playing today. So guys, we're going to be moving on to the next match. So let's go ahead and update the bracket real quick. We'll keep it fluid. We'll keep it going. And now we have Undertaker advancing on. Very well played to Zablasky. We'll see him back, I'm sure, in future faction wars. Truly a champion of the Wood Elves. But that is it's a very touchy matchup. That one's a little bit tricky. But yeah, the Berserkers worked. They did. And next, guys, we have Felcon, the champion of the Old Ones, facing off against Crabling. Of course, the champion of the Dark Gods here in this tournament. So let us go ahead and jump on over to the next matchup. And we will do it to it. All right, so multiplayer battle. Let's go ahead and see if we can find these fine gentlemen. Here they are. We'll make sure they put the right password. Put a different password, but thankfully I guessed what it was, so we don't have to wait too long. Some serious competition today. Of course, today's tournament is sponsored by myself. So I'm going to be putting forward a prize pool, which is basically coming from all the folks who support me on Patreon, as well as my YouTube subscribers and all that. So thank you guys so much. There will be $100 cash prize for today's tournament. So let's go ahead and go back here. We're going to update this real quick as the players load in. It's going to be Felcon on the Dinos facing off against Crabling, who's going to be on the Forces of Chaos. I almost put Crablings. So let us know, guys, in chat. Do you guys think the great plan will come to fruition, or will the Dark Gods cackle in the face of the Old Ones and march forward into the good night? And yeah, thank you guys so much for all your support. Yeah, I see all those donations for the screen blocker. Oh my god. Umais is going to be playing the Dwarves, correct. So players are loading in here. Lovely builds from both players so far. Going to be minimizing once more to make sure I do not have a screen blocker up. And we look A-okay. All is good in the hood. And let's do it to it. All right. So for the Forces of the Dinos and Felcon, he does have a couple Pterodon Riders up in the sky. Most likely he has these guys basically just to, chase off Marauder Horsemen and counter-skirmish the Warriors of Chaos. He does also have a Laser Dino up on the high ground. Laser Dino gives some steady poke against like Giants and Shaggoths and things like that, which I think is quite cool. And on the ground, he's got a Life Slan, I would imagine. Life Slan is one of the more standard picks here. Very, very strong beast. Saurus Warriors just doing their thing. And the dreaded Dread Saurian is here. So the Dread Saurian is actually not bad against Chaos. He can fight most monsters and really, really good against infantry as well. So the Dread Saurian being healed with a Life Slan is certainly very tough to take down. A couple skin cohorts with Javelins, and that's pretty much it. So basically, Felcon's going to be relying on his Dread Saurian and his poke from his Pterodon Riders to deal with the big monsters. And then at that point, once the battle's resolved in terms of the monster fight, using the Dread Saurian to take out the other infantry. Now for the Forces here of Chaos, we got a bunch of Marauders with Great Weapons. Interesting choice, so perhaps expecting Temple Guard. But nonetheless, the Marauders with Great Weapons will take a beating from the Saurus for the Dark Gods. He's got a couple Forsaken on the flank, so really cool stuff. You almost never see Forsaken. Forsaken, of course, pretty good at chasing down skinks and things like that. Granted, they can still be kited. Marauder Horseman, just standard variant up in the sky. He does have a Chaos Lord of Metal, Sorcerer Lord, actually. So he has a couple breath attacks. He has Final Transmutation. Pretty scary stuff. And for his monster fight, he does have a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, who's going to be having its hands full dealing with the Dread Saurian, but certainly up to the task. But yeah, interesting. And Aspiring Champions as well. I mean, this is like some off-meta stuff for sure. Aspiring Champions I don't really see the application here. Granted, they are somewhat decent against like Saurus type troops because of their 120 armor. So yeah, maybe they're just there to kind of give sustainability to the front line of Chaos and give a nice little leadership buff. So here we have a little bit of poking going on. You can see here that the Marauder Horsemen are getting some nice focus fire here into the Pterodon Riders, but the Pterodon Riders juking pretty efficiently, and it's pretty much an even trade. But in the end, Falcon probably should come out ahead here because he does have the Laser Dino up on the high ground, dropping some mean shots into the Marauder Horsemen. Here we do have the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal charging in and getting a nice attack there, picking off a single Pterodon Rider with its malignant Chaos Fangs. Forsaken pushing up here, probably going to be engaging against the cohorts, I would imagine, but Falcon immediately giving an order for the skink cohorts with Javelins to drop some firepower here into the Forsaken. And now the dreaded Dreadsaurian probably going to be charging in. Also the Demon Spewer here. So Crabbling does have the ROR Nurgle Forsaken, basically, who do have the Cloud of Flies ability. So the Dreadsaurian coming in, going to be absolutely massacring just a whole patch there of those Chaos Marauders. Certainly a very, very nice engagement. And the Laser Dino continuing to shoot up in the sky after the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal. And so far, skirmishing has been relatively even. Both sides have taken a little bit of poke. And the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth hasn't taken too much damage. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal might actually just get kind of poked down by the Pterodon Riders. Granted, he does have a little bit of support on the ground from these. These are Horse Masters. Okay. One of them's Horse Masters, one of them's just Horsemen. So the mainline fighting's underway. Chaos Warriors going to be engaging against Saurus, Aspiring Champion surging in as well. And the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth in the distance is actually just going after the Dreadsaurian. Not trying to like go balls deep and commit to that fight, but basically just forcing the Dreadsaurian back. And it looks like an Earthblood is going to be going down on the Dreadsaurian to try and keep him healthy. As basically, it seems like the Dread Beast is trying to avoid the engagements against the Shaggoth, although this is a little bit dangerous here for Falcon. I feel like this is a bit of an overextend, because now the Shaggoth can come in, and also the Dragon as well. The Chaos Sorcerer could drop like a Final Transmutation, get a really good breath attack if he's isolated over here, but I mean, the Dreadsaurian in a vacuum probably should be able to beat a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, but the Dragon Ogre does have a Silver Chevrons as well. Plague of Rust going down, Marauder Horsemen from Crabbling here are going to be rotating about, going after the Dreadsaurian. And in the front line, it's a bit of a just monster mash. Saurus, just not monster mash, but infantry mash. Saurus fighting these Chaos Infantry, but actually getting broken off by the Terror Routes from the Dragon. And the Dreadsaurian needs to be careful. There is regrowths available here from the Slan Mage, so I would imagine the regrowth will be going down soon. And Flesh to Stone is also popped as well. Over here we do have the Pterodon Riders for Falcon chasing down the Marauder Horsemen. We're trying to keep those guys from just pounding down the Dreadsaurian. Oh man, and an overcasted Final Transmutation going down here on the Dreadsaurian, but a regrowth as well is going to be counteracting that. And I'm really surprised that the Saurus front line is buckling so quickly. You can see in many directions they're just running. But this is really big for Crabbling. Crabbling able to get a beautiful engagement here. Get a 2v1 with the Shaggoth plus the Chaos Sorcerer Lord jumping on top of the Dreadsaurian. But the Dreadsaurian's tanking like a champ for sure. And now the frontline engagement. Okay, so we still have a Laser Dino. The cohort of Sotek is beating down the Aspiring Champs pretty effectively. And it looks like the Dinos have kind of won the frontline engagement. Yeah, it was just kind of in this area they were having some problems. But if the Dreadsaurian gets like terror routed off the battlefield, that could get Chaos back in this game. Chaos is doing very well in the monster fight and the skirmishing game, but the frontline fight has been pretty disastrous. But what do you expect when you bring Chaos Marauders with Great Weapons? You're going to be losing that fight most likely unless they go with like a Temple Guard box. Anyways, here we do have Gary the Laser Lizard, and it looks like the Dreadsaurian is able to get back, doing a very good job 2v1 fighting that Chaos Sorcerer Lord. I mean, the Dreadsaurian was able to take that kind of HP off the Sorcerer Lord and also do a ton of damage against the Shaggoth. Nice breath attack right there from Crabbling, able to get a good downtown breath here into the Saurus. And it seems like Falcon is in a slightly commanding position, considering the Dreadsaurian is basically now in better shape. It's going to be running around, cleaning out all the infantry fights, just staying away from the Horsemen. And yeah, you can see like really nice rotation. He basically gets the Dreadsaurian. It just stays away from the missile play and just, you know, staying relatively close to the Salon and some of the cohorts of Sotek here on the ground. In the meantime, Crabbling going to be landing here, going for a gooning attempt with his Shaggoth and his Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal onto the Bastillodon. And also, he probably might have enough Winds of Magic for one more huge Final Transmutation this game, so be ready for that. That could be coming in at any moment here, depending on his Arcane Conduit usage and a couple other variables. But Shaggoth getting some decent blows here against the Bastillodon. But Chaos is slowly kind of, staggering out of this game. They have the Marauder Horsemen here. They have the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, but as far as their infantry goes, they're all just running for the hills. Of course, Chaos Warriors are quite selfish. As soon as the battle turns south, they often run. Well, Marauders, that is. Chaos Warriors are a little bit more determined and resilient once they get their blessings from their respective gods. But it seems like the dreaded Dreadsaurian is going to just unleash a reign of terror here, just feasting on this Dragon Ogre Shaggoth and these Chaos Infantry. And you can see, guys, that is going to be a victory for Falcon. And the champion of the Old Ones will advance. The Dark Gods do not cackle this day. Granted, the Dark Gods still have a horse in this game. They still, of course, have Norska, who was able to claim victory earlier. So very well played to both players. I like Crabbling's build. It was pretty cool. I think it was very designed to kill like a Temple Guard box. And when it didn't face a Temple Guard box, it had some problems. The Forsaken were pretty much dead weight. Didn't really do much. Like, for example, had the two Forsaken been cut and you had another like Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, like, that he might have won that game, like with that catch on the Dreadsaurian had there been a second Shaggoth. But I like the Sorcerer Lord. I thought that was cool. I just think the infantry choices for Crabbling were a little bit questionable. But again, he was expecting probably a box, and he didn't get that. So that's that. So very well played. Falcon will be advancing. Let us go ahead to the Faction War bracket and advance Falcon on. So currently, we have Aerocrastic facing off against Undertaker in our next series of games here. And Falcon will face the winner of Tank and Umais. So let us go ahead, guys, and jump forward to that next game here. GG indeed. GG indeed. All right, guys, let's go ahead and pull this bad boy up. GG. His friend saying good luck in the next rounds. Good sportsmanship all around. Seems like pretty smooth this time, not to jinx it. Steam, don't you try anything funny. All right, so next we have Umais and Tank. Let's get in that lobby. I got to find it again. There it is. Oh, you guys, come on. I told them what password to put, but they're all doing their own. It's a wild land we live in. So one spectator slot is open. So let's go ahead and do this. So now, guys, if you're a Dawi fan, raise them beards. We have the Dwarves versus the Vampire Counts. So let's go ahead and update the scorecard here real quick. It's going to be nice. Facing off against Tank, who's going to be playing the Vampire Counts. Raise them beards for Dwarves. So let us know, guys, in chat. Are you guys a fan of the proud Dawi? Let us know with your best Dawi battle cry. Or are you looking for the Foul Vampire Counts to claim victory this day? Again, quite curious to know what you guys think. Players are loading in. I'm just going to be loading up one of my stream service things here to make sure all the notifications go through properly. And thank you guys so much for the donations earlier, letting me know about the screen blocker. I really appreciate it. It is what it is. All right, perfect. So we're loading in. We are on Oakenhammer, a nice open field map, but there is a little bit of a tree line for the Vampire Counts to hide in. So there's some tricks, there's some schemes, but it doesn't matter too much. Vampires typically in this matchup are going to be swarming in. So it's going to be a very aggressive play from both players. It is pretty darn nippy here in this room, I must admit. By California standards, it's cold. Yes, the Dwarven battle cry is going up. I can see Umais going for a Gotrek and Felix Death Star. It's pretty strong. Like, you get Thorgrim, you get Gotrek, you get Felix. Oh, and speak of the devil and he shall come. We do, of course, have Thorgrim Grudgebearer atop his mighty throne of Runesmith, so no Gotrek. And we do also have Felix. So Felix, of course, very capable of healing Thorgrim, which is quite nasty in those grindy fights. And for the rest of the Dawi army, double Hammerer. One of them is going to be the Peak Gate Guard. We have Dwarf Warriors, 2 Iron Drakes with Trollhammer Torpedoes, and then we do also have Quarrelers. Oh my god, it's a Hammer box. Oh, this is exciting. All right. The Peak Gate Guard, you almost never see them. We have a donation coming in from Eric Saltvet. Hopefully I said that right. One dwarf yet in Moria. There's one dwarf in Moria who still draws breath, and that is Hiking Thorgrim. Thank you so much for the very generous donation, man. They've wronged us. And now it is time for the Vampire Counts, the spooky boys. They got Graveguard with great weapons, some standard Graveguard for sustainability. But yeah, mostly Graveguard, honestly. It seems like their whole build is kind of centered around them. He does also have a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord with the Helm of Discord up here in the sky. We do, of course, have a White King, a Necromancer, double Corpse Guard. They're just going to be the standard kind of distraction Corpse Cards for sustainability. And that's pretty much it. Graveguard, Dragon, Graveguard, a couple supporting characters, and a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord on the Zombie Dragon. Leo Gonzalez, daily reminder that Nagash was weak. Thank you so much for the donation. And we'll find out if Nagash was weak here. Perhaps so. The Hammer box. It's Hammer time. The Hammers are actually pretty good against Graveguard. So that's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, I'm excited to see how the Peak Gate Guard do. My one concern for this Dwarf army is that the big old dragon here, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, is going to be able to get good breath attacks, potentially, and do a lot of work, but we'll see how it goes. And does he have the wind? What spells does he have? No, he just has Raise Dead, Invocation, as well as the Dance Kebab. So no Winds of Death. Usually you don't see Winds of Death unless you see Manfred, just because it's so expensive. So good luck, have fun. Both players dropping good luck, have fun. Again, good times all the way around. Shetland Apache, of course, a very good dwarf player himself, saying that that's not going to work versus Hammers and Thorgrim. Yeah, Vampire's really trying to grind it out here. Tank, of course, both of these players very active tournament players, so both of them probably have their tricks up their sleeves. But yeah, the Hammer time is going to be pretty nasty for sure. I'm really excited to see those those dwarves in action. And of course, the winner of this game will face Falcon, so it's either going to be the Vampire Counts versus Lizards or Dwarves versus Lizards. And historically, Dwarves have had a pretty good matchup against Dinos, so, Falcon's probably rooting here for the vampire counts, I would imagine, but we'll find out. Hey, Lord Bartholomew, you're very welcome, man. Shellen says, but now I have no money. Yeah, so here they come. Dwarves are going to be actually moving forward. So these dwarves are on the march, and just like Thorgrim in the initial cinematic, he's not going to wait in the caves anymore. He's coming out. He's surging out to war, and the dwarves are leading. Grumbling Guard as well. So a lot of AP in this army. Actually, plenty of answers against Graveguard for sure. As far as missiles go, he has Quarrelers and one group or two groups of the Iron Drakes with Trollhammer torpedoes. So if the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord does screw up for even a moment, he could get pounded by these Trollhammers. Granted, it's a pretty tight formation, so zombie summons should be pretty good at kind of targeting this force. And opening up with a salvo of fire here to the great weapons. And I like this here from Yumai's. Basically, he's rotating away from the pressure here of the Vampire Army and trying to get some freebies here against the Graveguard. But the Graveguard are going to be falling back before anything too disastrous does indeed happen. So Vampires just kind of waddling their way in. No super heavy ranged pressure here from the Dowie in the form of like cannons or anything like that. So, the Vampires can basically take their sweet time marching forward. Quarrelers doing a little bit of poke here against Graveguard, not taking out any models. Graveguard do, of course, have silver shields. So we'll see how that goes. There is no Winds of Death, yeah. And it's not a good idea with the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Like, basically, if you cast a Winds of Death, it's going to basically heavily limit the amount of Raised Deads and other abilities you can cast over the course of the game. So, yeah. Natural Sprinters, indeed. So the Dwarven Quarreler is going to be trying to run back. Granted, they might get caught in a zombie summon. I don't know if that zombie summon was worth it, to be honest. I mean, it's not going to kill any Quarrelers, and now the Dwarven Infantry are just going to clean it up really quickly. And the Quarrelers are going to get back. I mean, I understand, like, had it been able to fully target them, he could have gotten a free pick. But, yeah, basically now those zombies, it's just free Winds of Magic here for the Dowie. So good start so far for the Dwarves. But here comes the Vampire Counts. Graveguard with Grey Open surging about the flanks. And the Trollhammer Torpedoes are looking to maybe scoot out and get some pot shots here against the Graveguard. But you can see the Blood Dragon Lords just kind of lurking and just waiting to kind of swoop on them if they overextend. Oh, no! Oh no, that was exactly what we feared. And look at that, great play by Tank. He's able to get the value he wants. Like, despite the fact the zombie summon wasn't the best, he still gets those hammers lined up and is able to get that juicy breath attack. That's a really painful one for sure. The Dwarven Hammers lose, it looks only like 13 models, but they still take a ton of HP damage. And Dwarves, of course, can't heal, aside from Dwarven characters who can be healed by Felix, but that's pretty much it. So now the main fighting's underway. I think for Tank, it's really going to come down to his breath attacks this game. Yeah, the Dwarven Kite. A mobile box wheel. Yeah, it is a mobile box for sure. And now the vampires come in. Basically, the only casualties the vampires have taken are summoned zombies. So that's really unfortunate. Here you can see the Quarrelers are going to be shooting corpse carts. And yeah, for Yumai's to win this game, he needs to just make sure that he can avoid breath attacks. That's like literally it. If he avoids the breath attacks relatively well, he should be okay. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord probably going to come over here with the Helm of Discord, although it looks like another breath attack. No, it can't be off cooldown yet. And one corpse cart is down, so one corpse cart is fully destroyed basically by the focus fire here from the Iron Drakes. Blood Dragon Lord coming in for a summon here, a nice one on top of the Hammerers here. But the other Trollhammer Torpedo is going to be dropping some firepower here into the Lord up in the sky, but he is able to juke those shots. And now we have Grumbling Guard in the front line fighting. Hammers are fighting Graveguard here, which they should win. Although in a 2v1, maybe not. And in the back we have Warriors of Dragonfire Pass as well. So Trollhammer Torpedoes are making a big effort to kind of move about. And honestly, getting Thorgrim in the Goon Squad and maybe just gooning out like the characters here would be really good. Like, go after that White King. Go after some of those elite troops and see how that goes. So in the meantime, Quarrelers repositioning to shoot up in the sky. Nice breath attack coming in. Yeah, that one was pretty bad. They took about 60%, so there's one more breath attack here from the Vampire Counts. But is it going to be enough? So here on the flank, the Dwarven Hammers, they need some support. And I feel like Thorgrim is being a little bit conservative here. He needs to get into combat. Like, get in here. Oath of Vengeance, Hammer of Karak-Draz, both very useful for sure. But he needs to fight with those characters. They're super fighty. And, I mean, he's still doing a ton of damage here. Hey, Herbert Walker League, my son, thank you so much for the tenor, man. Hopefully you enjoyed your game. You had an excellent game versus Arrow. Much better than I would have done, for sure. Very well played, brother. And thank you so much for the $10, and we'll see you in the next faction war, I'm sure. Thorgrim marching in here in the front line, and now this is what I'm talking about. Getting into battle, Thorgrim plus, you know, a little bit of support from Felix could easily beat down this White King super quickly. Now on the flank, some of the Dwarven Hammers are being pushed off. The Graveguard are very low as well, though, so they're probably going to be crumbling. And here the PK Guard, of course, making very, very quick work of these Graveguard. And so far, it's a pretty close fight. Bounce Fire is like dead even, maybe slightly Vampire favored with those very good breath attacks. But again, dealing with Thorgrim and that like character Death Star at the end game is going to be super tough. So Yumai's here, getting Thorgrim, trying to chase down the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Again, I feel like that's a huge mistake. I think having those three characters pounding this frontline engagement would help him win it. And as a matter of fact, I think he could have killed the White King and some of the other characters by now had he not like pushed out like this. But I mean, it is what it is. He's in the late game, he still might be able to Enzera with the PK Guard and like his character Goon Squad. One more breath attack, if I'm not mistaken, here for the Vampire Lord. I think he's got one more, which I would imagine he's probably going to come over here and try and finish off the PK Guard. Trollheimer torpedoes are still shooting in. Corpse carts are going down, but these corpse carts cost as much as like 2 zombies, so it's not like a huge devastating thing. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord able to get a great jump right there, and it seems like the characters here for the dwarves are kind of just running in circles, not able to get the good engagements, and that's why it's oftentimes not worth it to like try and chase down a character like this, Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, and just stay in combat and get your value that way. Here we have Longbeard still fighting, going to be collapsed unfortunately. The zombies are tar pitting while the Graveguard are able to chop them down. The Dwarf Warriors over here are getting chopped as well. Tank getting another great breath attack. Brutal stuff on the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. But now what you see is what you got. All the missile attacks for the Vampire Lord are out of commission here. But the Dwarves, despite the heroes not necessarily being in combat, are still doing pretty well. Peak Gateguard might be able to chew through all of this. And yeah, Trollheimer torpedoes. Oh no, Oath of Vengeance and Rune of Wrath and Rune are going down the jaw. We are getting some good firepower. Iron Drakes with Trollheimer torpedoes are just absolutely pounding this Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Thorgrim's coming in with the steel chair as well. And he's quite slow, 25 speed, but he is able to get back up in the sky, which seemed a little bit silly since he was, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Thorgrim was like right on his butt. Anyways, he's going to be charging back down, trying to break down the Peak Gate Guard. But if he puts those Trollheimers in guard mode and continues to keep shooting, you might be able to get some good value. But here in the distance, a full health group of Graveguard are now collapsing here onto the Coilers, which is quite unfortunate for those guys. But the zombies here, the Graveguard, pretty much all crumbled off. Here, of course, now you can see the Dwarves doing what they should have been doing earlier, basically getting their characters and just gooning out the Vampire Count characters like the White King and those the other units here. Felix, of course, has a bonus for his infantry and pretty good AP values, not that you need it against a Necromancer. And here in the distance, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is going to be trying to feast on the souls of these Dwarven units that have been separated from the main formation. And Thorgrim is still moving about. There are a lot of zombie summons active as well, so once those zombie summons wear off, certainly going to be a nice boon for the dwarves. And now Thorgrim is going after a good target. Killing the White King here is like easy business for Thorgrim. He'll be able to, like, if he sits there for like a minute, he should be able to karate chop that guy pretty easily. You can see the White King already getting pounded, and it looks like the Trollheimer torpedoes are actually getting some really good focus fire. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord just getting nailed by a couple shots right there, and he's getting danger low, guys. So the White King, oh, stay and kill that White King, man. Oh man, he could have killed that White King if he just stayed in combat there. I mean, the Hammers might be able to do it, the Peak Gate Guard. They, of course, hit very hard, but like he had that kill there. That's pretty unfortunate. Nonetheless, Blood Dragon Vampire Lord chasing off some hammer units over there, which is a good choice. Trollheimer torpedoes are kiting back. One of them, unfortunately, for the sake of the dwarves, is very, very punished here. Felix is now coming in, and Felix has that bonus for his infantry and good AP, so him and Thorgrim should be able to finish off the White King. And this is a nasty, nasty Death Star to have to deal with, these elite characters with hammers. But what's going to happen is, if it does go a little bit later, of course, is that Tank is probably going to get his Blood Dragon Vampire Lord and just snipe Felix. Ooh, nice Rune of Wrath and Rune right there, followed up by Trollheimer Fire. Able to, oh man, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is getting destroyed. One leadership, 1200 HP, danger low here. And now Thorgrim is going to be going to intercept these guys while his hammers and the rest of his units basically just fight to the bitter end here. Yeah, these Graveguard are going to be kind of tough to deal with for sure. Felix providing some nice combat prowess there to the mainline fighting. It looks like the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is able to juke it. He's got some moves for sure. We have the 42 hammers coming in as well. These guys are going to be rear charging here, but Tank, of course, knowing these guys are pretty powerful, and if he can get rid of them, that's going to be a nice boon. Granted, he's got to be careful. Those hammers, if they actually attack the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, could do some huge damage. This game is very close, slightly vampire favored, but I'm telling you, this goon squad of characters with Thorgrim being healed by Felix is so damn powerful. And you can see now these three characters are just making mincemeat of the Graveguard, and the Graveguard are force pathing after the Trollhammers, but Trollhammers are now shooting in quite happily against the other Graveguard here, doing some nice explosion damage. And the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord does get a really juicy invocation, which is going to be quite helpful here as we do progress here in this battle. Now, as far as what dwarves have left, we have some Quarrelers coming back online. The Iron Drakes, the glorious Dwarven Kite, they're actually slower than the Graveguard, and Graveguard are just notoriously slow. But yeah, this goon squad, man, with Hammer of Carrick Draz, Rune of Wrath and Ruin, Oath of Vengeance, Helping Hand, like this is pretty nasty for sure. And I wonder if he's going to try and peel for the Iron Drakes. The Blood Dragon Vampire Lord took some damage in combat against the hammers, but it looks like he is able to stabilize there. The dwarves being chased off over there for the most part, but the Dawi putting up a great fight here for sure. I think had there been a little bit more efficient play in terms of like character gooning in the beginning and leaving Thorgrim to just snipe out the great weapons instead of chasing the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, I think the dwarves could actually be ahead at this point in the game. Nonetheless, Graveguard here are being hit with the Hammer of Carrick Draz, and you can see that the character squad is trying to get them, but now the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, I mean, the only way Tank can really lose this game is if he makes a sloppy engagement with his Lord and just gets picked, because without that Lord, the dwarves would actually win this game. Like, for example, if the Trollhammers can kill him right now, or if he lands and Thorgrim just like backhands him or something, that would actually for sure be a victory for the dwarves, because like, yeah, the Graveguard have good AP, but with Felix healing and like all the damage they can put out, No way. So here the Graveguard are being chased by Thorgrim. Thorgrim has 30 speed. His Throne Bearer's pumping those Dwarven legs. But here you can see Tank probably going to be seizing on the opportunity to goon out the Runesmith, who's actually just steady right now. Could potentially be routed off here. But nonetheless, you can see the Trollhammers are in guard mode shooting. A couple pot shots going up into the sky against the Blooddragon Vampire Lord. No contact being made. Really good jukes by Tank. And, you know, I've notorious often felt like this was a hard matchup for the Vampires. So I have to say Tank's doing a really good job. Anyways, here, Graveguard are being taken out by the Goon Squad. Trollhammer Torpedoes are able to get back, and I would imagine they're going to turn right now and rip a couple shots. Oh, the Rune of Wrath and Ruin is active. Is this going to be enough to get the Jawi back in the game? Shots ripping in. Tank, he goes down to try and dodge the shots, but so many are still making contact, down to 1,300. And the Graveguard here are very, very low at this point. The Character Goon Squad doing an outstanding job. And I would imagine at this point, he just goes in guard mode, fires another couple shots, and tries to rip and take down this Blooddragon Vampire Lord. But yeah, it looks like the Trollhammer is probably going to be taken out finally by that Lord. Balance of Power is still pretty even, actually. Thorgrim, of course, tar-pitted in this army here. Felix and the Runesmith might be able to actually clean these guys off. This game is ludicrous. This is absolutely ludicrous. He's got to be careful if the Blooddragon Vampire Lord overextends and then Felix and the Runesmith are able to hit him a couple times. Here comes a couple attacks from Jaeger. 1392, the Blooddragon Vampire Lord just narrowly dodges that. Man, that was close. His melee defense did hold firm. These Graveguard probably will be killed. Thorgrim, of course, holding quite well, and of course he has some healing. There are some dwarfs coming back, too. We got some hammers over here, and if he can rally all these dwarfs and maybe take out those Graveguard, this is a bold strategy, man. Landing that Blooddragon Vampire Lord in those characters, but I guess at this point you just got to try and kill Felix. Thorgrim is trying to get there, and he does have okay mass, but still pushing through zombies and Graveguard is going to take some time. Yeah, and for the sake of the dwarves, they basically just have to stay like high and tight, keep their forces together to the best of their abilities. Felix is trying, but he's going to get killed really quickly here by this Blooddragon Vampire Lord if he's not careful. He does heal himself too. Oh, but Thorgrim's coming in! The Blooddragon Vampire Lord's in the danger zone. Is he going to get away? 1400 HP. It looks like he hasn't been hit yet. Thorgrim drops a huge elbow on him, down to 1,000. Man, he took a lot of damage there, and he's almost at his healing cap, guys. Graveguard are crumbling. Hammers are coming back in, and in the fourth quarter, they might be able to kill these Graveguard with the support of the other dwarves if the Peak Gate Guard can get there, but yeah, I don't know, hard to say. So healing is now going off. Trollhammer Torpedoes are back, and they're shooting at the Blooddragon Vampire Lord. And the Vampire Lord has to decide, do I go over here and try and goon the characters, or do I have to just juke this firepower? So it looks like the dwarves are trying to pull back here. They're trying to get back and protect the Trollhammers. Well, the Trollhammers are going to get some nice shots. Oh my god, this is crazy. Trollhammer shooting up in the sky, Blooddragon Vampire Lord taking one in the face as he lands, but this should be the end of the Trollhammers at this point. There are 5 of those guys. Felix is actually wavering. He's shaken, yeah. I guess just fighting with him is better at this point. I think, like, trying to catch this and salvage this situation is going to be too much. The Graveguard are able to clean the fight up over there, taking out the remnants of the Dwarven Hammer team. But you can see a lot of the vampires here are certainly not enjoying this fight. Zombies. Okay, I think there's 2 Graveguard. We have 1 Graveguard here and 1 here. So at this point, Thorgrim basically just wants to focus down the Graveguard if he can. And, you know, I would probably grab Felix and, like, put him right behind Thorgrim just to make sure he isn't taking the attacks, because Felix is healing right now. I'm telling you guys, this is really nasty stuff. Like, one screw up here from Tank, and this game could be over. The Thorgrim Death Star is really, really nasty. It's really nasty. Yeah, Karagul is anti-infantry, the item. It's pretty expensive, though. I can understand why he would cut it. He's really trying to min-max his army here, you know. The Trollhammer Torpedoes are running, but they could come back still. There's still 4 of them. That entire time, the Blooddragon Vampire Lord only killed 1. So what's going to happen here is that the Blooddragon Vampire Lord is going to try and goon out Felix. He pretty much has to, because otherwise he might lose this game, believe it or not. Thorgrim is an insanely powerful duelist, and when you give him healing, it just becomes a whole nother layer of difficulty. But if Felix breaks, then it's over pretty much. And Felix is not immune to psychology, so Felix can be terror routed here. And you can see he's wavering. He's taking a lot of damage from the Graveguard, actually. Thorgrim's doing his thing, though. I mean, he's chopping through these guys. These Graveguard are weak binding as well. What runes does he have? Just the Rune of Wrath and Ruin, which he's probably out of charges. Is he going to do a breath attack? No. That would be risky. It might kill a lot of his own Graveguard. Oh my god, this is just intense. This is so tense, and Felix is just holding on, but every second he holds it's healing these other characters here. The zombies are crumbling! The chaff is waning here, guys. More Graveguard with Great Opens are coming in. Oath of Vengeance has been used on these Graveguard right here, the ones with Great Opens, which is smart. Thorgrim might be able to pull off some craziness with his Runesmith, even just those 2. Oh my god, the Helm of Discord was used right there. Oh, beautiful play by Tank. Getting the ideal charge right there on Felix, but not breaking him. Felix holds firm, but he's at his healing cap, and Tank is able to get away with the Blooddragon Vampire Lord. Man. Oh, and Felix is broken! That could be it for the vampires. Remember, Thorgrim is an absolute raid boss, though. And this Blooddragon Vampire Lord's like on death's bed. So Felix, I believe, even if is he healing right now? Thorgrim's not at his healing cap. Thorgrim's still getting healed, but Felix is getting broken. Eumaeus is going to be trying to go and save him, but it's not really possible at this point. What I would probably do if I were you, Mize, is just stay in combat. Because, yeah, just stay in fight and kill as many Graveguard as you can. Felix Jaeger has to tend for himself, and it's lore friendly. You know, he often gets chased off, and while Gotrek does all the work. Anyways, here, you can see that we have Thorgrim doing his thing, going after the Graveguard. It's definitely looking Vampire favored at this point. This is so close. And some of the zombies are crumbling off here. Graveguard have 60 models. These ones have 39. Oh, man, but we still have the Sternsman here, too. And the Runesmith is fully surrounded as well. He's probably exhausted and just having so many issues. Thorgrim is steady, but I'm pretty sure this is going to go to the Vampires. Unless, like, Tank just runs in and lets the Vampire Lord die, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a victory here for the... Because another group of Graveguard with Grey Opens did come in the back here. And, like, they have so much AP. They should be able to chew through. I know. Don't do it. Don't do it. Here, Felix being chased off, 166. The Blood Dragon Vampire Lord in pretty good shape. Man, Tank with some really disciplined play this game. Really disciplined play. And Yumais has played a great game as well. A really, really good game. In my opinion, a couple small mistakes pertaining to his character targeting, but I think he played a really tight game. His slowing plus his Trollhammer torpedoes was super good. And yeah, but, you know, Tank was able to edge it out with some of the infantry and heroic engagements. I don't see the Dwarves doing this. Oath of Vengeance going down. These guys are crumbling now. Graveguard here are actually crumbling as well. -3. I mean, Thorgrim's no joke. If he can break this Runesmith, though, that's probably going to be game blouses. Helm of Discord is activated here. Maybe a breath attack coming in from the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord up in the sky. I got to tell the players to turn off the time limits, or else, because it's supposed to be infinite time. Not that it should matter. I think this game shouldn't go another 4 minutes, but just in case. Come on, Tawi, you can do it. I see people in chat. So the Dwarves are trying. The Runesmith is broken. And now we have Thorgrim Grudgebearer, who's shaken but not stirred. He is the last of his people. He is able to beat down some of the Graveguard here. Tank has no reason to engage with the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. I mean, maybe at this point he could start cycle charging Thorgrim. Yeah, chase off the Runesmith, that's smart. Because if he comes back, that could actually be pretty big. And if you kill the Runesmith too, you might just get army losses on Thorgrim and not have to deal with him, which would be smart. So he's going after the Runesmith now. And Thorgrim's trying his best, but there's so many Graveguard here. There's so many. And you can see this this proud Dowie Runesmith here being chased down by the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Thorgrim's a beast. And, you know, even though the Dwarves have lost this game, I have to say, at least they put on an epic showing in a great battle and brought hammers. The Hammerers. Those guys are always fun. Bringing the ham. Bringing that ham bone. So 13 leadership on Thorgrim. The Runesmith is done for. Army losses will be kicking in a moment, I would imagine. But look at this. The Graveguard are still crumbling before the High King. Crazy stuff. He did have two Trollhammers. He had 2 of them this game, yes. Thorgrim Grudgebearer is going to be going down like a legendary dwarf. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord probably has the Heart Piercing and Helm of Discord now. And he's coming in for the rear charge. It would take Thorgrim a couple attacks to kill the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, and Thorgrim is actually down for the count. So well played! There you guys have it. Tank will be advancing to face Falcon in the next bracket, but of course we still have all the early round games to play. That was nice though. I'm glad that draw kind of went on for a while because it gave me an opportunity to like keep my hands off the keyboard and chill out a little bit. So that's all good. Hey Turin, is it fine if I give away a profit in the Warlock code? Yes. Vason, go ahead. Go ahead, brother. All right. So let us go ahead and update the bracket. The bracket's just coming. The Faction War bracket. Very well played, Yumais. He had a great game, an awesome build with the Dwarven Hammer Time. I love it. But alas, Tank and the foul followers of the Vampire Counts were able to prevail with some really, really good play and great targeting, I have to say. So next, guys, we have Flying Taco versus Chosen of the Norns. It's going to be Vampire Coast facing off against Tomb Kings. GG, well played. And now we're going to be jumping on over here. Loading up the battle in just a moment. I really like this format because of how like rapidly you can jump between games. It's quite nice, actually. Yeah, it was great play all around. And thank you guys so much for joining. I see we have 1,700 people. I really appreciate you guys. We're just about an hour into the stream, and things are going pretty good. We're going to jump in here, update the scorecards. We'll do Flying Taco. So Flying Taco currently has a second place strap to defend. Last time he got second place to Talaxel and Soothsayer, going all the way to the grand finals with the Beastmen. But this time, of course, he's also a Tomb King main. He's opted to play them. We're just going to put Norn for short because his name is really long. And it's going to be Coast versus Tomb Kings. Hey, start when ready. Good luck, have fun. So Han, Chosen of the Norns, is, if I'm not mistaken, a Chinese player in Clan Han, and apparently has a pretty good connection, I've been told. So we'll see how this goes. That's one of the toughest things. I'd love to do more events with like Korean players and Chinese players, but it's really tricky with all the VPN issues and connection issues from the distance. But yeah, it's quite exciting to have him in the event. So it's going to be Flying and Taco versus Norn. Flying Taco, let me make sure he's here. We'll check on the Discord. Perfect. And again, thank you so much to my son Herbert Walker for the $10 donation, and Leo Gonzalez and Eric during that game. Really appreciate you guys. And then we also have a donation from Tyson Bodick. Hot damn. Thank you, Tyson. So Tyson coming in rock hard with that Mike Tyson uppercut, that hook with the 150 Canadian. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. That is a super generous donation, and hopefully you enjoyed the game. Yeah, they're the host of the lobby, so I can't set the timer, but hopefully it shouldn't matter in this matchup. Yeah, Big Tyson coming in there. There's actually a pretty substantial Korean audience, but his full name is Chosen of the Norns. Yes. But for the sake of this, we're going to put it as the just Norns so it fits properly. Thank you so much, Tyson, again for the donation, man. I can't thank you enough. That's super generous. And it certainly helps me pay the prize pool to these players out of pocket. So thank you so much for that, man. Oh, man. This is exciting. All right, let's take a look. So for the forces of our Han clan champion here, we have a mortar, so a single mortar, probably to deal with skeletons, 3 scurvy dogs, 2 rotting leviathans, so 2 giant crab boys. Interesting. Up in the sky, we have a couple fellbats, we have zombies, and we have Luther Harkin with the vampire caster. So clearly plenty of AP, going to be taking an aggressive posture, looking to counter mass archer play, because he has tons of dog harass, tons of bat harass, a really good armor sniping with Luther plus the crabs. And yeah, this is like very much a build designed to deal with a mass skeleton archer play. So I love it. Good build. Now for the forces of Flying Taco, let's take a look. He's got mass skeleton archer, so certainly it's really going to come down to the micro. Is Flying Taco going to be able to actually defend all of his archers from the scurvy dogs and bats using his other elements? Perhaps so. So he's got a bunch of Ushopti here, standard Ushopti. He does have Arc in the Black on foot. Skeleton archers, front line is going to be skeleton warriors across the board. Obviously, you don't need too much against Vampire Coast. We got a couple groups of Nehakara Horsemen, and thankfully for him, he does have 3 Carrion. So Carrion here are going to be super clutch. Basically, 1 Carrion on 1 Fellbat can shut them down, and the 3rd Carrion can be used to go after the mortar or tie up Luther Harkin for like 5 minutes. There is a multitude of options you have here, so we'll see how that goes. So that's it. Both players have really good builds, to be honest. Archers are always good against Vampire Coast. Does he have the Blessed Legion of Demonetization? Yes, he does. So protecting that's quite important to help deal with the crabs. And here you can see that our champion here, Norn, one of our champs, is going to be getting champion of the Vampire Coast is what I meant to say. Is going to be getting his dogs, perhaps in an aggressive vanguard. But for the most part, yeah, the big crabby patties are going to be quite scary to deal with. That's a lot of armor, a lot of HP. And he does have lore vampires, to no surprise. That's, of course, going to be a pretty standard pick. And we'll see how this goes. So, guys, let us know in chat. Are you a fan of the Tomb Kings? Are you a fan of the Foul Vampire Coast? One of my favorite factions. Let us know in the comment section below. Cheer for your champion. We'll see how this one goes. Rubinov, thank you for the 10, man. Really appreciate it. I don't see a message with that, but nonetheless, I really appreciate your support. We are on, my graphics, I think, are on high. I don't know if they're on ultra. I think some of the features are on ultra, but I reduced a couple to increase efficiency. Saying good luck, have fun to one another, and the battle's underway, so crabs are coming in. Luther Harkin screaming forward. With his bat, both players are now taking an immediate kind of survey of their opponent's forces. Mortars are shooting in, and those mortars, of course, going after the Carrion, I think, in the initial volley, so clearly not going to be super accurate. But quickly, we will see the mortars switched probably onto the Blessed Legion. That would by far be the best target. And yeah, this is a very interesting Vampire Coast army. Like, it's very thin, like almost nothing in it, right? Like, as far as infantry goes, you have a couple deckhand mobs, but really it's just like these giant enemy crabs here. I see that we have a pretty mixed audience as it pertains to who they want to win, which is always a good sign. Tomb Kings and Coast, yes, yes. It's a fun matchup. This is actually one of my favorite matchups for these two factions. I feel like they're both like top tier factions, and it's very fair, like a very even matchup. Luther Harkin is like probably one of the reasons why Vampire Coast is like top tier. He's just so powerful. And, you know, honestly, if Flying Taco isn't careful, Arc in the Black could get gooned out really quick. Granted, he does have a ton of archers to put some pepper on Luther. So mortars are shooting in now, going after the skeleton warriors here in the front. And the archers are now going to be unleashing some firepower here into Luther, but I'm sure that he'll be able to juke most of it. He does dodge most of that firepower. And are the dogs getting pressure? I mean, I really like that Flying Taco has the horsemen on the flanks too. It really kind of is corralling the dogs. And if you look, the scurvy dogs are like kind of like yelping and hiding amongst their own troops here. They don't really have like any way to get up and around. So Fellbats here maybe thinking about going after the Nehekar horsemen. The 3 Fellbats actually looking to maybe swarm these carrion. Luther Harkin does engage here versus the horsemen. He's able to get a couple picks, and the scurvy dogs are going to be going in for an alpha strike there as well. Now it's only a matter of time before the Vampire Coast does get kind of cornered here by the archers. They'll eventually be able to get in and start shooting the mortars and other tools here, but a very aggressive play coming in here from Norn. Able to get his Fellbats and dogs and pick a couple models off the horsemen, but nothing to write home about. So I would imagine the Leviathan's probably going to be engaging in the front, although just using their pistols right now, or their shotguns that ride on the back here. And now I would imagine Norn is probably going to send the dogs up and through the middle here and try and like start pressuring the archers, but Flying Taco has really good layers of defense, man. He's got like Ushapti and Nehekar horsemen defending everything. Like he's pretty much covering all of his bases, but the crabs are going in. Dogs are coming in as well. Looks like they're going in a linear formation, going to be trying to escape the pressure and run back through this tight gap here. In the back, Carrion have engaged, Scurvy Dogs have engaged them, and also the Deckhand mobs have as well. But this is really the important fight here. We have the giant enemy crab, Soul Blight being casted by Ark in the Black, which does lower the armor here of the crab by quite a bit. Can't quite get a mouse on him because he's so mucked up here, but he's down to 120, so it's really not that big, but it still is nice. Luther Arkin going to be fighting Ushapti. The crab's taking a lot of firepower. It looks like the skeleton summon from Ark in the Black was dropped as well. And Norn definitely needs to get his Fellbats down. He needs to engage on the archers, just a 1-to-1 ratio. 1 Fellbats, 1 archer. And yeah, I would imagine he's going to be doing that right here. So some of the archers are being pressured down. Luther Harkin is getting some really good damage into the Ushapti, but he's also taking a lot in return. Ark in the Black did get gooned as well, though. If you look at Arkin, he's kind of in dire straits. So Fellbats chasing down the archers, and really good play here from Norn for sure. He's able to get the Fellbats into these guys, mortars onto these ones, and other Fellbats onto the Blessed Legion. So if he can kill all the archers while keeping his crabs and Luther healthy, I mean, he should be in good shape. But Taco's doing a really good job defending most of his elements and also pressuring the back line. These Nehekar horsemen should be able to clean up these Fellbats. The mortar team in the back for Norn is actually able to stabilize, so he keeps his back line intact. I actually thought he was going to be losing a lot more of that right now. Anyways, here the giant enemy crab going to be surging into the skeleton archers here, taking quite a bit of firepower on the approach. Luther Harkin deciding to stay in combat here with the Ushapti, who are in weak binding, but still about half HP, which is good. And it looks like Ark in the Black is going to be coming in with the Spirit Leech on top of Luther here. Certainly peppering down some HP off that boy. And the Blessed Legion is crumbling, negative 19. The other one is taking a lot of damage from the mortars, but the Nehekar horsemen, really good stuff from Taco, are able to clear up those Fellbats. So currently we have a very even battle on our hands. There is an Ushapti summon in the back pocket as well. Man, Luther's really beat up. He needs to get away and like use Invocation or just like use the Hunger or something like that. The Blessed Legion is shut down. More of these Scurvy Dogs here from Norn are going to be trying to get onto these archers as the mortar fire does switch over here and get some pretty good poking shots. I would imagine at this point, though, it feels like the Tomb Kings are maybe doing a little bit better in this engagement. I think that Norn is going to have to resort to sniping and maybe just try and kill Ark in here, just go after him, get some good gooning attempts. Power Siphon being used. Nice little breath attack there, able to get some of the Ushapti, but the skeleton archers here were stabilized, which is really bad. They now have a great concave of fire, and the crabs are going to be taking a lot of damage. Now, where is the vampire caster? Okay, it's right here. I would imagine that there's an invocation coming up soon. The giant enemy crabs are doing a good job holding. One of them's pretty healthy, one of them's a little bit beat up, but there is a really cost-effective invo. That invo is going to heal this crab, Luther. It's going to heal so many good units. And I think the Ushapti summon has been used. Has it? Let's check. He has so many regular Ushapti. Yes, it has. Here it is right now. So those Ushapti were dropped. They're going to be swarming in here. So if the Vampire Coast can endure that, that's going to be quite nice. Zombie Summon coming down as well. Mortar is still raining some fire. And the Vampire Coast back line is still fighting, but the Skeleton Warriors will probably beat these Deckhand Mob Halberds and eventually get in there. I don't know. It's hard to say how that'll go, but the crabs are getting poked down pretty good. Flying Taco still has a fair amount of archers, but ammunition is running a little bit sparse, guys. You can see ammo here on these 69 models. That's what she said is about... yeah, about 10%. These ones are at about, yeah, these guys are going to have to carry the game for sure. They're at like 60% here. But it seems like the crab stack is really holding quite firm. And a lot of the Ushapti are being beaten down by the AP from the crabs and Luther. And man, is Norn going to be able to pull this one out with this big Krabby Patty beatdown here? Mortar's still raining some fire, but not for long. The skeletons have made contact here. Ushapti are falling back. I think at this point he's just going to be like tar pitting with skeletons and trying to take down those giant crabs. But man, this crab Death Star is really, really nasty. It is just not going. There's so much armor. And, you know, Taco did a super good job dealing with, like, dog crafts and some of those other elements, but I have to say, this is some really, really good play for sure. So, Ark in the Black falling back, Staff from Nagash active. Spirit Leeches certainly are going to be super clutch this game, but there are some mass. He's got Ushapti here, Nehekar Horseman. I would imagine Luther, yeah, is just going to sit up here and use his pistol and just try and pick off Arkin while the crabs tank everything. And if the Vampire Coast has another invocation, That's going to be super brutal for sure. Like all that HP back on the crabs and Luther. Oof, that will be quite painful indeed. Ushabti summon will be disappearing here in a moment if it already hasn't. I think it might have. The crab's coming in, jumping on the Ushabti here. Breath attack coming in from Luther. Oh, nice. Gets a ton of damage on Arc in the Black. And guys, it looks like Flying Taco is on the ropes here, but certainly isn't out. He has a ton of Ushabti left. And in the back line, you can see the mortar still going strong. It looks like the halberds are winning, and keeping that mortar online is actually really, really important. If that thing lives, it's going to give him a lot of extra pressure here against this army. So down on the low ground, the Rotting Leviathan just fighting whatever it can, basically. Ushabti are going to be surging in, and Ushabti do have decent AP, but their melee attack's really low when it's not fighting infantry, because they don't benefit from the bonus versus infantry. So the crabs are going to be really durable against the Ushabti. Here, going for a bit of a pound town on this group of Ushabti here. Man, this is such a nasty goon squad. Zombie still fighting over here. Skeleton warriors are crumbling to the halberds. It looks like Norn was able to keep that mortar back online, and it looks like the balance of power is ebbing more and more into the favor here of the Vampire Coast. Up in the sky here, Luther Harkin going to be coming in, going for a steel chair attempt on Arc in the Black. Ooh, Hornswoggle's pop. This is ballsy, though. He might get surrounded, but it looks like Arc in the Black was knocked over. He is, of course, on foot, which is one of the perks of having him on foot here. But a risky play by Norn. I mean, that could lead to, Luther Harkin taking a lot of unnecessary damage, but it was probably worth it, though, I would say. Yeah, I mean, one or two good gooning attempts there on Arkin, like had he been hit, that might have been able to kill him. So Arkin coming back in now and attacking with his staff. He's Hornswoggled and Power Siphon, so his Winds of Magic situation not great. Mortar's doing a really good job of clearing up the chaff, but the crabs are just not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. They're just so tanky. And I wonder what the Invocation situation is. I wonder what his Winds of Magic is. I have a feeling he's trying to get Luther Harkin back here so he can cast one. It looks like that's kind of his agenda right now. More Ushabti are being pulled here from Flying Taco to try and go after Luther. I mean, if Luther does go down, that certainly gives the Vampire or the Tomb Kings a fighting chance here to just like tank those crabs down with like sheer numbers. But if Luther lives, it's pretty much going to be over, I think. So here come the Rotting Leviathans coming in with the atomic butt drops and the crab slaps and all that good stuff. Ushabti here in bad shape, and those mortars are... Yeah, the fact that the mortars are still alive is really painful because all these skeletons and archers are just going to be slowly whittled down. Granted, it depends on the ammo situation. Pretty good ammo there in that mortar. So Luther is 1900 HP, give or take. Really good play here from Taco, getting his horsemen up and around and trapping Luther. That's like a classic like Warcraft 3, StarCraft move. Move past the unit and like trap it in as it tries to run if you have the speed advantage. Some water. Such an intense game. My goodness. Yeah, this is intense. And here you can see Luther Harkin's going to be trying to get back up in the sky, which if he does, ooh, that's really rough. Because now he can basically just stalk Arkin, shoot him with his pistol. I honestly think Luther Harkin might be one of the best lords in the entire game. He just brings so much to the table. Anyways, here, shooting downtown, nice little breath attack there onto the Ushabtis, which are not in the best shape. The crabs are still fighting, but like all the units here, like these guys all have terrible AP values. And you're facing one of the most heavily armored units in the entire game. You're going to be having some problems. So the Rotting Leviathan here doing its thing. Man, Ushabti Grapos would have been so good here. Like 2 or 3 Ushabti Grapos would have just stomped this crab build probably. In the back, you can see this one mortar team is running for the hills, crumbling for the hills. It's going down. The zombies are marching in and attacking here. And the giant crab going to be getting hit with another invo. Brutal. Like all that HP he's been working so hard to get rid of is just now just back. And Luther Harkin comes in and just absolutely steel chairs Arc in the Black. And Norn of Han Clan is going to be advancing on to the next round to face, we'll find out. We don't really know yet. Yeah, that was, the double Leviathan was quite intense. And that is going to be GG. Very well played. Both players played a great game. Taco was able to get super good archer engagements, but those crabs, the armor plus the healing, it was just too much. He didn't have enough AP. Like a Noble or a Tomb Prince or Ushabti Grapos or a War Sphinx. Like he needed something like that, and he just didn't have it. He did not have it. The crabs had the high ground. Very well played to these two fine players. And also special thanks for some donations coming in from Nicholas MJ. He says, it is a sad day when you have to choose between awesome vampires and glorious Tomb Kings, I know. And Rubinoff, again, thank you for your very generous donation as well. So let us go ahead and update the bracket as we prepare for the next tournament here. Chosen of the Norns shall advance. Let's make his name a little bit bigger here. It's so long. I wanted to get him his full name. And he's going to be facing the winner of Random Nicks and Dob Plays. So it's either going to be Bretonia or the Empire. So now, guys, we're going to be jumping on over to our next match. GG, well played. And we're going to do it to it. So well played to Flying Taco. We'll see him back in future Faction Wars. An outstanding player, capable of playing many factions at a high level. And now let us go here and find our next match, which is going to be, unfortunately, the men of the old world fighting and going fisticuffs here. It's going to be Random Nicks versus Dob Plays. Bretonnia versus Empire, which is actually a pretty even matchup, I feel. I tried to do the first round matchups that are fair. So the first round matchups, it's not random. Basically, I just like get feedback from the players on if they think the matchups are fair. And then we do it that way, because it would suck to have like your counter pick in your first matchup, right? So let us go ahead and switch back here. And now we have Random Nix. Random Nix, of course, plays in a lot of my ECLs. And the Great Dov plays, of course, a legend of multiplayer. Let's get the Dov going here. Dov is going to be Empire. Random Nix is Bretonnia. The winner of them is going to go fight Vampire Coast. The Empire has a much better matchup versus Vampire Coast, in my opinion. So Bretonnia, it's much harder. But so I'm sure that Norn is watching and hoping that the Bretonians win. But we'll see how this one goes. Hey guys, start when ready. And Tyson Boddick, I'm sorry your Tomb Kings didn't win, but at least they put up a great fight, brother. And again, thank you so much for the very generous piece there. Turin, imagine a Total War Warhammer tournament staffed by pro SC2 players. Well, they would have to learn the builds, for sure. But once they did, yeah, if they got good at the game, that would be terrifying. Yeah. Turin, since you asked about Greenskin Archers, Orc Archers, Daka, Goblin Archers, Gabos. Gabos! Oh, that's really good. Dov donated earlier, so he did pay his dues. He did pay his dues indeed. So guys, let us know in chat. Are you a fan of the Arthurian Bretonians? King Lewin, the men of the, I guess, the West. Although, yeah, they're kind of like the western end of the old world, or western end of the main continent. I don't know, it doesn't really, but whatever. The whole analogy just got lost in translation there. Let us hear it, guys. Are you a fan of Bretonnia, or do you want the Sons of Sigmar? For the lady, for Sigmar, let us know in chat. Let's get that hype train going for the Great Dov plays and Random Nix, and let's see how this goes. So now, for the forces of Dov, let's go ahead and take a look here. He's got Demogryph Knights, not with Halberds, so the Lance variant, which I've been seeing quite a bit lately. So he might use them in more of a headstrong style here. He does have Volkmar the Grim and his Grim mustache. A couple of Spearmen as well. Gotrek coming in with a Jade Wizard and a Meme Tank. Now, the Meme Tank is actually kind of hard for Bretonnia to kill. It's super armored, causes terror, and if you have healing, man, that is quite nasty indeed. And of course, it would not be Dov plays without Pistoliers. So we have 3 of those guys, and Pistoliers actually can do some decent kiting and backline harass against Bretonnia. So I like it. And now for the forces of Bretonnia. Oh my god, the quad field trebuchet! The Bretonian siege engines! And it's funny because Random Nix played in my ECL recently, and he used the quad trebuchet and actually was able to get a really solid win against a good player with him. So I love it. He does have companions and quest knights, peasant archers, a couple men-at-arms, and just chaff. He has a Manticore summoner, a beastcaster, and up in the sky he does also have King Lewin Leon Kerr. So that's pretty much it. I mean, the Dread quad treb. I don't know if Dov will be ready for this. I mean, probably, because Steam Tanks should be able to snipe it, but I don't know. This is going to be interesting. Misha says the lady protects. I see a lot of Sigmar in here. Oh my god. This is, it's like hard to choose here because they both brought such awesome builds. The Steam Tank versus 4 trebuchets. The rocks are just going to be launching at the freaking Steam Tank. Oh my god. This is Game of Thrones, yes. Game of Thrones strategies. Put the, no, Game of Thrones would be, the trebuchets would be like Vanguard deployed right in front of the enemy army and just like let them get annihilated in the first like 5 seconds of the battle. Yeah. I don't know, Meme Tank, trebuchets, just so many good things. But what's really funny, Random Nix says, let's see who can win Brave Men of the Empire or one big boulder boy, he says, Random Nix. So what's funny is, yes, the Steam Tank has been joked about as a meme, but in this, it's not a meme here in my opinion. Nor are, I mean, the trebuchets have some teeth too. They can get you incremental value against heavy cav actually. So I think like both these builds are like not absolute memes, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Volkmar is going to be hard to kill. Granted, Lewin is a really good answer. Lewin can beat the brakes out of off Volkmar. And Lewin can also kill the Steam Tank pretty effectively too. So if the Bretonians can like snipe all the infantry, and yeah, you can see the trebuchet fire has opened up here, and it's already doing some decent damage against the spearmen. Dov does have gold chevrons on most of his spearmen, actually. You can see they all have a lot of chevron work put in them. He also has the Sigmar Sons, which is pretty much a staple. Gottrek's going to be tough to deal with as well. Trebs, oh my god, look at the trebuchets, just all missing horribly. Just horrible accuracy here. In the meantime, you can see the Pistoliers circling around the flank, going after Lewin. I would imagine the Peasant Archers will have something to say to them. Peasant Archers, of course, have a 160 range against 80 here, so he's probably just going to sit back and let the Peasant Archers screen those guys out. And, you know, Dov does have some nice natural terrain here. He does, of course, have this tree line at which he can hide behind. So the trebuchets are going to be slightly obstructed. So far, the trebs haven't really done too much. I would imagine they're looking for like Demogryph Knights, and Dov like didn't decide to contest the mobile game. Like he doesn't have any like demis aside from this one group. He doesn't have the Royal Altdorf Griffites who are super common here. So his build's certainly very off meta, but still very, very powerful. Pistoliers coming up on the flank, going to be taking some pot shots maybe at whatever they can. Maybe just the flank of the Battle Pilgrims, but the Peasant Archers are going to force them back. Trebuchet shooting in, still getting some decent fire. Looks like here they hit the Spearmen. Probably should go after Sigmar's Sons, or the Sons of Sigmar. I wonder, I mean, eventually they probably will have to shoot at the Steam Tank if they stay functional. The Bretonnians do also have Questing Knights. It looks like the Trebuchets are actually shooting at the Pistoliers, which is pretty hilarious. Peasant Archers saturating a little bit of fire in there, but now the Empire has made it in. The Steam Tank is going to be charging into the front line, and I don't see the Bretonnian front line holding too long. With Volkmar the Grim there. Granted, if Lewin supports and the Questing Knights are pulled in to help in that fight, perhaps so. We have Gotrek coming in as well. Looks like there is going to be an Awakening of the Wood or something going down here. I would imagine some sort of vortex. Oh, a banishment coming down. Oh, that's right, Volkmar has a banishment. And here you can see Volkmar coming in, just absolutely running over that damsel. Lewin comes in, as do the companions who do have the Pan's Impenetrable Pelt, getting a lot of AP value against that Steam Tank there. And it looks like the Empire might be forced back here. Random Nix and his Trebuchet still shooting in as well. And here Dov is basically just picking apart some Men-at-Arms who've overextended here. So a little bit of a misplay there, but Dov able to get some really good value. Nonetheless, the Soulfire Bombardment able to go down, doing a lot of damage. It's a really, really powerful spell. And the Questing Knights in the back are just looking for opportunities to engage here, slamming into the back of these Empire State troops. But the Demogryph Knights might be able to follow up in suit and get a really nice charge. We'll find out here in a moment. But here in the center fight, Lewin's doing a really good job, but Gottschalk's in there. I mean, he's got to be careful. The Companions are still holding quite firm, and it seems like the Bretonnians are having a pretty good fight here in the main engagement. Granted, Dov able to get some really good picks here, just picking off the Men-at-Arms and the Spearmen. Basically, he's just kind of using the Pistoliers to wear down these troops, which, you know, if the backline defense of the Trebuchets falls, that's a lot of gold you're going to lose. So I'm not really sure where the Trebs are shooting. Let's go ahead and watch for a moment. I think they might just be shooting into this blob here. The Manticore Summon from Random Nix has been used, and it's trying to goon out Dov's Jade Wizard, but it looks like it hasn't been able to make great contact yet. Lewin has taken a lot of damage from Gotrek actually, so he's got to be careful. But Lewin coming back here, trying to work on that Steam Tank. Demogryph Knights have been sent into combat as well, and it seems like the Empire is getting the upper hand in this engagement, like ever so slightly. Lewin's taken a lot of damage. The Manticore is not able to get too much damage on the Jade Wizard, but there goes the Jade Wizard. And I see why Random Nix is going so balls deep and trying to take out the Jade Wizard, because it can heal the Steam Tank. So if you could actually break and chase off that Jade Wizard, that's going to be like mega value. Demogryph Knights are forced back as well. It seems like Bretonnia is actually stabilizing this center fight. Gotrek, of course, anchoring pretty well, but the Companions with Scroll of Shielding and just all sorts of scary stuff seem to be doing the trick. I would imagine this is going to be a Manticore summon here to go and chase down that Jade Wizard, which he 100% needs to kill. Also, mind you, Lewin does have healing. He heals himself, so that's going to be a pretty big boon for him. In the meantime, Bretonnia is coming down the hill, going to be charging into these Pistoliers who are trying to shut down the Peasant mobs, and the Lifecaster is back for Dov plays, so if he's going to... He needs to get something real quick, like get some healing on the Steam Tank and Volkmar here in Gotrek before it goes. But it looks like he's going to opt to regrowth the Demogryph Knights, which is also a very good choice. I mean, both good options. But the Trebuchets are just pounding into the Demogryph Knights. Man, Trebuchet meta doing so much work here against these Knights. But yeah, battle's really, really close. It's anyone's game. And also, Dov does get the charge here against the Companions who were not ready for it. Random Nix probably needs to pull these Spearmen at Arms over here to help out a little bit. Lewin coming in here. Manticore being used to try and finish off the Jade Wizard. A little bit slow on the draw there, but Lewin's coming in as well, just both committing to that fight very heavily. And the other Questing Knights who are kind of roving around the battlefield have now engaged here in the main fight. And the Trebuchets are still shooting. I mean, that's really, you know, a lot of damage coming in. 38 kills here, 22 right here, 25 here, and only 8 on those guys. But I feel like they're shooting the Demogryph Knights. Jade Wizard able to stabilize. Really good play here by Dov, keeping that Jade Wizard alive. And the Questing Knights here are going to get pounded by the Steam Tank and just kind of a sheer volume of fire. Gottrek's also going to be very, very tough to deal with here. So here comes the fight of fights. Feral Manticore going in. Lewin going in. Nice Soulfire Bombardment right there, able to just wreck all the Bretonnian Questing Knights. And now Dov has a really nasty Death Star. Like, really nasty. Banishment going down to the back against the Trebuchet. Lewin is able to get the Lifecaster, which is a really good play, like I said, for stopping the healing to the Steam Tank and some of these other elements here. So there goes the Jade Wizard. I would imagine that he's not going to get off so easily this time. I think Lewin's actually going to commit and make sure to finish him off here. So Men-at-Arms are rushing in, just getting absolutely destroyed. Trebuchet still shooting in. Pretty functional here, just getting some downtown fire against whatever they can. It looks like they might be turning their sights in the frontline engagement, though. And now, you know, Volkmar's coming in. He's pretty pissed. Empire doesn't have too much left in the way of, like, troops, but neither does the Bretonnians. They have some Peasant Archers here who are doing okay. Looks like Random Nix has some, like, random Spearmen over here. He needs to get those guys back into the fight, or, like, pull them back and around to support the Trebuchets. And the Jade Wizard is wavering, but he's back, you know. He really needs to finish that guy off. Every time he lets that Jade Wizard come back and it gets a heal off on these tanks, like, that's disastrous. But it looks like he is going to react pretty quick here and should be able to finish off that Jade Wizard. Here comes a shot. Trebuchets are coming in, going after the Demogryph Knights. And does he make contact? Jade Wizard gets knocked over. And nice heal there. Really quick reaction from Dov. He's able to get that heal off on the Demogryph Knights. But Demis will crumble to King Lewin, but not before they do some damage, honestly, which is quite nice. So Trebuchet's back here in a bit of a scary situation. It looks like some of the remnants of the Questing Knights, the companions, are going to be sent to try and peel off these Pistoliers. Trebuchet's still shooting. Really good ammo on these guys. And yeah, they're basically just going after like the Spearmen and some of these loose infantry here. Lewin is able to deal with the Demis, it looks like. Or actually, no, he actually had to run. Wow. Now I would imagine he's going to go after this Jade Wizard. What a great game between these two players. And now you can see that we do have Volkmar the Grim riding down a lot of those peasant bowmen who are obviously not happy about the situation. And some of the Trebuchet crews are starting to falter. And with that, you can see the Sons of Sigmar are pulling ahead in this very mishealing as well. Although it looks like, guys, Volkmar just got whacked by something. Oh, but the Damsel. And maybe the Trebuchets are shooting him as well. Okay. Random Nix does have those random Spearmen coming in, finally. Although, if Dov loses Volkmar here, that could be disastrous. Oh, no. Volkmar is getting worked on, and if Lewin comes over here and kills Volkmar while he's away from his support, Lewin might be able to win this game with like cycle charging and some other elements, like picking off the weaker parts of the army. But right now, it looks like he's opting to try and free up the Trebuchets. That Damsel putting some work in. Man, she's got her cane out for sure. Crazy stuff. So Lewin coming in here, again, trying to deal with these Spearmen as they approach. They do get terrified off, so the Trebuchets are still functional. All 4 Trebuchets are still firing, which is insanity. The Spearmen at Arms, the other ones on the far side, have come back in. Balance of Power is pulling back towards the middle, guys. The Bretonnians and the Lady will it, perhaps. Who knows? But anyways, these Spearmen at Arms aren't going to last long. It's really going to come down to Lewin's gooning. And I have to say, those Trebs are going to start really hurting, like the remnants of this army. Like, you could even start putting the Trebuchets into Volkmar, and it could probably do some decent damage. They're just regular field Trebs. It looks like Lewin is being targeted by the Steam Tank's Focus Fire, which is a really good choice. And the Trebs are just raining rocks into this formation, just clunking into the side of that Steam Tank there. But the Bounce of Power is getting a little bit scary for Bretonnia as Lewin is not juking. He's just eating those shots like a champion, really trying to secure his Trebuchets. But at this point, he got Battle Pilgrims, he's got Archers. He just needs to get some Lewin plays in here and maybe regenerate a little bit more. So Treb shooting in, going into the infantry here and the Spearmen. Actually shooting into the Steam Tank, believe it or not. And he's getting some good damage, guys. The Steam Tank is getting worn down. But Lewin is going to have to make some MLG, like pro gamer plays here. He's going to have to just go ham. Questing Knights charging in, trying to clean up the last of the spears. Gotrek has arrived at the first field Trebuchet. The Steam Tank's actually getting danger low, guys. It's getting really, really low. The Trebuchets are actually hitting it relatively well, which is hilarious. Lewin's going to be getting back up in the sky, 462 in terms of HP. Dov is able to... Oh, and the Steam Tank falls! The Steam Tank goes down to the field Trebuchet fire. So I would imagine at this point, the Trebuchet should probably focus on Volkmar. Over here, the Bretonnians are able to clean up some of the Spearman chaff. Lewin's coming back. He does have 524 HP. Dov coming in with Volkmar, but he can't... Bretonnia can't really attack Volkmar because of Lewin. So I would imagine Lewin's just going to try and goon out the safe pick here, go for the Jade Wizard. Peasant Archers are probably going to be sent into melee combat. And if the Bretonnian can pull away... Oh, that's really unfortunate. Lewin did the attack animation that pulls him closer to his enemy here. But now he's going to be pulling back -3. And is he going to break? He's shaken, but he stabilizes. Peasant Archers are still shooting. We have a little bit of ammo left. Trebuchet shooting in. Just throwing rocks at whatever they can. Oh my god, this is just... the rocks are just dropping some hot rocks here. The Bretonnians do have some Questing Knights over here, who perhaps could come back. But with Lewin broken, it looks like Dov is going to pull this out because Gottschalk's going to be such a nightmare for Lewin to finish, as is Volkmar. And guys, that is going to be a victory for the Sons of Sigmar, and Dov plays. What an outstanding game by those two guys. Man, the field Trebuchet is almost pulling it out. And I have to say, they were pretty scary. They just hammered that Steam Tank there at the end. The Chad Trebuchet versus the tank. Oh man, what a great game. So now, guys, let's go ahead and update the bracket. Dov plays will be advancing on to face the Vampire Coast. So we have Empire versus Coast. A good matchup for the Empire, for sure. Next, we have Hadries versus Exploding Hamster. I might have to restart my game. Sometimes it does crash. Come on. Don't crash on my game. It's okay if the game crashes. All this minimizing, causing problems. That was a really fun game. And also we have a couple donations coming in from Rando Howard. Thank you for the 20. I missed the kickoff. I shall travel backward in time. When I cash up, you can tell me if they... Yes, the patch has fixed the chevron problem. Yes. And a very dissatisfied dwarf donated $2 asking, favorite Star Wars faction? Oh man, I don't know. I don't know too much about... I mean, I'm not... I of course have seen all the Star Wars movies and know the basic lore, but I'm not terribly knowledgeable of all that stuff. So we have to force quit Warhammer real quick and reboot it. Thankfully, it didn't freeze my whole thing, which happens sometimes. Yeah, when I first had the screen blocker up in the earlier game, I was like, man, so many people are messaging me. I didn't know what it was about. I thought people were just excited that it was for the blocker. Way to go, Dob. That was a great game, wasn't it? That was a great game. Yeah, Zyphos waits at the end, guys. Zyphos is our sub-faction champion. I'm so excited to see what he does with Nagaraith. It's going to be really funny if he brings like none of the unique units, none of the Shadow Walkers. But again, there are some matchups where you don't want to bring them, so. There's a lot of good players playing today. You know, people who you would normally think would win are going to get, you know, taken out early, et cetera, et cetera. It's any given Sunday, really. And it is best of one, so it's not necessarily like the best, you know, they don't get to do picks and bans. It's a little bit different, Faction War format. We just got to restart the game real quick, guys. The Dwarves, Seth, have unfortunately been eliminated, but it was by Umais, and he had a great game against tanks, vampire counts. Yeah. I am the lord of the screen blockers, yes. So we have Exploding Hamster versus Hadries. So it's going to be Dark Elves versus Skaven. This is a really fun matchup, actually. Exploding Hamster brings some really off-kilter builds, too. Like, they're really good builds, but they're not meta by any stretch of the imagination. All right, so let's go ahead and load into the game here. And I believe Hadries is on the left-hand side. No, Hamster is. So let's go ahead and update the nameplates. We could fit his full name, why not? And if you guys haven't seen Exploding Hamster, if any folks are from Germany out there, or anywhere, if you can speak German, he is a German content creator and does really good content, tournament play, all kinds of good stuff. So make sure to check him out. He's an awesome guy. Hadries is next. And start. Hey. Go have fun. Start when ready. Let's do it to it. Random Nix, very well played to you, brother. Thank you for bringing in an extremely entertaining build. We don't need a screen blocker, it's fine. We'll load in here. Yeah, the High Elves have advanced. The Dark Elves here are going to potentially advance. Or the Skaven, who knows. The Wood Elves had a very close fight earlier against Norska, but did fall to the Norskins. Yeah, it's a really fun format. Imagine Faction Wars once Total War Warhammer. Yeah, once there's like 20 factions, things are going to get really wild. Yeah. Yeah, and we'll keep doing Faction Wars. I mean, you guys seem to enjoy it. So, and if you guys do enjoy this content, please do drop a like in the comment section below. Or in the, not comment section, but in the like section, whatever the hell it's called. It's really helpful from a business perspective. And I do this for a living. It's my full-time job. So, again, guys, helps me out quite a bit, and I really appreciate it. All right, so now for Exploding Hamster, a massive Gutter Runner Vanguard. Look at this. Gutter Runners with poison, some regular ones, just to kind of mix and match, which is nice because you don't need poison on every single one. A couple Skaven Slaves. He does have a couple Slingers. Oh my god, just a massive firing line coming in here from Exploding Hamster. He's got an Eshin Sorcerer with the Ninja Stars and a Master Assassin. Just doing like rat karate back here. He's got 2 Doom Wheels, 2 Doom Players, and that is pretty much it. Oh my god, what an army. Absolute madness. I was expecting something totally different. And now for Hadries, we got a couple of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. We have 2 Scourge Runner Chariots, which of course are always a staple. We have a Malekith up in the sky, I would imagine. Harpies and Vanguard and Dark Riders. So really expecting a gun line, it looks like. And, you know, Hamster's Skaven Slave line might get compromised, but that's not a huge deal. But I don't know. I feel like Skaven do often go with gun lines and turtles. So most Dark Elf players are going to bring a ton of like Harpies and pressure tools like Dark Riders. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see if Exploding Hamster can do this. It certainly seems like it's going to be hard, but really cool builds. Really cool builds indeed. This is awesome. I mean, it's hard not to love this Skaven army. The Master Assassin with Looming Dread and like a million Gutter Runners, which will be actually quite good against Scourge Runners. The biggest issue for Hamster is going to be dealing with all the Harpies and like Harvesters and like Dark Riders back here. That's going to be really nasty. Hamster says he's ready. Good luck, my friend. Teenage Mutant Ninja Rats. I know, it's like Master Splinter there. Good luck, have fun to the players. Hadries says he's all set. Hadries had a really good run last time as well with his Dark Elves, making it, I believe, to the semifinals. Hadries, of course, a very active tournament player, as is Hamster. Hamster plays in a lot of tournaments, and it's not often you see creators like playing in tournaments often, but he does, and he's really good. So the Skaven are going to push forward. Doom Wheel is certainly going to be something to deal with. Double Doom Wheel, that's no joke. And oh, look at this. He uses the speed of Lycos to give this Doom Wheel stock and unspottable. Oh, that's so awesome. And the Doom Wheel comes out of hiding and charges into the into the Scourge Runner Chariots. So Scourge Runner's taking a lot of poke, Flares charging in as well. So far, the Skaven getting some pretty heavy damage against the Scourge Runners from all their skirmishing elements, but now Hadri's coming in with a massive counterpunch. Let's go ahead and get a big macro view here so you guys can see everything, but basically the Harpies and all those tools are going to be screaming in and potentially doing a lot of damage, but one Scourge Runner Chariot's already offline. I mean, it's broken here, it's terrified. Malekith is jumping in to help out, and it looks like there's going to be some sort of a Soul Stealer going down here, or Soul Blight, some sort of witchcraft. The Crows of Cain have landed in the back line, shutting down some of the Skaven Slave Slingers, but that's the thing. Most of those Slingers are just Skaven Slave Slingers. They're not actually expensive units. They're really, really cheap. And the Dark Elf Infantry are being crumped. Dreadspear's taking some damage. Doomwheel here taking some damage as well. And it seems like the Doomwheels are doing pretty good. If Exploding Hamster can make sure to not lose his Lord to, Malekith gooning, I think he's in pretty good shape, to be honest. Over here, we do have a Doomwheel and some Flares being fully surrounded here, though. This is a really good situation here for Hadri's. Basically, he can pull Malekith over here, take out the Doomwheel, take out these Flares, and that's a lot of free real estate, to say the least. And I don't know if there's too much magic aside from the Eshin Sorcerer, and you can see they're getting some good attacks here against Malekith, who is afflicted by Looming Dread. Here comes a Gaze of Cain or a Gaze of Malice right there on some Skaven Slaves, which isn't terribly solid. In the back line, Harpies are cleaning up some of the chaff, but they're also being kited as well. You can see these Gutter Runners here. This whole kind of presence on the battlefield, there's 3 of them, have done a really good job, and they're probably going to be able to come in and peel off these Scourge Runner Chariots if played correctly here. And the Skaven here, the Master Assassin getting into combat against Slaanesha's Harvesters, who are taking some poke. Eshin Sorcerer coming in, and it looks like some of the Doom players were able to escape. Unfortunately for Hamster, one Doomwheel is kind of trapped up here, and it looks like the Soul Stealer is being used there as well. So this is an absolutely chaotic fight. But again, I think Hamster still has a lot of good skirmishing elements. Some of the Harpies are being cleaned up, some running off the edge of the map, and Scourge Runners are being counterplayed rather effectively here by the Gutter Runners. So here comes Malekith for a big engagement here. If he's able to goon out the Master Assassin, that could probably be something that could spell doom for the Skaven, but if Exploding Hamster is able to get away using his Slippery and some of those other elements, he probably will be still in fighting shape here. So we'll see if the Master Assassin can get away. There is a Doom player here against Malekith, which should be able to pin him in place. And that one Doomwheel is indeed broken. Now, these Skaven still have a good skirmishing core, like I said. They're basically just kiting backwards, but being chased by Harpies. A lot of stuff here, that'd be pretty painful. So, Exploding Hamster gets one of those Gutter Runners, sends him in as pretty much sacrificial lambs to block up that charge there, and continues to kite back with his other Ninja Rats. In the meantime, the Skaven Lord is okay. It looks like Looming Dread was used, perhaps. No, it looks like it wasn't. Eshin Sorcerer is still running around as well. All he really has is the Ninja Star ability, but it looks like this Doomwheel is going to be attacked by Malekith. And the kite is going pretty well. I mean, maybe he could peel off these Scourge Runners here and try and free up his other Doomwheel, which would be quite good. But currently, as it stands, it looks like the Dark Elves are pulling ahead in the bounce of power here, just ever so slightly. The Master Assassin still doing his thing, trying to poke Malekith where he can and get the little value, but the Dark Elves just have so many pursuing elements in the form of Harpies and Dark Riders. He was really seemed to be expecting some sort of kite or some sort of a gunline build here from the Skaven. Granted, the last couple times I've seen Exploding Hamster played, he played Plague Monks and very infantry heavy builds, but against Scourge Runners, I feel like it would just be a losing situation. Those Scourge Runners have actually been nerfed. Anyways, Master Assassin here throwing his Ninja Stars into Malekith pretty steadily. Looks like the Crows of Cain are back in business, and the Slaanesha's Harvester is still chasing down a bunch of Gutter Runners with poison. And another Soul Stealer perhaps being used here. Yes, a Soul Stealer, but a very nice play here from Hamster. He was able to dodge that. But nonetheless, Hadri's still going to get a ton of value here. So very well played to him. Able to hit the Doom players, it looks like, or maybe that was just a complete whiff. Anyways, Master Assassin is on the run. A pretty scary situation for him. Very heavily outclassed by a Master Wizard here with a Black Dragon. But he's going to be able to kite a little bit. Looming Dread is used. So Malekith is slowed down to 46 speed, which means the Assassin is quite a bit faster with 66 speed. So could potentially kite, but the bounce power is looking pretty heavily favored for the Dark Elves. I mean, the problem is a lot of Skaven skirmishers here are out of ammo at this point. You can see there's basically just a couple Gutter Runners here, but they're out of ammo. There's a couple Skaven Slaves with ammo, but for the most part, the Dark Elves have a lot left. And Malekith is an absolute raid boss. You need to have a lot to deal with someone like Malekith, as he is able to chase off the Master Assassin. And it looks like the Dark Elves are going to advance. Man, you got to give mad props to Exploding Hamster. And remember, guys, at the end of the stream, there is a vote for the Hero of the People. So the Hero of the People is just whatever build you thought was the best or the player was the most fun to watch. You can drop that. Last time, Romulan Dog did win that with his Bloated Corpse play. So here, the Crows of Cain going to be chasing down these Gutter Runners. Malekith going to chase off that Master Assassin. The Skaven Doomwheel getting caught over here was pretty disastrous as well. But I really did like the build there. I think had there not been so much backline pressure, it could have been a little bit better. But yeah, that was a lot of Dark Elf pressure. And Hadri's did an outstanding job of chasing. He was just all over it. Very well played. It was still a relatively long game. Both players did a solid job, and congratulations to the Dark Elves, who shall be advancing. So the Druchii advance once more. Obviously, Dark Elves and Skaven, both top-tier factions in tournament play, and I think are widely considered to be very powerful factions. But Exploding Hamster always bringing just awesome builds. I mean, look at that build. Just so cool. And let us go ahead and update the brackets. Faction War bracket. Hadries will advance on. And now we'll see if Zach and Zyphos are ready. If they're not, we can go to the top and play Aerocrastic versus Undertaker. So 1 second, guys. Oh my god, so many messages. Hold on. Let me just clean up all these messages. Thank you guys all for the messages regarding the screen blocker. Oh man, it's so funny. Please create the next set of games. And now we have Zach is ready. So Zach and Zyphos are indeed ready. Well played to these two fine gentlemen. So now we have Nagaraith facing off against... one sec here. Should be loading in just a second. Let's see if they've made their game yet. Does not look like it. So let me check with the folks. And Zyphos. And Zach. You're up. Host that lobby. Perfect, guys. So we have a little bit of a lull here, a little bit of time to relax while the players get their business ready. Thank you guys so much for joining today. The quad trebuchet, I know the quad treb is pretty hard to vote against, but again, that's at the end of the stream. So there's still many more games to be played. So just take note of the games you really enjoyed, and we'll have a Hero of the People vote at the very end. Yeah, Alexia, for sure. Absolutely. Did the Vampire Coast advance? Yes, the Vampire Coast did win. So if you guys take a look at the brackets right now, you can see we have, at the top, we have High Elves facing off against Norska, which would be fun. We have Lizardmen against Vampire Counts. We have Vampire Coast against Empire. And then Hadries Dark Elves is either going to be facing Nagaraith or the Greenskins. Too many messages. I'm too weak, Anakin. I can't hold any longer. All right, so the lobby should be up here. Zyphos versus Zach. See if they listened to me regarding the password. They did. So Zach should be able to see it in just a moment, and we'll get this show on the road. In the meantime, I'm going to change the nameplates once I get into the lobby. Zyphos, of course, always a hero. And let's go ahead and jump in here. So guys, got to update the nameplate. Awesome game last time. Zyphos shall be on Nagaraith, and Zach is going to be Zach be sane. Hold on 1 sec, guys. Perfect. So these guys will need a little bit of time to pick their army since one of them just got here. So we'll do that to it. Let's go ahead here. Pick the maps for the next event, for the next tier. So we should have how many games? Let's go ahead and take a look. While they set this up, we have the Faction War bracket. 1, 2, 3, 4 games. So we'll need 4 maps. And again, guys, this is who's all playing today. If you guys want to see the champions of the respective factions, you can see that. Perfect. Match from top to bottom. So guys, we'll do that one. Players loading in their armies, which is quite exciting. Wastes and Troll Country. Pick those armies and go. Well, wait for me. Perfect. Then we have a donation coming in from Garland. He says, a little contribution, by the way. How fared the tutorial from Lady Turin? She's working on it. Mostly done. She's Lady Turin's actually making a custom Vampire Coast treasure chest right now, which is absolutely awesome. And as soon as we have some progress on it, we'll make sure to show you guys. So Garland, thank you so much, man, for that very generous donation. Zyphos is ready. Zach is just about ready. Oh my god, I love the build from Zyphos. It's masterful. It's so good. So Zyphos is our one sub-faction player. Currently in Total War Warhammer, there are 15 basically main factions with a couple sub-factions. So to round it out to an even 16 to make sure the bracket looks nice, we basically have to bring in a 16th player who has to play a unique sub-faction. So Nagaraith does have a unique unit in the form of Shadow Walkers, which are basically like Way Watchers with less AP, but they also have like some other utility in combat. They're much better in combat, and they you know, they're a pretty cool unit. Start when ready. The players are going to load in here. The Tomb King were defeated earlier, yes. The maps for the next round have been sent. And again, Garland, thank you so much for the very generous donation, brother. I feel like, I mean, Xiphos has a pretty well-known playstyle. He really likes to kite and play that sort of game. So I would imagine that Zach is going to bring like 500 million Spider Riders and just like tons of like cheap goblin like chaff just to like swarm. And I mean, Xiphos doesn't have to play the Shadow King. He can play, not a Glady, but a prince or a princess. That's pretty much his only option, though, because if you play Nagarath, it gets rid of all the other legendary lords except Elithanar. So, I don't know. Probably going to see him at some point today if he does advance, but nonetheless, we'll see how this goes. Eshin is a pretty good map. There are some tree lines and kind of a... So, Zach asking if his build is legal. One sec. Cool. Oh, I should do this. One sec, guys. And the battle's underway, so we're loading in here. Of course, I will load back into the battle. I know we're currently on a holding screen, so I'll switch back to the battle in a moment. I'm just doing it because the screen blocker, I didn't feel like switching back to that. So we'll do it in here in just a moment. So Eshin is the map. Thank you guys so much for joining on the Faction War. This will actually conclude the initial round of 16 here, and then we're going to go to the round of 8 and continue forward from there. So let me go ahead and minimize as the players load in. We'll switch back to the glorious battle screen, which should pop up here in a second. Again, guys, thank you so much for joining today. Really appreciate all the support, all the camaraderie, all the brotherhood and sisterhood, and all that good stuff. It's been a good run so far. 1.8K, not bad. We're doing it. Spreading the wealth. Bought a friend of mine a new computer as her old one died. Hey, that's really generous of you, man. Yes, and I kept the screen blocker or the screen up because I was checking out the builds, and I was also didn't want, just in case one of them accidentally has a stream open, I don't want them to accidentally see the build, because it can happen, like when you're tapping through Windows, because most players who are, of course, playing in this tournament watch the stream in their downtime in between, so it's an easy thing to accidentally leave on. Yes. All right, let me go ahead and check this. Make sure everything looks good on the page. It does. All right, guys. So for the forces of Xiphos, oh baby, he did it for us. Xiphos has brought Shadow Walkers and Shadow Warriors. So 2 groups of Shadow Walkers. So for anyone who hasn't seen these, and probably that's most of you guys because they're super uncommon in multiplayer, Shadow Walkers have insanely good melee attack and combat, actually. 40, 27, 34, with a bonus for its infantry and melee. They also have 180 range and poison missile attacks and poison melee attacks. So Shadow Walkers certainly have a lot of utility. He's got 2 of those. He's got Shadow Warriors. In the back, he's got 3 Reavers, a Lithanar, a Lore Master of Hoth, and 2 Big Birds. So 2 Flamespire Phoenixes. And that's pretty much it. So for the forces of the Greenskins, yeah, it's going to be an all-out rush. It has to be. I mean, he's playing Xiphos. So he does have the Arachnarok Spider here, who, of course, is going to be a great anchor. Very armored, very tough to kill for non-AP missiles. He's got Wolf Riders. He's got Goblins. He's got Squig Hoppers. He's got Pigs. He's got basically a whole mishmash of random Greenskin Cav units. On top of that, he does have Azag as well, with Spirit Leech and Buna. And is Xiphos going to be able to hold back this tide? This is going to be a tough task for sure. Granted, Elithanar does have really good AP with his missiles, so if he's able to sit and shoot that Spider or Azag, he can certainly do a ton of damage. So guys, let's hear it in chat. Who wants the Shadow King to defend his crown once more with Nagarath? Or are you guys a fan of the Big Wah coming in hot, led by Zach B. Sane? So let us know in chat, who is your champion for this battle? And proclaim your champ. That is pretty much it. It's a trap. Potentially a trap. Potentially a trap for sure. That is a lot of pressure. Wolf Riders are shielded. I mean, most of the Greenskin roster is shielded. The Reavers are a really good pick here from Xiphos. They can usually beat most Greenskin Cav units, and they're very cheap. So you don't really... I mean, you could have brought something like Dragon Princes, because Dragon Princes would really just stomp them into the ground, but with this many archers, I mean, that is an expensive composition for sure. Yeah, it's basically a goblin army. I mean, I don't think there's too many orcs. It's mostly squigs. I mean, there is orc pigs in the back. We got the Broken Test Mob and some Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins. And we have a spider and also Azag, who's an orc. So the spider is more goblin than anything. I know it's hard to choose here. We're being spoiled. So the main fighting is underway. Zyphos is going to see that the greenskins are coming from this hill, so he's probably just going to be trying to pick off these guys. He needs to be really smart about his ammo, though. Like, he cannot be wasting shots like that against Wolf Riders until they're, like, really pressuring him. So goblins going to be coming in. These are the unbreakable ROR goblins, which are going to be a sticky pain in the butt, I would imagine. Some loose firepower coming in. I'm not sure what they're shooting at. Man, Zyphos has to be super careful with that ammo. So the Night Goblins here are going to be getting Shrek'd pretty good. You can see that we do have the Flamespire Phoenix jumping in there and doing a little bit of poke and stroke. But they are shielded goblins, so it's not going to be like super cost effective, but nonetheless getting some damage. The Flamespire Phoenixes against greenskins can also carry. They cause terror, and with their regeneration, they're pretty nasty. But I would imagine at this point that Elithanar is going to start shooting at the Arachnarch Queen. You got to wear that beast down. That thing's going to be a pain in the butt. So Wolf Riders are charging in. Greenskins going in for the blitz now. Reavers are in the back. Zyphos, of course, basically playing this the same way he plays Wood Elves, in which he uses Wild Riders to protect his Way Watchers as he kites. But here comes a lot of firepower going into the Goblin Wolf Riders, and suddenly the Bird's going to come in and probably get some terror routes here on the Wolf Riders, I would imagine. You can see they're wavering already. Pretty poor leadership unit. Now, Azag is getting shot pretty good. Lore Master of Hoeth could drop some sweet Spirit Leeches as well, but it looks like Azag is going to be going for the Gooning attempt on the Lore Master. Who's actually quite strong. Reavers will probably intercept this force, and there's got to be a Spirit Leech coming down, I would imagine, on Azag. Now, the Spiders here, still kiting back. Zyphos, unfortunately, does get charged by the Squigs. He does get the countercharge here. And it looks like the Moonbow. Man, the Moonbow doing so much damage against Azag. He just gets pounded by Elithanar. Shadow King getting so much damage here. And here the Birds, of course, attacking into the Arachnarch Spider, trying to hold that bad boy back. Reavers are able to hold back the Squigs. A Spider Summon is used, but so far Zyphos is doing a really good job kind of holding the line. Lore Master of Hoeth is broken, though. It's a very expensive piece. Spirit Leech going down as well. Pigs will probably get him, and that is probably going to be the magic for Zyphos. But, I mean, getting half health off Azag probably is worth it for that sacrifice right there. Now, the Spider is still pushing forward, attacking one of the Birds, but here comes a ton of pressure. Pigs are coming in. One group of Shadow Walkers is actually completely broken already, which is really unfortunate. That might have actually been a Buna. I think there was a Buna used on the Shadow Walkers right there. Reavers are pulling back. Shadow Warriors and Walkers, the remnants of them, are still kiting backwards and, getting some good poke. They're not too close to the edge of the battlefield, so unfortunately the Greenskins, for their sake, won't rout off. But so far, Zach doing a pretty good job pressuring. He's got a lot of pigs in here, but what's kind of scary about Shadow Walkers is they're pretty good in combat. So even if the pigs do catch them, they can turn and fight pretty well. And the Flamespire Phoenix is doing a good job holding back the Spider and just kind of keeping him busy. But I think the Phoenix needs to be pulled back here to try and get some terror routes and things like that. On the low ground, the other Flamespire Phoenix chasing off some of the Goblins who are trying to wear those guys down. I would imagine, though, grabbing this Flamespire Phoenix and just trying to goon Azag at this point would probably be a really smart play. Reavers pulling back here. The Goblins are going to get some contact here onto the Shadow Walkers. It's not going to be lethal damage, but certainly not bad by any stretch of the imagination. And here are some of the Wolf Riders and Spider Riders are forced back. Squigs are coming in once again, and Zach with a very patient wall. Going to be dropping that wall right here to try and, make sure the Goblin Wolf Riders can actually do some damage when they make contact. But one group is pushed off, terrified by the Bird, and the other Flamespire Phoenix is coming back in as well. So one issue with this build here for Zyphos is, of course he's playing an Agorize build, but if Elithanar gets caught and killed, that's pretty much probably going to be game. Currently Zyphos is in very good shape, but if Elithanar can escape here, that would be really, really powerful, to say the least. We have some Reavers coming back in, going to be engaging against Greenskin Cav where they can. Up on the high ground, the Shadow Warriors and the whole squad here is able to kind of secure its position. But Elithanar is very trapped up, and Azag is a masterful assassin, but if the Birds, if the Flamespire Phoenixes can keep Azag away from Elithanar, that would be quite nice. And Azag's very low himself. He's in the danger zone, and there's two big angry Flamespire Birds here. Honestly, maybe a bombing run might come in. Zyphos might fly over and use a bunch of bird droppings here onto the Greenskins. Good focus fire coming. The High Elves are able to secure the high ground position. Spirit Leech going down on the Elithanar here. But the Birds are the word, and it looks like an attempted bombing run from Zyphos. But at this point, I think just going after Azag is the play. The Birds have 120 speed to his 110, so they should be able to help here. And nice play right there. That Flamespire Phoenix was able to get some shots, but of course Elithanar does not want to be fighting that giant spider, right? That's not a great situation for him. And the Bird is just chasing down Azag. And even if Elithanar falls, though, those Flamespire Phoenixes are going to be really, really tough to deal with. But there's still a lot of Greenskin mobility. Reavers are doing their best to cycle charge. Shadow Warriors are pulling back. Here, of course, we have Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers chasing here. Reavers might be able to defend those guys off. But Azag's juking really well. But Elithanar, if they don't chase off Elithanar, he can come back and maybe even snipe out Azag. But here comes a rear charge here. This could be really bad for Azag. He might get gooned down here. The Birds have a 2-on-1 on him right here. Oh, so much damage coming in. Oh, right there it is right there. 749. He's at 25. The Birds are getting hit with a Spirit Leech. Oh, but Azag is in the danger zone. He's in the danger zone. 7-2. Is he going to get away? Elithanar has come back as well. That's huge. Because that means Elithanar can just run this direction. I would just run over here with Elithanar and keep shooting at the spider probably. Up on the high ground, Shadow Warriors are in a little bit of trouble. Shadow Walker shooting in, but the Greenskin Wall is swarming very effectively. Oh, but the Moonbow with a swing and a miss. And the Flamespire Phoenixes are going after the Arachnaut Queen now. One of them pulls back up in the air, being very, very damaged. He did not get his rebirth, which is pretty unfortunate. Shadow Walkers still kiting back. These are mostly Spider Hatchlings, actually, which will be disappearing soon if the Shadow Walkers can continue to kite. And, I mean, there's still a glimmer of hope here for the High Elves. Azag is gone, but the Spider is such a good pick here by Zach. I mean, yeah, that thing is like so good, such a good answer against like princes as well as like these birds. I think you basically have to send in the Flamespire Phoenix and try and goon out this Arachnaut Queen. That's probably his only hope. Because then you could get terror routes on the rest of the Greenskin army. Like, you gotta hope you get that rebirth proc. If the Spider kills the Lithanar, it's 100% over. Spider Hatchling is going to be going down here, but here come the double Phoenix Goon Squad. Going to be going in there to try and do their thing. There's one right there, negative 94. That's going to be army losses for Xiphos, but I have to say, he was playing a bit of a sub-faction build, and he still put up a really good fight against a mass skirmishing build, so very well played to Xiphos. But the Wall will advance. The Greenskins march forward in this tournament. Let's go ahead and update the bracket. Zach B. Sane will be facing Hadries. We have Greenskins against Dark Elves in our next match. Very well played to Xiphos. Certainly a contender for the Hero of the People, playing Nagarythe with an awesome Shadow Walker build. But at the end of the day, the Greenskin Swarm was too much for him to handle. So, next, my friends, we're going to be loading into the following match, which is going to be Aerocrastic versus Undertaker. And let's do it to it. The Wa advances. Come on, give it up for Xiphos. That was some legendary play. Shadow Walkers are a very inefficient unit, and he was able to make them, put on a show for you guys. All right, so let's do this. Load up for the next match, which is going to be Grombrindle versus Aerocrastic. So Grombrindle, of course, with a nice victory over Zablaski and the Wood Elves in the beginning. And Aerocrastic, of course, winning our first game of the day against my son Herbert Walker in a very, very awesome High Elf first Beastman game. But I'm sure a lot of you guys are happy to see the High Elves in here. Let's go ahead and switch back to the scorecards. And now we're going to go ahead and put Aerocrastic's name up here. Oh man, why was Xiphos' name like that? I'm sorry. You deserve better, brother. GG indeed to both players there. That's really hard. Like a Shadow Warrior build against like a Greenskin Cap Swarm. I actually almost thought that Xiphos was going to come in with like a Halberd build and just like really kind of throw a wrench in everyone's kind of thought there. Undertaker. I think Undertaker is more fitting for the Norskins. The players are loading in right now. Should be good to go. Oh, yes, indeed. Very well played there. And now we load into the Alpine Ridge, in which Aerocrastic's High Elves face off against the Savage Barbarians of the North, who shall be led by Grombrindle. So thank you guys again for joining today. This is the Faction Wars series. For anyone joining for the first time or a little bit later, Faction Wars is 16-man, a tournament where every single faction has representation, and all the games are best of one, except the finals, which are best of three. Xiphos was betrayed by how I displayed his name. Xiphos, you had to. And Xiphos certainly a contender for Hero of the People vote, in my opinion. Shadow Walkers are a very tough unit to use, especially against a swarming faction like Greenskins, but he almost pulled that out. Some really nice plays. So Xiphos, well played to you. And don't worry, brother, you will be back for the next Faction War if you'd like to. It's Norska again. It's Norska. So it's Grombrindle facing off against Aerocrastic, High Elves against Norska. Both of these players coming off a very solid victory, of course. The High Elves do not have access to the Aero Titan, unfortunately, no. So Aerocrastic is going to be without his most trusted piece here. We'll see how that goes. We will see how it goes indeed. Who will claim the high ground? Probably the High Elves, I would imagine. They're a little bit more, although Norska has some flying units. They have like Manticores and things like that if they want to. The Hero of the People vote is at the end of the stream, though, so make sure to stick around for that if you guys are looking forward to it. Just finished watching the first edition. Hope Xiphos wins the tournament. Well, Xiphos just played, and but he was playing a sub-faction, which is kind of a handicap, and he just narrowly lost the game against a very, very good Greenskin player, and Zach B. Sane. Very well played to him. And yeah, it was awesome. Aren't Shadow Warriors better than Walkers at least? Yeah, Shadow Warriors are probably much more, because Shadow Walkers are so expensive. They're like 1,100 gold. And Zach was able to get a Buna on one early, which immediately kills like 1,100 gold worth of value. It was pretty rough. All right, guys, so let's take a look at the forces of Aerocrastic and the High Elves. He heard the complaints about High Elves in the community. People say they can't win, and Aerocrastic is here to prove them wrong. So here he has a Star Dragon. He has the Fireborn, 3 groups of Illyrian Reaver Archer Cav. Alariel, of course, if you're going to be going for a dragon, single entities, Fireborn is pretty much a must. We got Lothern Seaguard and a couple Spears, a really, really solid army for sure. I think it has a lot of teeth. Now for the forces of Norska, we have a whole Berserker front line. Throg the Troll King coming in hot. We have a Spirit Leech from a Shaman Sorcerer, one Marauder Ice Wolf Chariot. Now the reason he brings his Chariot is because it's basically a very quick, high mass Frostbite. So this thing can push in Frostbite targets in conjunction with Throg and really do some solid work there. He's got a couple Spears on the flanks to help out against Heavy Cav. In the forest, he does have Skin Wolves, the premier condom brand of the old world. Skin Wolves here, Maws of Savagery here, and oh, guys, a Vanguard. The Marauder Horsemen and the Reaver Cav Vanguard on top of one another, which is pretty hilarious. And the battle's underway. So, yeah, we have a fight right away. And honestly, this is pretty bad for Grombrindle because Reaver Cav are much better in combat. Now, Grombrindle's probably just going to lose one Marauder Horseman. It's not the end of the world. One of them is able to get away and at least get some damage in here. But, oh, interesting. And, it does bait out a heal from Arrow. So Arrow does use an Earthblood here, which, at the end of the day, it's not the worst thing in the world for Grombrindle. He loses about 500 gold. But in return, he baits out some Winds of Magic and does a little bit of poke as well. So, yeah, rough initial start there. Balance of Power was super heavily favored for Norska as is, which is kind of a strange thing when the battle start that way. But Reaver Archer Cav are really good at dealing with Marauder Horsemen. They can, just chase them into the Shadow Realm. So he does get the catch right there, but nonetheless, still not going to be, determining the outcome of the game. He does have how many Skin Wolves in total? Maws of Savagery and 2 regular Skin Wolves. So players just saying, good luck, have fun to one another, it would appear. And it looks like the Marauder Horsemen going to be getting forced back by the skirmishing elements of that High Elf army. I know. The dreaded condom joke, I know. It's pretty funny. Yeah, very unfortunate start, though, losing those guys out of the gates. But, it is what it is. It's the nature of the beast. It's just, it's proof that they're not screen sniping one another. But neither of these guys do it. Both these guys are very good sportsmen and great players. So Marauder Berserkers are pushing forward. We'll see if the Berserker Horde can take out the next batch of High Elves. Of course, these Berserkers just claimed the skulls of many Wood Elves, and we'll see if they can do the same against the High Elves here. But Arrow's army has some really good elements for this. I mean, the Marauder Horsemen are going to be a super good kiting tool against Berserkers, and also 4 Lothern Seaguard are going to put a pounding onto these Berserkers on the approach. And the Dragon Princes, of course, can ride them down. Dragon Princes are a hard counter against Skin Wolves as well, so there's many elements of Arrow's army that I think are super solid against what I see in this Norscan force. So Fireborn coming up on the high ground charge, going to be just absolutely destroying these Berserkers. This is going to be brutal. So just launching them down the hill. Great damage coming in. You can see they're just losing basically half HP and a ton of models on impact. So really good Fireborn play so far. Lothern Seaguard are going to be kiting back. No need to take the engagement while you can shoot. Just keep pulling back, pull the Norskins apart, get as many charges as you can, and then go in for the Alpha Strike. So here comes another group of Berserkers just being absolutely monster mashed by Aerocrastic's High Elves here. Just doing so much work against these Berserkers. The other one's just being eviscerated. So have you guys seen American Gods? You remember in that first scene when the Vikings land on the coast and they just get taken out by a million arrows? It's literally like that, all over again. Berserkers here just getting saturated with fire from Arrow. I mean, man, so many Berserkers are so beat up. I think Norska at this point just has to go balls deep and commit, wherever it can get a fight. Just get in there. So he does have a Deathcaster. Deathcaster has Purple Sun as well. Purple Sun could do some really good damage against Fireborn. But so far, the Balance of Power, I mean, it's somewhat even, but I would say Arrow has really gotten the upper hand in many of these trades. Breath Attack coming down. Oh, brutal, right on Throg's head, doing so much damage. Star of Avalorn coming down as well, which will be healing up the Fireborn. But oh, look at that. Purple Sun coming in from Grombrindle. Beautiful cast right there, doing so much damage against the Fireborn. So Grombrindle, of course, has taken a bit of a beating, but he is certainly not out of this game. Beautiful cast right there. Now the Berserkers are in steady combat. Throg, though, has popped the Wintertooth crown on himself, and also is going to be doing fight or die to keep his entire blob here unbreakable, basically. But yeah, very, very messy fight. Currently, Arrow is a little bit ahead in the Balance of Power with Throg taking that much damage, but the Fireborn have also been tracked pretty good, and it looks like the Spirit Leech is going to be going down on those guys as well. In the meantime, Aerocrastic is going to be circling around here with the Reaver Cav, looking to get some rear shots into the Skin Wolves, who of course are very lightly armored. Throg is also a good target, and it's going to force the Marauder Horsemen back. Now the Norskins do kind of do well in that engagement. The Purple Sun from Grombrindle was a thing of beauty. He was able to really wreck those Fireborn, but there's still a lot of firepower. The Star Dragon's in perfect health. Throg's really beat up, and the Skin Wolves are also quite beat up as well. So Fireborn are going to be pulling back, I would imagine, trying to get away from the Skin Wolves. The Lothern Seaguard are a little bit occupied by the Chariots and some of these other tools, but for the most part, they're still firing. If you put them in guard mode, they of course can shoot. What's another problem is even if the Skin Wolves do get on top of the Lothern Seaguard are a dual purpose anti-large spear unit, so they're going to be really good against Skin Wolves. Over here on the high ground, you can see Grombrindle's forces are trying to peel off and free up the Reavers, but the Star Dragon coming in, and Throg is weak to, oh my god, Throg just gets eaten by that dragon, absolutely feasted on, and the Troll King falls, and without their leader, I think the rest of the Norscan army is going to be picked apart by Arrow's High Elves here, and you can see Lothern Seaguard, of course, getting domed with a Spirit Leech right there, but man, this was a This was an intense game. Fast and furious for sure. The Purple Sun was a really good way to try and get back into the game, but I don't think it's going to be enough without Throg and a healthy Star Dragon and, you know, plenty of Lothern Sea Guards still in good shape here. The Fireborn are still functional. I think that's going to be a relatively, you know, game over situation here. Game over, man. The Reavers did really good. The Reavers were incredibly solid this game. And that's going to be it. So Aerocrastic is going to be the first to reach the semifinals today. So very well played to him. 2-0 with his High Elves, defeating Norska here in the second round. So we'll go ahead and update the bracket here in just a moment once we load in. So very well played to him. Obi-Wan has claimed the high ground. I know. Oh, perfect. We have a new... It's Aerocrastic. Like with arrows, like the bow and arrow. Oh, dude, we have a new name. He gets a new name every stream. That was very surgical indeed. Well played to both players, for sure. I think Arrow's army was very well suited to kill an army like this. And yeah, it was tricky. So let's go ahead and update the bracket here. Faction War bracket. Aerocrastic will be the first to advance on, defeating both my son Herbert Walker and Undertaker. And he'll face the winner of Felcon and Tank. So let's go ahead and GG. And we will do it. Players left. Send it for the next game. We have Crabling and Felcon. Okay, hold on, guys. Loading into the battle here. I really like this format because of how quick you can get into games, because the players just pick their armies. That's like, I think, one of the best things from a spectator perspective is it's literally like 4 to 5 hours of just straight action. So now we're going to load in to the actual battle screen. We're going to adjust the scorecards. Looks like Felcon on his Lizards facing off against Tank and the Vampires. Now, this is a matchup that I felt like historically was Lizard favored. Not to say it's not winnable for the Vampire counts, but it's a hard one. You have to be very, very calculated with your attacks. But Tank, of course, a very active tournament player, I'm sure is more than up to the task, as is Felcon. So, yeah, so we're gonna see how this goes. The battle of Russian players here. Tank says, good luck, have fun. I hate this matchup. So we're going to switch back here, although let's go ahead and switch to the Faction War bracket. You guys can see this. So currently Arrow has advanced. Felcon and Tank are picking their armies right now, doing some final tweaks here. I'm going to send some messages in Discord for those of you guys. Please let the Vampires win, say some people in chat. We got some mixed opinions, it would appear. And don't worry, guys, this is going to be a regular tournament series going on at least once a month. I think that's the way to do it. Winds of Death, maybe. Shell and Apache says, how do you beat Croak? Yeah, Croak's pretty good. I don't think Felcon is going to use Croak, though. It's not his style. But yeah, Shell and Croak used to be super good here. If Felcon does win this, it will be Lizards versus Isles, but again, or it could be Vampires versus Isles. Yeah. People don't really go Croak after the nerfs too much. Yeah, he got nerfed pretty good. And players still picking their armies here. I know there's a screen blocker up, don't worry. I'm very aware of it now. I'm hyper-focused. A really good build here by Felcon. I like it. It's quite powerful. And I can't see Tank's build. Since I'm not in spectator mode, I can't see. So it's much faster, though, to not do spectator because the players can basically preset their armies and pick the maps and everything, and I can just join up. So spec mode has its purpose, but for this, yeah, we're good. Yeah, it's a hard matchup for Vampires, though. I felt like it's a hard one. I've seen a couple of wins, for sure, against like top-tier Lizardman players with Vampires, but it's usually one that you would avoid with picks and bans. But, you know, eventually in Faction War, if you're going to win, you're going to have to beat some hard matchups. It's the Faction War format. That's how it goes. Delicious water. Stay hydrated, my friends. Felcon making some tweaks to his army here in the fourth quarter. The Dark Elves have done pretty well. So Dark Elves are being played by Hadri's on the bottom side of the bracket. And you can see he has advanced. I'm not sure who he's facing off against. I think Hadri's is against Greenskins. So it's going to be Zachby Sane versus Hadri's on the bottom. But yeah, we're making good progress, actually. This is great. We'll see who makes it to the finals. Sons of Sigmar are still in the running, of course. And Dob Plays certainly has the weight of the Empire on his back, as they did win last time. But Dov had a really good performance earlier against Bretonia, so quite excited to see what he brings next with his cool builds. And now we are loaded in. So let me go ahead here. Go back to the battle scorecards, and we are good. The Ark of Sotek, I don't know. I think Felcon really wants to... He probably wants to to take the throne here. I don't think against a good player like Tank, he's going to risk the Ark of Sotek. Granted, we did see him in Everchosen bringing like meme units as well, so he might do it. But, you know, the Ark of Sotek, like, as much... It is pretty bad, but, I mean, maybe it's not bad against vampires because of, like, the chaff clearing capabilities. Like, it might be able to actually, like, kill zombies and skeletons pretty effectively. But, no, Falcon's bringing in all business build, like, straight business. All right, so for Falcon's army, he has the Shredder of Lustria. He's got Mazdamundi to... Oh, the Shredder of Lustria! And Mazdamundi. Up in the sky, he's got Ripperdactyls and just a bunch of Pterodon Riders. So basically going to be trying to shut down Terrorgeists. Because if they go like double Goose, for example, you can really swarm their Air Force. Especially since Mazdamundi, I think, does he have Tempest? I can't remember. No, he doesn't. He has Apotheosis. That's what he has from High Magic. But yeah, you could do a lot of work against the Air Force. Like you can kite the Gooses, Alpha Strike them with the Ripperdactyls. It could be quite, pretty scary for sure. A couple Skinks, that's pretty much it for his infantry. And yeah, a very nasty single entity army. And now I really like this from Tank. He, probably was like knowing Falcon was maybe expecting Gooses, and he doesn't bring them, right? He goes for like a very grindy infantry core. He's got Graveguard with great weapons to deal with Temple Guard, Cryptors for some mass. The double Banshees are really strong here. Banshees are actually really, really nasty against monsters because they're super hard to kill because of their Footlord kind of status thing, and they're also ethereal. They have good AP. Really solid picks from Tank. He does also have Heinrich Kemmler. Oh, the Lich Master. And 2 Vargulfs as well, which are really tough, and some Blood Knights. This is actually a really good vampire army. I think it might have what it takes. So we'll see how this goes. The Shredder of Lustria facing off against hordes of undead. We did it. We did it. So for the unit caps, yeah, unit caps and multiplayer quick battles are 5, but the tournament has, I think, the same rule. So you can only have up to 5 flyers, which he does have. Falcon has 5 flyers here. And the battle's underway. It looks like army size is 402 against 705. So certainly not the biggest armies from either side. The Blood Knights could be pretty good if they can break the Shredder of Lustria with like some Vargulf gooning, and then the Blood Knights can chase it off. That's going to be incredibly effective for sure. It's a matchup that I think historically was Lizard favored, and still I feel is. But we'll see. Falcon does have Zlock. Banishment's going to be super disgusting here. One issue, the Lizards don't have too much direct magic damage, so dealing with the Banshees is going to be a really, really, like, a grind fest. And you can see the Skinks are basically hiding in the background. Pterodon Rider is probably going to go after Cryptors, I would imagine. Maybe drop some rocks here. But yeah, he's probably going to focus down the Cryptors. What's funny about the Shredder of Lustria is it can actually kite. It has like a ballista on its back. We have a donation coming in from Wesley Chartrand. Lizards represent, painting my rippers while watching. Oh man. Well, let's see if Falcon's a pretty good champion to have, but so is Tank. They're both really, really top tier players. So here comes the Vargulfs looking to engage. Surprised they're not chasing down the Shredder of Lustria. Cryptors are going to be charging in. The Shredder just absolutely mince-meating those guys, doing so much damage. Oh no, Tank, don't do this to yourself. No, don't blob on him. This is what Falcon wants. Falcon sent this in so he can get a banishment. Yep, here comes the banishment. Oh god. Oh no. A Ruination of Cities wrecking that army so hard. Oh no, Tank. Why do you do this to yourself? He might still be okay. Looks like rock drops are coming in. The Pterodon Riders dropping rocks all over the vampire army. The Blood Knights are gone. They're deleted. They got rock dropped. They got Ruination of Citied. Oh man, so much brutal stuff. Now, I would imagine that Krell has been summoned, but that was a nasty start. Falcon just with the massive bait. Using the Shredder of Lustria, just the biggest and juiciest and thickest of bait. But I mean, if he loses the Shredder too, it will be worth it for the vampires. Looks like Krell has been summoned as well. Krell is going after the Shredder. And if the Shredder breaks, I would imagine Vargulfs might be able to chase it off. Heinrich Kemmler is being bullied currently by Mazdamundi. So a couple things looking a little bit rough for Tank. But the Shredder of Lustria is broken, despite the Cold Blood and Harmonic Convergence. And yeah, it's running for the hilt. So I mean, if Heinrich Kemmler can kind of cackle his way away from Mazdamundi and live, the vampires might actually be in pretty good shape here. I mean, losing the Shredder of Lustria, that thing costs like 3,000 plus. Blood Knights cost 1,500, I think. So it's a worthy trade, sacrificing those guys. It's a worthy trade. So the Shredder of Lustria is being chased off. Tank is not going to let this go. He literally is getting his whole army and force pathing after it. I might actually pull like the Banshees back here and have them start attacking Mazdamundi to try and free up. But Krell was able to get some good karate chops as well. You can see Krell here on the low ground doing this thing. But the Shredder of Lustria banishment play was really, really sweet. Now, if the Shredder comes back, that could be pretty bad. Tank needs to make sure to chase it. Mazdamundi can heal with Apotheosis and a couple other things like that. Heinrich Kemmler getting punted and so much damage coming in. I would imagine there's going to be a forced invocation of Nehek right here. There has to be. Heinrich Kemmler's taking way too much damage. But so far, I would say this is vampire favored, guys. I think that Tank is doing a pretty good job killing this army. Like killing the Shredder and having all that firepower on it. But the Blood Knight, man, that Blood Knight beatdown was pretty scary. Anyways, here, one of the Vargulfs is also quite low. It looks like Invocation or Van Hell's Dance Kebab is going down. And it looks like Falcon might be able to goon out Heinrich. Also, remember, guys, Krell is a temporary summon, so when Krell disappears, the Bounce of Power will reflect that. Oh no, that's so bad for tank. The Shredder of Lustria is back and the Pterodons are now swarming. So Falcon basically used his Pterodactyls to make sure that the Shredder of Lustria would come back. And now that bad boy is going to be getting healed with Apotheosis, a number of buffs, and that is going to be very, very scary. Granted, the Lich Master was able to survive, and over here Tank does have some Crypt Horrors that he's kind of left over here in the Shadow Realm. Definitely needs to pull those guys back. And it looks like he's basically trying to get the Vargulf and the Banshee to try and finish off the Shredder, but he's confident because of Shield of the Old Ones. Oh man, the Shredder is back, boys. Oh, and he cakes out the Vargulf! The Shredder of Lustria feasts on the soul of that vampiric beast. But while that was going on, you can see Mazda Muddy took a lot of damage as well from the Banshee. And the other Banshee is going to be very, very tough to kill. Krell will be disappearing here in a moment. Although Krell lasts a really, really long time, so he's definitely paid for himself this game. Some of the Pterodactyls here being beaten down by the Vampire Gorilla Cryptors, and the Corpse Guard are going to be coming back in to help out as well. And it's still anyone's game. This Banshee is crumbling, though, and Tank really needs to get the Banshee away. If Tank loses his Banshee here, he could be in a little bit of trouble, actually, because Krell's gone now. We still have one Gorilla left. The Gorilla, of course, can put some heavy punch to Mazdamundi, who is being buffed up by Cold Blood to make sure he doesn't break. The Banshee's still getting some nice shanks, and the Lich Master's still here, and a full health group of Cryptors is also quite helpful. But the Pterodactyl Air Force is still decent. Like, they're still somewhat healthy. Ruination of City is going to be going down once again. Probably just going to be Shrekking a couple zombies, maybe some Graveguard if it gets a lucky directional cast. It does not. And now you can see the vampires just swarming in, basically doing everything they can to take out Lord Mazdamundi. But the Shredder of Lustria, will it hold? Harmonic Convergence is going down. I mean, this guy has to have some big brain plays here. The Shredder has to really, really just hold the line. Although I guess holding the line isn't like a super big brain play. He just needs to hold, quite literally. 2800 HP on the Shredder. I mean, this thing has like 11,000 base. The other Banshee has come back, it looks like. So the double Banshee Shank is going to be very, very good. And you can see the Shredder of Lustria is actually shaken. And the fact that Falcon doesn't have too much magic damage may spell his doom here. So one Vargulf is going down. The Pterodon Riders dropping some sweet firepower here onto the Vargulf. And the Banshees, of course, are getting their Shank on here. And the Shredder of Lustria is 2800. I mean, Apotheos is keeping this bad boy fighting, but man, those Banshees are so tough to kill. We have a Corpse Guard coming in. We have some Graveguard as well. Graveguard do have some AP, so at least they're not useless here, basically. And the Lich Master is still running around, but yeah, now Falcon's sniping him. You can see all the Pterodons have switched their blow darts into to Heinrich Kemmler here, but Heinrich's probably going to hide amongst his troops here. One Banshee is chasing down Lord Mazdamundi, and the other Banshee here in the Crypt Horrors are going to be chasing down the Shredder of Lustria, who's now down to 2500 HP. Plenty of room for the healing cap, though. Still anyone's game. Falcon going in for the kill. Here comes Mazdamundi. Going to be storming after the Lich Master. We'll see if Heinrich Kemmler gets run over. He is on the ground right now. Crypt Horrors are coming in. Ripperdactyl's going in for the Alpha Strike. Falcon knows he needs to cut the head off the snake. He has to take off Heinrich Kemmler here to get rid of Invocations and some of the late game buffs that he could potentially do. But nonetheless, Heinrich might stabilize. Crypt Horrors have good mass. There's also a Banshee here, so the Ripperdactyls are actually being killed rather quickly. And yeah, Banshees are really good. I've been playing against Aerocrastic quite a bit. He's been using double Banshee against my Vampire Coast monsters, and it's like the same thing. They just are so solid. Anyways, Banshee here is still taking some good damage. You know, the Shredder still has 750, so even if you take 75% away from that, it's still really good damage. Over here, Heinrich Kemmler and company chasing down Lord Mazdamundi. Looks like a zombie summon is going to be going down. Heinrich probably knows he's on his way out here. There, guys, quick drink of water. And the one Banshee has fallen! So the Shredder of Lustria is able to take out that Banshee just with raw brute force. Granted, Lord Mazdamundi's wavering, -7. If Mazdamundi breaks, that could be game. If he gets chased off the battlefield, Cold Blood trying to salvage it. Now, Falcon does have a couple elements that he might be able to kind of keep Mazdamundi alive. And the Shredder of Lustria can win games, for sure. I mean, at this point, if it's able to goon out, you know, some of the monsters and Heinrich, I don't know if there's, I think there's one Banshee left somewhere. Yeah, that Banshee's going to be really tough to kill. There's still a ton of Graveguard as well. The Ripperdactyls are just fighting to the bitter end here, guys. Just trying to hold. And one Banshee here is trying to get away from the engagement, or the lone Banshee, and is trying to chase down Mazdamundi to make sure he doesn't come back, but it looks like he opted to pull it back. Nope, he's going after Mazdamundi. Mazdamundi does get an Apotheosis off. That's really big. That might pull the Bounce of Power back towards the middle as the Shredder of Lustria just goes balls deep, doing a fair amount of damage against Corpse Guard, which actually didn't take damage that time, but the Shredder of Lustria is shaken. Banishment coming down from Mazdamundi. Ripperdactyl Swarm is going after the Banshee here, and he might be able to crumble it on pure leadership alone. What a battle this is! And now you can see Lord Mazdamundi is getting away. Just barely. Banishment going down, tearing into the Graveguard. And guys, the Balance of Power is being pulled back by Falcon. Is the champion of the old ones going to be able to scrap out this game? I don't know. Hard to say. So a ton of Graveguard coming in. Heinrich Kemmler still alive with 453 HP, which means he does not have his Chaos Tomb Blade, unfortunately, so he's not going to be able to resurrect models, but Mazdamundi's coming for him! Zlak is on the charge. And you can see here that Heinrich Kemmler is in the danger zone, 311. Isn't that the name of a band? I think it is. But yeah, that Banshee is going to be such a pain in the butt. It's going to be tough. There's still a fair amount of Ripperdactyls too. The Pterodactyl Swarm just doing its thing. Oh my god, Falcon's so slippery here with his toads. So Lord Mazdamundi is able to stabilize. Vampires still have a ton of ground forces. They have a fair amount of Graveguard left. They have some zombies. They have another group of Graveguard in the distance. And the Pterodactyls just cycle charging in, doing whatever damage they can. The Banshee's still shanking with its little ethereal dagger. This game could go either way. It's really going to depend on the breaks. And the Graveguard's still fighting. Mazdamundi has 1,000 HP. The Dreadsaurian has 1,200. Is the Banshee going to be able to get through that much HP? I don't know. Apotheosis here, very clutch. Mazdamundi going to be healing back up to probably about 1,500 HP. The Banshee does get a nice shank right there, of course. Graveguard's still fighting. A lot of the Ripperdactyls are getting a little bit worn down from the steady combat, but guys, the Dinos are pulling ahead in the balance of power. Absolute insanity. I really thought Tank had this game, but it looks like Falcon is able to pull ahead. Just shows the tenacity of this player here. As the two Dinos, they do not care about that ghostly nature. They're just going to be whomping on that Banshee right now. I cannot believe Falcon came back. I really thought Tank had that, like 100%. But his scrappiness, rallying his units when things got broken, he would save them with his Ripperdactyls. But the Dreadsaurian might break here. 16. How's that Banshee doing? I mean, if the Dreadsaurian were broken off the battlefield, that might still give a chance to the Banshee to finish off Mazdamundi. Looks like he's going to get cold-blooded to salvage his leadership. Some of the Ripperdactyls are going to be charging in the fourth quarter. And the Graveguard are all crumbling pretty much. Here, crumbling, crumbling, crumbling across the board. The Banshee coming in trying to finish off the Dreadsaurian, or at least break it. Because they're pretty close to the edge, so... Oh, but Mazdamundi coming in. Shield of the Old Ones coming down. And it looks like the Banshee's going to crumble into dust. And guys, the Lizardman with an insane comeback victory. Man. I gotta say, super well played to Tank too, though. Because, like, that's a hard matchup. And he almost won that. He almost won that. I can't believe it. What a nail-biter. The Shredder of Lustria. Both builds were great. Unfortunately, the Blood Knights getting crumped in the beginning was quite punishing. But guys, Falcon will advance on to face Aerocrastic, so the friends must eventually duel. And now we have Chosen of Norn, Chosen of the Norns versus Dob Plays. So let's go ahead here. Tank says, was insane. That was indeed an insane game. Very well played, Tank. You should play Vampire Counts in these faction wars more often. Because that was a hard matchup. He had two hard matchups in a row, Tank, and he almost won them both. So now we have, Dob Plays down here. Let's get in there. That was a really good game. The Banshees are so good. They're so good. So now we have Dob Plays. So we have Vampire Coast versus Empire, a matchup which I historically think was very favored for the Empire, and I still think it is. But we'll see. I mean, Chosen One brought some really, or Chosen of the Norns brought some really cool builds earlier, so we'll see what you can work here today. So our next match is Chosen of the Norns versus Dob Plays. Let's go ahead and load in here. We'll put Norns. And let's go ahead and put Dob Plays. He's playing under an alias today. Let's go ahead and fix his name here. And now they can start whenever they're ready. Start anytime. Yeah, Tank was an absolute beast today. He had some really good games, beating dwarves and then narrowly almost beating lizardmen. Especially when that lizardman player's Falcon is a very, very impressive feat. But Falcon, man, Falcon's so scrappy. Just like, he looks so grim for him, but he just scrapped so hard for every inch of the field, Ethan Stapleton, thank you so much. Buy yourself a pack of Skin Wolves, the premier common bread of the whole world. Ethan, I'm glad you appreciate that joke. I sometimes feel like I'm, going on too long with it, but thank you so much, man. And Magic D, love the enthusiasm, outstanding commentary. Thank you so much, man. I'm hyped today, man. I'm hyped. We're doing it. All right, one sec, guys. I got to adjust something real quick. All right, guys, and we're back. It is time. Let us not mess about. So today, guys, we have a showdown, and let me make sure I'm actually in the correct screen here, just so I don't troll you guys and cast an entire game with you looking at the brackets. God, that would make me so depressed if I did that again. But yeah, so look at this. So the Han clan champ here, chosen of the Norns, coming in with a double crab build against Empire, which is really interesting. It seems like he brings the crabs and he just tries to outlast you. Like, he just doesn't care about your firepower. He just relies on the armor and durability and invocations and just tries to wear you down, which is very interesting. So he does also have a mortar, halberds, a depth guard, crabs up in the sky, Count Noctilus on foot. So there are some changes. He doesn't have Luther this time. He does have some scurvy dogs deployed up here, but of course Dov plays going for a mass vanguard. So Dov has Free Company Militia into the sunset here. He's got Marcus Wolfhart, Huntsman in the second row, and then Empire Knights in the back with Pistoliers and a Bright Wizard. So, I mean, he's got a ton of firepower and certainly has more than enough firepower to kill, you know, some of the Leviathans and some of these big threats. So we'll see how this goes. This is going to be pretty insane. Yeah, Huntsmen don't have good AP values, which is their one weakness against Leviathans, but the bonus versus large helps quite a bit. And, I mean, Volume of Fire with Marcus Wolfhart's good AP shots can certainly do a ton of damage. So, I mean, Dov has all the tools, but so does the Vampire Coast player. Like, if he's able to bum rush Dov's line and force, like, a mass panic, maybe? I don't know. I would say Dov, like, based on army comps, has, like, a slight advantage. And look at this. Double depth guard. This is, like, so what's cool, because, like, when you look at other regions of play, like Korea and China, a lot of the players I played with from those regions have very different playstyles. Like, much like in League of Legends or StarCraft, like, typically there's pretty distinct playstyles in terms of armies. And you can see here, like, I wouldn't think to bring, like, such an elite army where the Empire could focus you down, but... So the dogs, Vanguard, some of them just get pounded right away. So the Vanguard is kind of like a double-edged blade here. Norn basically loses like 2 scurvy dogs like almost instantly, but he also does get onto the Free Company pretty quick. Here, of course, you have the Zintler's Reichsguard and a Vanguard, so Dov is able to get a counterpunch super fast. And you can see those scurvy dogs are forced down. Really nice Marcus Wolfhart net. He nets down the Leviathan, the Depth Guard, and is able to buy some time for his Huntsman and the rest of his forces. So the skirmishing elements here for the Vampire Coast are being taken apart on the flanks relatively well. The Zintler's Reichsguard able to really pound down. Marcus getting a focus shot there on the Leviathan. Looks like he does miss, though. Some failbats here are going to be trying to shut down the Huntsman. Free Company Militia collapsing from the flanks. And Dov is basically going to be sacrificing his Empire Knights and his Empire Cav to hold back this advance while he basically uses his bow power to just, do some work here. Free Company Militia being chased by Depth Guard. Pretty unfortunate for them. Depth Guard will be able to kill them rather quickly. So Dov definitely needs to get some Cav units and some Huntsmen here and really focus down these Depth Guard before they tear apart his flank. In the center mass, Marcus Wolfhart still shooting quite happily. Fellbats are crumbling off for the most part. Scurvy dogs are almost all but gone. So the skirmishing elements of the Vampire Coast Army did some damage for sure, but Dov is also punched back pretty hard. And honestly, this is a really, really even game. So here you can see the Depth Guard surging up. A really nice summon here from the Vampires. Able to tar pit a couple of these Huntsmen. And if Marcus Wolfhart gets caught by the Crab Goon Squad, that could be really bad. But Dov does respond with the Burning Head. Oh no, that might kill a lot of his own archers. The Huntsman here might get roasted by the Burning Head. It does do some decent work against the zombie summons, but unfortunately for him, it does also hit a couple of his own troops, but not too bad. So Dov is able to absolutely crump those Depth Guard on the flank. Beautiful play right there. Just the glorious Empire Cav charge, and now they surge back into the middle to buy some time for the Huntsman and other elements of his army to fall back. So that was really, really cool for sure. The Crabs, of course, will do very well against the Empire Cav, but it's not really about that. It's more about just like swarming the Depth Guard, spreading out the Huntsman and your firepower, and then from there just, finishing off the Crabs. So Invocation of Nehek is going down. Dov plays currently is ahead on the bounce of power here. Glorious Empire play so far. In the back, the Mortar is still shooting here for the Vampire Coast. You can see, well guarded for sure. Dov isn't going to have an easy time getting rid of that, but I think basically ignoring that is going to be the way to go. But these Crabs are so damn tanky, and if he can run Dov out of ammo, like, he can win this game. That's the scary part about a build like this. And I feel like we're learning something new about, like, how Vampire Coast can deal with missiles. They just bring, meaty things to, have to take down here. Nonetheless, though, archers are all shooting. Ammo is pretty good on these guys across the board. Marcus Wolfhart, of course, a really, really good AP Lord here. But he needs to kill these Depth Guard up in the hill. There's actually a fair amount of them really, really just wrecking some of his Huntsmen here. He needs to take those down. Free Company Militia are coming back from the flank. Going to probably just be dropping firepower into whatever they can hit here. Looks like some zombie summons are basically keeping the Vampire Coast afloat here. That's pretty good fun, actually. And the Empire Cav, the Zintler's Reichsguard, going to be pulling back up the hill, charging down these Depth Guard, which is very important to free up the Empire firepower. And Dov is basically getting his Pistoliers back here and trying to pull the Halberds away from the Mortar, at which point he can go up and around and rear charge into that Mortar right there. So I think that's what he's going to do. I mean, if Dov sees this, he can pull around and kill this Mortar for free right now, but yeah, we'll see if he's, privy to this information down here. Now, a lot of the Empire forces are buckling off. The crabs, of course, causing problems, but there's a lot of steady Huntsman fire. Free Company Militia don't have the best AP values, but it still is something. And of course, Marcus Wolfhart, like I said, lends some really, really good AP to the battlefield. So the Vampire Coast enduring quite well here, just crabs through the crab god, just taking a beating and enduring this Empire firepower. So just good luck, have fun's being dropped by both these players here. Marcus Wolfhart still shooting in, getting some decent damage against the Krabby Patties in the back. The halberds, so Dov is opting just to kill the halberds first, and they will crumble. The pistoliers will eventually finish them off, at which point he could basically just have fresh fish and take out that mortar, which would be pretty big. But I think he needs to do it sooner than later. That mortar is going to be pretty good against a lot of his stuff. And the Empire is actually having some problems here, guys. Vampire Coast is coming back in this game. A lot of the ammunition is running a little bit low. Those crabs are not as unhealthy as you would think at this point in the game. And man, they're just so meaty. I mean, I guess you would need something like Karl Franz or Demogryph Knights or something to really take them down. A really good net there by Dov. It does miss one crab, but it hits the Noctilus and the other crab. And the Huntsman going to be focusing down this Krabby Patty right here. Invocation of Nehek is keeping that crab active here. And I would imagine back here, yeah, these pistoliers, they need to finish off those halberds. That mortar needs to go down. So some of the lone Empire Knights are going to be charging in, going to get beaten down by the crab. The other crab is being focus fired so heavily here. And is it going down? I mean, look at this, 2,800 HP. Marcus has got pretty good ammo as well, and he brings a lot of, piercing to the battlefield. A decent ammo on this side. We still have Free Company Militia with some good ammo. I would imagine there's probably some fireballs left here from the right wizard. Dov is probably saving up his magic, and here comes a fireball right here. Oh, but the casting angle might be an issue. Okay, it gets over the lip. Here it comes, going right into the back of this crab. 1,900 down to 1,600. It goes through it, but it did hit it. It did actually take the damage. So the firepower is pouring in. But man, who would... A Karl Franz right now would just be so good. So the halberds in the back are being shut down. Pistoliers are able to shut down the mortar, it looks like. And yeah, these halberds are crumbling pretty hard. Mortar crew is probably going to get taken out as well by those Rough Riders. And one of the crabs is crumbling down, 700 HP, negative 20, negative 47. This bad boy is going to start going pretty quick here to that crumbling. And Dov is basically reforming ranks. Ammunition is very low, and it's really funny. This is like the exact same thing we saw Norn do against the Chosen of the Norns do against the Tomb Kings in the beginning. Like, not care about mass fire, basically just bring 2 armored crabs and just like roll around in a Death Star and just try and endure. Anyways, ammo for Dov, he's got Huntsman ammo here. Looks like a Wraithstorm maybe going down on those Free Company Militia. Yeah, so Noctilus using a Wraithstorm on those units right there, doing some pretty good damage. And he's going after the one with the best ammo, which is really smart. And Dov is able to pull the halberds away from the mortar, and now this mortar is going to get absolutely wrecked by the Empire Heavy Cav. So Sons of Sigmar charging in once again. Lance is couched, able to wreck that zombie crew. Those guys are going to get destroyed pretty hard. These halberds are crumbling, so the firing line here for the Vampire Coast is basically offline. And at this point, Dov can basically just kite, to the best of his abilities. One crab is down. It's Noctilus and a crab versus the remnants of the Empire. But Marcus Wolfhart is quite healthy. Now, I wonder if Marcus is going to snipe the crab, or if he's going to try and goon out Noctilus. He does have some ammo here on the Huntsman and some of these other troops. This mortar team is offline. And here you can see that the Rotting Leviathan and Noctilus are trying to chase off those Free Company Militia, who are not shattered. They're actually just broken. So he's going for it. Dov is going to be reforming ranks. And, basically, Dov is going to be able to use all of his ammo here. This is an absolute scrap. An absolute scrap. So, yeah, chase down the Free Company Militia. Definitely not a bad idea. Chase them off the edge of the map. Because if they come back, you're just going to get shot from a couple sides, so you might as well. Invocation's going down. Dov has all the mobility here and the opportunities to basically play with this Vampire Coast army. Because the Vampire Coast forces are very slow. He basically just has to chase. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. Those are Pistoliers. Pistoliers are probably a better choice against the Vampire Coast because of the amount of light armor. You have Deck Droppers, you have Borngulls, you have zombies everywhere. So the Pistoliers, and the fact that they can shoot 360, so if they're being chased by scurvy dogs and Fellbats and things like that is really, really nice. So here comes Dov's missile line. He has pretty good ammo on those Free Company. Marcus has good ammo as well, and I'm quite curious about what he's going to try and snipe. If he's going to opt to go for Luther or Count Noctilus here, or if he's going to try and finish off the Leviathan. Probably, I don't know. Noctilus is going to be hard to finish. I think you got to go for the crab. Because all the Huntsman firepower against Noctilus is going to be pretty bad since he's infantry sized and he's armored. So Pistolier's coming over here, chasing off those Free Company Militia. It is a crab scrap. Yeah, that's the problem. It's really going to be a finesse thing. Marcus is pretty good in combat. He's got 58, 45, 360. And the Pistoliers of Dov going to be coming in for a little bit of poke here. But basically, he's just trying to make sure these Free Company Militia don't come back. Although, thankfully for the coast, the Free Company Militia are scooting in. Dov, of course, shooting some ammo here from the Pistoliers, and now he's moving his missile core forward to get some pot shots. Marcus Wolfhart's also shooting, or he was a moment ago. Yeah, let's see what he targets. I mean, I would imagine he's going to go after the crab or Count Noctilus. This is like a classic Vampire Coast game. The crab may crumble, but you'd be surprised. The crab counts for a lot of the bounce of power. Noctilus is really hard to kill too. Like, arguably, like, tougher for the Huntsman, like, combination. Marcus just dropping pot shots. Yeah, that's some huge damage. Marcus hits like an absolute powerhouse. And the crab basically just has to move forward now. Invocation coming in once again, maybe? Or is that another fireball? Fireball coming in from Dov. This is just such a scrap. All these games today have been so close. So fireball, look, the crab's trying to juke. Oh, is it going to juke it? No, what? Did that hit? That was kind of weird. The crab might have some sort of a weird hitbox. Marcus, like the least accurate huntsman ever. Just missing and shooting right over the head of the crab as it's like point blank. Looks like another Raystorm coming down. It's probably his last one. It does a little bit of damage, nothing to write home about. So now the huntsmen are going to be shooting in. I would imagine Dov is going to have to sacrifice some of the huntsmen to Sigmar to get in range here. But he has pretty good ammo on some of these guys in the back. 31 shots here, 4,000 HP. I'm pretty sure Count Noctilus is out of ammo too. Like, or not ammo, but out of Wind's Magic, excuse me. So basically Dov is going to send in 1 or 2 groups of huntsmen at a time just to take a beating. He needs to get these Free Company militia shooting as well. Marcus has 6 shots left, but the crab is going down really quickly, guys. But Noctilus might be able to solo this army. I'm not even joking. Especially if he's holding a summon in his back pocket. So what Dov is doing here is he's getting his Pistoliers, and he's preparing to rear charge the crab to break its leadership to get it to start crumbling, I think. I'm not sure where he's going with them. He does have some Empire Knights coming back in. Focus Fire doing pretty good. Those Huntsmen do break, but they can be sent back in just a moment. Marcus still shooting. He's got 3 shots left. Beautiful shot. That crab's down to 1,500. the crab's trying to juke. It's got the moves, man. It's got the moves. So now it would appear that some of the focus fire is being switched onto Noctilus from Marcus. The Pistolier is pulling back. Of course, Dov has all the... he could just simply kite. He can cycle charge. While he has ammo, he can basically do whatever he wants. Or he could even leave like some huntsmen in melee combat and things like that, and he'll be okay. So this crab's crumbling now. It's free damage. It's free real estate. I think having the Pistolier rear charge it, like cycle charges, might not be bad. But Dov coming in with another fireball. Oh, nice. That one did hit, doing some huge damage. And guys, I don't know if the Vampire Coast is going to be able to do this. I think that, Noctilus is just, this is the price you pay for bringing a build like this. Like, you're going to yield battlefield mobility, right? Invocation going down on the crab, quite huge at this point. Ammo's running a little bit low. 2 volleys here, 4 volleys here. And the Empire charging in, just trying to crumble the leadership here, where they can. Which isn't a bad idea. Negative 24 in the crab, so he is crumbling. Invocation is getting its last couple ticks here, but at this point it should be done for. Marcus is going to have to get his hands dirty, and, he's not going to be a terrible combatant versus Noctilus. Fireball coming in, 1,400, and it looks like the Fireball misses once again. Really unfortunate there. And the Huntsmen are just about out of ammo. Oh my god, is the Vampire Coast going to win this? I think not. I think you have to get your characters now, the Bright Wizard plus Marcus, and go in there and try and do something about the crab. Although it is crumbling, so if it doesn't stabilize, it eventually will dissipate, although it does stabilize there because there's nothing else fighting it, really. So Huntsmen are forced back. The last of the ammo here from the Empire is going in. 0 volleys. Oh my god, this is nuts. The Noctilus time. I know, but the Empire still has some cav units. Marcus is good in combat. If the crab's gone, I think Marcus and the Bright Wizard could win. But if the crab is able to stabilize, and God forbid if Noctilus gets another invocation of Nehek, the Empire is basically just kind of posturing now, getting ready. They're moving forward with all these troops and just using the Pistoliers as kind of a shepherd dog to try and corral these guys. But now you can see it's the time for the final battle for the fate of Middle-earth. Yeah, Noctilus would have trouble killing all this, but the crab wouldn't. So Marcus is going to come in. That crab is not crumbling. He's critical binding, so any touching on that crab is going to be enough to hurt him. And 23, so the crab actually, now that it's winning in combat, it gets, looks what appears to be a leadership buff. So 927, 918, the Empire Cav do get a pretty heavy charge right there. Here he comes, 851, Empire heavy Cav charging in. The Bright Wizard's also in there, who is, of course, a heroic unit and hits pretty hard. And the crab's crumbling, 495, negative 28. I'm pretty sure the Empire's going to get this now. The only way is if Noctilus has, a summon in the back pocket. Every game of these faction wars is just so close. So the crab's crumbling, 317, negative 28. Oh man, it is so close to going down. So now basically you get the Bright Wizard, you get Marcus and all the Huntsmen on Noctilus, and you cycle charge with the Bright Wizard. So the crab is done for. So now it's time for Noctilus to basically just tarp it for 15 minutes, this is like classic Count Noctilus. He's just so hard to kill. But if you just stay in combat with all these, cycle charge with the Bright Wizard, I think Dov can get this game. I think he can get it. He's just attacking with the Huntsman right now, so he's opting to... I think keeping Marcus in combat is the right choice. Noctilus like isn't super good against like other infantry-sized characters, but you can see that we do have Marcus coming in. We have the Bright Wizard coming in as well. Yeah, getting a couple nice blows right there. You can see Count Noctilus does take some damage. Yeah, he's still scrapping. These are always the most fun games. I'm sure Dov is like probably not enjoying this right now. But as long as he leaves the Huntsman in combat, like he just needs to constantly have one of them in combat. So the smart play, which is what he's doing, is leaving the other ones to just watch. Because like having them all blob up on Noctilus is kind of pointless. Marcus has pretty good melee attack too. He's got 58. And you can see he makes some contact there. The Bright Wizard maybe took a little bit of damage. But what would be really disastrous for Dov is if he blobs up everything and then suddenly Noctilus has one summon left. Yeah, but Dov can keep these guys in combat and cycle charge. No army losses because Noctilus is an expensive character. Plus he also has he has all the magic and a couple other variables like that. But yeah, I think that Dov still has this. I think that Noctilus will lose this fight eventually. Especially if like the Bright Wizard gets a really good charge and Marcus at the same time. Yeah, some tea would be great. Thank you, sweetheart.
I'm never sleeping through this reunion.
Yeah.
I have dreams about fighting crowd.
That's, oh my god, I'm going to tell. So Anna says, she was actually sleeping behind me while I was casting. And she said that basically my commentary was like seeping into her dreams. And she had a nightmare that she was fighting Krell, apparently, which is pretty crazy. Count Noctilus is still going strong though. Marcus makes a pretty good blow. And like every time Marcus makes contact like that, it will, oh no, Arcane Conduit. Is Count Noctilus going to have enough magic? Marcus actually seems to be manhandling him now. Marcus getting 2 attacks in a row. Noctilus, of course, having trouble. And there's a lot of little poking attacks against him. A crab summon? No, he does not have a crab summon. Noctilus does have the hunger, so he can heal himself just by being in combat, which is pretty nasty. But Marcus Wolfheart is 58-45 against 38-45, so relatively even there. And the Bright Wizard comes in for a nice rear charge. Oh my god, I wish I could see Dov's face right now. Just the stress that must be going on. But Noctilus usually loses these kinds of fights. Like, yeah, he lasts forever, but if there is another zombie summon, I think that would be the only way. But Dov doing the right thing, keeping all the Huntsmen in reserve so he can basically let them rest. They're only winded now, so they can come back in. Bright Wizard with the rear charge. Noctilus is getting below half health. He's at 1900, 1960 here. Yeah, the rear charges will do him in, probably. Noctilus is in critical binding now. Dov plays is pulling ahead in the balance of power. What an absolute scrap between these two players. My goodness. Very well played to them both. I mean, I know at this point it's a little bit ridiculous to watch, but like the early stages of the battle were just like insane. And now Count Noctilus being dragged down to the depths by the Sons of Sigmar. Bright Wizard takes a little bit of damage from Noctilus. Not enough to get him in there. But the Bright Wizard here is... he's got his flaming sword. He should do fire damage, right? I mean, look at this guy. He's literally wielding a sword that's on fire, and he doesn't do fire damage in combat. Count Noctilus able to punch back Marcus a little bit, so the Empire kind of taking a cautious route here. Now, the Bright Wizard may actually have a fireball, too, so they might, like, let Marcus get free for a second, and then, like, or let Noctilus get free. So he does charge in with Marcus, who does get a charge bonus there on the charge, which is 30, which is still impactful. And the Bright Wizard's going to come in for a rear charge now, trying to break his leadership. And does he make contact? He does. Looks like some damage did go through. Another 200 on Count Noctilus. He's at 34. Huntsmen are still going. It looks like the Bright Wizard is potentially going to waver because Noctilus does have a halberd against a horse, which is quite good. But it's really on Marcus Wolfheart. Is the Huntsmaster going to be able to take out Noctilus? I mean, Noctilus is more armored and, obviously more durable. Empire Heavy Cav charging in as well. Trying to just get whatever damage they can against Count Noctilus. Oh my god. You guys think Dov is going to take it? I don't know. There's a chance. If Noctilus is holding a summon in his back pocket, Dov could lose this. Like, if he dropped a summon on top of these guys and then Noctilus just bullied Marcus. Oh my goodness. This is quite brutal to watch. I have no idea. This is just like Monty Python. Yeah, kind of. Count Noctilus here is now critical binding. So now he's starting to crumble. He was at -4. Marcus pulls back. And the Empire troops swarm. It's a good thing I made sure the timer, or at least the timer was 60 minutes here, so it's not going to run into a 20-minute timer, which it would in about 2 minutes. Marcus is going to make his way through the ranks and try and get a rear attack here on Noctilus, and he does. Noctilus is down to 1200 now. Still weak binding. I feel like Noctilus should be like crumbling at least by now. -19, -7. Noctilus is now crumbling, taking free damage. And I cannot believe that game, guys. Dov Plays is able to take the victory, I think. There's no way unless Noctilus has a summon. Which he doesn't. I'm pretty sure he used them all. The Sons of Sigmar are able to do it just barely against Vampire Coast, I think. Oh my god, Noctilus, don't you dare make us watch for another 10 minutes. He did pop Arcane Conduit, but down goes the Dread Beast. The Dreadlord has fallen. Noctilus falls to Marcus Wolfheart and his Huntsman. Oh, he's back up. Never mind, he's not dead. It's like the movie villain. He's not actually dead. Oh my god. The Bright Wizard charges in with his flaming sword, which doesn't do flame damage. Marcus gets a lethal blow. And down goes Noctilus. Oh my god. Falcon says, beat this Nocti. I don't think anybody loves that sad dude. Well, very well played to Chosen of the Norns. Honestly, it's a hard matchup for Vampire Coast, and he almost won it against a very good Empire player. So big props to him, and thank you for joining in the tournament. Looking forward to having you back in future ones. And now, guys, we go to the bracket where Dob Plays will advance to the semifinals to face the winner of Hadries and Zach Bisane. So let's do it to it. The movie villain. Okay, I got to restart my game real quick. Unfortunately, sometimes it crashes like when I load out. So, one sec, guys. All right. Firing this beast back up. Man, that game was insane. That was insane. I can't believe it. Oh my god. This dude is like the character from the Ice Age movie. It was a great game. Dob played really well. Big props to him. So did Chosen of the Norns. The Dob Plays and the Sons of Sigmar will be advancing on potentially to the finals, of course. He's going to have to face the winner of Zach Bisane and Hadries here. But today's tournament, this faction war, much smoother than the ones of old. We're actually getting through the tournament pretty quick. Look at Dob in chat. Look at Dob. That's so funny. Dob says he finished the last of the undead. And Dob, of course, is a player who hates the undead faction. So it's only right that he finishes the last of the undead factions there. Oh, man. That was pretty great. So, guys, what was I going to say? I had something insightful to say. You know, I noticed that a lot of people, I was looking at my analytics. So if you guys aren't subscribed to my channel, I know there's almost like 40% of the people who watch my videos aren't subscribed to my channel. So I know it's might be something that's easy to overlook, but it does help me quite a bit and helps me produce this content. So if you guys are not subscribed to my channel and you're watching, do drop a subscribe. It helps quite a bit. I really appreciate that. And if you're going to do it for anyone, do it for the glorious Marcus Wolfheart play. Yes.
Drop the subscribe or I will unleash Krell.
Unleash Wookie. He's our Krell. So loading up the game real quick, guys. That Luther or Count Noctilus was very... I always get them confused. It's such a tricky thing. So we're on the brackets. Good. Now let us advance to our next game. Zach Bisane versus Hadries, Dark Elves versus Greenskins, the Wa versus the Druchii. Let's go ahead and do it. Get this show on the road. We're loading in right now. And I just need to update the scorecards. The top to reflect their names. So go back here. And I believe it was Hadries on this side. Hadries on the left. Zach Bisane on the right. Hadries versus Zach Bisane. Thank you guys so much for joining today, by the way. It's been an absolute pleasure. How dare you, Zyphos? How dare you? And let me message the lads here in the Discord. And for the finals, we'll be best of 3. Second here. Aaron's. And great. Just gave the maps to the next set. Hey, start when ready. We got Dark Elves versus Greenskins here. It's on a relatively close quarters map, but it doesn't really matter. Scourge Runners are just going to do their thing. They don't really care about the range. 150 is fine for them. So we'll see. We'll see if Zach Bisane can carry the spirit of Zyphos into the finals. Hadries, of course, ready to go. Zach Bisane probably making some final tweaks to his army as well, as we do prepare here. And I will switch to another screen here, just in case. Of course, these are all the players for today. We have Aerocrastic, my son, Zablaski Undertaker, Falcon Crabbling Tank, Umais, Flying Taco, Chosen of the Norns, Random Nix, Dob Plays, Hadries, Exploding Hamster, Zyphos, and Zach Bisane. And of course, a salute to those who have fallen as we move forward here. Donation coming in from Bubba's Big Blast Box was like that fight in Rurouni Kenshin where I don't know the reference, but thank you so much for the donation, man. Is that like an anime or something, or some sort of a... I do not know this. Hello, fellow kids. Tell me these references. Let's load in here. Hadries looks to be ready. Definitely a very solid army. Cold-blooded killers. Let us know in chat, guys. Where do your allegiances lie? With the Druchii and the foul dark elves of Nagarond, or are you, loving some green boys? You like the Wa? Is that your thing? Let us know in chat. Let us know your allegiance in this match. Let us know. I'm really curious what Zach's going to bring. Like, is he going to bring like a weird like Troll Rush build? Like, I don't know. Is he going to play like a mass Daka? I personally think Daka builds are like the best against Dark Elves. Like, you just use like cheap cav to defend against their cav, and then you just like spam Orc Air Boys and like kill their shit. But probably an Azag pick, I would imagine. He can scrap with Malekith and like outrun him and is safe. Like, that's the problem. Greenskin's Lords are so easy to snipe, with the exception of Azag, that yeah, it looks like Zach is ready. Both players are ready. I think they're actually in Discord together, so these guys, of course, are pals who do play together every now and then. Looks like we got a lot of Kane, a lot of Wa. It seems slightly, like chat, it's slightly favored for the Greenskins, but yeah, see how this goes. Misha wants Dark Elves, okay. Oh, is Kenshin from the Fist of the North Star? Is that what that is a reference to? Zyphos wants the Druchii. Oh, man. All right. Zyphos, of course, loves his elves. So let's go ahead and load in now so you guys don't have to watch this screen for the rest of the battle. And here we go. Thank you guys all for your very generous donations today. I really appreciate it. Definitely helps me put forward the prize support. We might have a sponsor for the next one. But, I kind of like doing it my own. Yeah, it depends, I guess. All right, guys. So for the armies here of Hadries, the champion of the Druchii, he's got 2 Blackguard. Blackguard, of course, a very, very durable unit. So if there's like a Pig or a Troll Rush, they'll be quite good. 2 Dreadspears, Malekith. Dark Riders, Slaanesha's Harvesters. So yeah, pretty mobile core. I mean, Harvesters and, the what are those things called? The Doomfire Warlocks. You only ever see Slaanesha's Harvesters, so it's kind of like an off-kilter thing. But yeah, he's going very much for like a close quarters kind of a box. He's basically going to be using the Bloodrack Shrine to cause terror and also to debuff the enemy units, their leadership, and their melee defense, while buffing up his own. He'll try and control the mobile game using his Dark Riders and his Doomfire Warlocks, and basically just use Malekith to be Malekith and just goon out Greenskin things. So for the forces here of the Greenskins, we have Nasty Skulkers, Night Goblins, a very diverse army, a fair amount of Orc Boys, some Daka here in the back. It looks like 4 Daka, which is really good. Orc Air Boys, 4 of them should be able to kill that Bloodrack Shrine over the course of a battle. We do also have a Wild Giant pick. Okay, so the Giant's coming in. Giant's going to be very, very strong against the Bloodrack Shrine, also against Malekith. We have an Orc Shaman with a Brainbuster and a Night Goblin with some sniping ability, so pretty diverse spell kit here. Squig Coppers in the back, and looks like some Black Orcs. Honestly, I feel like this Greenskin army has some super good tools against this Dark Elf army. But that's just a topical assessment. You can never underestimate Soul Stealers and Malekith. Now, who is the Greenskin Lord? Oh, it's a Night Goblin Warboss. Check it out. On foot. He's on foot. We got a little Night Goblin Warboss back here. He does have the Tormentor Sword, so you can lock things down and do some work. But yeah. Hadries does have some backline pressure in the form of, some Harpies over there on the flanks, it looks like, and also maybe a Vanguard back here of some Dark Riders, but with the Squig Coppers, he should be able to defend his lines pretty well. Yeah. There is a Wild Giant. Giants are pretty good, actually. For the cost, Giants are very strong. Now, they're risky against missile factions, but in this case, I feel like the Greenskins have enough Daka to fend off enemy missile play, and there's no Scourge Runners, so the Giant should be relatively safe. Because this Greenskin build isn't super mobile. It has like 2 Squig Riders, but it doesn't have too much aside from that. We will see how it goes. So we have a Kane versus Gork thing going on here in chat. It is a Footlord. He's pretty hard to snipe, and he does have the Tormentor Sword, so that is something. So the Greenskins are immediately going to spot the Dark Elves, the Druchii, up on this hill here. And the Dark Elf box is certainly going to be punished to an extent by the Greenskin magic, and also by the Brainbustas, and by the error play here from the Orc Air Boys, so that's going to be quite cool to see how that goes. Here they come. I don't know. This is going to be exciting. I mean, Hadri's is a masterful Dark Elf player, but Zach Bisane, of course, an amazing Greenskin player as well. It's a fun thing about these faction wars. Like, everyone's really good at their factions they're playing, so you're usually seeing, like, a master class of, them at their best. Not always. There's a couple of people today, obviously, who played factions that they're not their best at, but for the most part, it's the case. For the most part, it is the case. There is a Medusa. The Medusa is riding on the Bloodrack Shrine, and it's actually pretty good. It can really wreck Greenskin infantry. Like, for example, if it can shoot at Black Orcs, you guys will see the damage is pretty decent. So it looks like the Bloodrack Shrine is going to come forward. It has 80 armor, so the Orc Airboys will have some tools. And clearly, Hadri's is going on the flank here, trying to get, like, Gazes of Malice and Breath Attacks on the Black Orcs. Gaze of Malice going down there. Doesn't do too much against armor there, so not really the most useful cast. But the Hydra here able to roast 18 goblins, it looks like, so those goblins definitely getting poked pretty good. And the Dark Elves are going to take up refuge here in the tree line, which doesn't really matter for the Greenskins. They can advance quite happily. And a Vindictive Glare going down on the Bloodrack Shrine, doing some okay damage. It's a very cheap spell. So basically, it looks like Zach Bisane is just going to be spamming like really cheap spells and trying to get his value there. Now in the front, we do have some charges coming in. Dark Riders, Slaanesha's Harvesters, Harpies coming in, but the Squig Hoppers are basically right here to respond. There are some Black Orcs nearby as well, but these Orc Airboys certainly in a little bit of trouble. Some really good initial harass by Hadri's, and Malekith basically just is like the winner of blob fights. With Soul Stealer, he can basically just Shrek things, and here comes Soul Stealer. It's really going to wreck this Greenskin pocket pretty hard. But the Orcs have a lot of bodies to throw at things. In the back, the other Cav units, the Dark Riders emerging from the tree line, going to be able to get some good pressure and just jump right on top of these Orc Airboys. Granted, Orc Airboys can usually put up a good fight there. And the Crows of Cain are fighting. Giant that needs to scoot forward and help deal with that. Malekith is just so good at winning pit fights. And here he breaks off the Squig Hoppers, he wrecks the Goblins. Oh, a nice Doombolt coming in right there, able to do a ton of work here against the Black Orcs. And Hadri's doing a really good job kind of hounding this flank here. It seems like the Greenskin's a little bit out of position for some of the pressure plays. Squig Hoppers have gotten onto the Crows of Cain, which is nice. And not to say Dark Elves aren't taking damage, but I think this Giant needs to get busy. Now the Wah has been popped. Nice Brain Buster there from Zach, able to wreck those Doomfire Warlocks, doing some really good AoE damage. But the Black Orcs here are wavering. Definitely in the danger zone, but the Wah is keeping them fighting, keeping them strong. My feet are strong, Joe Rogan. They're trying their best. But nonetheless, Dirk and Squig Hoppers falling back, just trying to peel. And the Greenskins need to reform their dock alliance for sure behind this kind of new battlefront here. So the Wah is active. Giant's coming in. Giant is going to be going to Pound Town here against the Bloodrack Shrine. Tormentor Sword is popped here, so currently the Shrine cannot move. Therefore, the Giant probably going to get at least like 2 or 3 hits on it, although it looks like the Shrine is rolling once again. It did take some heavy damage, though, down to about half health. Now, the Greenskin Dock Alliance here need to reform ranks, start shooting once again. Dark Elves taking a little bit of damage in the infantry fight. Giants, of course, hitting pretty hard. Vindictive Glare against the Shrine once again. But Black Orcs on the flank, man, these Black Orcs are just not going quietly. They are holding to the end here. And Black Orcs, of course, are immune to psychology, so if you want to break them off, you have to do it the old-fashioned way. So if we look around, Greenskins still have a fair amount of Orc Boys. The Squig Hopper is doing a really good job chasing down like the Crows of Cain and these other elements around here. And the Dock Line is back online. Basically, one group of the archers isn't shooting. The other 3 are in pretty good shape. Gaze of Malice coming down from Malekith right here. Going to be doing a fair amount of damage. Taking out about 4 or 5 models right there. But now is where the Dark Elves can strike back. If Malekith is able to goon out this Night Goblin War Boss who does not have the Tormentor Sword, that could be a disaster. Doomfire Warlocks are killed, and the Giant is on guard duty. Malekith does not want to fight a Giant, for sure. So, basically, the Greenskins just spamming the missile attacks here on the Bloodrack Shrine, which is dying to Black Orcs, which, yeah, definitely needs to get out of combat there. And these other Black Orcs are still holding back those elite units, and the Giant needs to just guard this little Gobbo. Like, if he can guard the little Gobbo, I think the Greenskins are actually going to be in pretty good shape here. But if Malekith can goon out the Greenskin leadership, like, this early in the game, that could be game blouses. So Get Back here is popped. The Night Goblin is able to evade Malekith's attacks. The Giant comes in with a huge blow right in the back of Malekith. Scroll of Leeching being popped as well. And guys, it's looking a little bit scary for the Dark Elves here as all of the Greenskin Skulkers are coming in. Smoke Bomb might get popped here. Is he going to Smoke Bomb? Is it off cooldown? Probably not. It looks like he did not have it on cooldown there. And the Dock Line is able to put some hurt here on Malekith, who also gets blasted by some Greenskin magic on the way out. And, the Blackguard honestly have a really bad trade with the Black Orcs. The Black Orcs able to do some amazing work there. And this Giant is basically just guarding this Night Goblin and doing a really good job. The Orc Dock Alliance in pretty good shape. These guys are pulling back. I mean, Dark Elves are kind of getting crumped around the map. Oh, beautiful Breath Attack by Hadri's, though. He's able to get a down Breath Attack right on that Goblin Big Boss who was not moving. And then Malekith's going to come in and just goon him out. So here comes the Smoke Bomb. Smoke Bomb is popped. So Malekith is currently slowed, which means he's going to be taking some beating from the Giant. Giant gets a really nice shot there, but the Night Goblin War Boss is broken off. But Malekith is certainly paying a troll toll. He's taking a lot of damage in the process, and there's a ton of Greenskin Daka here, which can really, really do a lot of damage. Now, the Halberds here, doing okay against the Black Orcs, actually winning that fight, but I think they were already very beat up to begin with. Malekith taking a couple blows on the way out. Man, that Giant really just clubbing him. Very, very solid. And the Orc Shaman kind of trying to keep him in combat as well, but the Orc Shaman probably wants to get away from that fight if he can. And the Giant, of course, finishing off the last of this Blackguard. Let me have some water here real quick. And Hadri still has a chance here. I mean, you're never out of the game when Malekith is here. If he's able to get a really cost-effective Soul Stealer, and yeah, Hadri's basically just trying to goon out the characters here and try and kill all the Orc leadership, which is a smart play. But the Orc Daka is weighing, it's a heavy toll. And the Orcs have a fair amount of ammo. I always feel like Orc Airboys ammo lasts like forever. They're just going to be shooting Malekith. The Bloodrack Shrine is back, and Hadri's with a very smart play is basically just shooting with it safely in the distance, just kind of poking down where he can, trying to get what value before basically its 82 HP becomes a crushing blow. So these Black Guard are done. The Giant able to crump him, and from here the Orc Boy should be able to finish him off. Vindictive Glare going downtown with the snipe and finishing off the Shrine. So the little Goblin Shaman here, the Night Goblin Shaman, able to get beautiful missile attacks. And my concern for Hadri's is that they probably have some Winds of Magic left because they've only been using like dirt cheap spells. They might be able to actually missile attack down Malekith and really, really do some serious damage. So let's see what they're saying here. Good luck, have fun. Always a good time. And now the Black Guard, yes, they're good against a Giant on paper, but if they're being swarmed by Goblins, I mean, look at that. That one Druchii just being beaten into the ground by the Giant. And the Goblins with their little pitchforks, going to be able to eventually wear down this Black Guard. Malekith with a beautiful breath attack, though. Hadri's has had some great breath attacks this game. But the Greenskin Daka line still fires, still going strong, shooting into Malekith here. He's at about 1,000 HP. It looks like some Dark Riders with shields are going to be engaging. And hey, Hadri's gets a second quarter push. He's got Dread Spears and Bleak Swords coming in, and the Daka line is going to be temporarily shut down. But that Giant, man, is going to be a really, really tough one to kill. Malekith jumping in, though, and knocking over the Giant, doing some really big damage, and he does kind of stabilize the Black Guard. He keeps them fighting, and the Giant's coming back up. Orc Shaman charging in. Oh, man, this is such a close one. The Orc Airboys need to finish off Malekith. This Giant needs to finish off Malekith. So Malekith's going to be trying to turn and run now, but an overhand right from the Giant coming in. Giant is actually shaken. Are the Dark Elves going to be able to pull this one back? The timing of shutting down all these Orc Airboys is huge. We have some Orc Boys coming in as well. Orc Shaman's terrified, Goblin's terrified. This is a really close game, and honestly, I think the Dark Elves shutting down all those archers like that might be able to get the game. But again, the Orc Daka is going to be coming back most likely, because the Dark Elves don't have the elements to chase everything down. Dark Riders are broken off here. We have some Goblins coming back here. But if Hadri's can chase off the Giant, I think he might be able to win this. Man, what a scrap this is. I really thought the Greenskins had this one in the bag. Anyways, here you can see the Orc Shaman getting hunted by Malekith. The Giant is being chased off, which is an absolute disaster here for the Greenskins. The Daka line coming back in some areas. We have Daka here. We have Nasty Skulkers here. These Orc Airboys are being pushed off. The Goblin using the Forbidden Rod or the Wand of Jet, which I would imagine he's going to try and blast Malekith. He has to kill Malekith here. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Goblins rushing in to try and hold back this tide here. Sorry about the phone notifications. That was indeed my phone. And here come the Orc Airboys moving back in towards Malekith. It's anyone's game, really. But the Giant being chased off is pretty big. That thing still has 1,500 HP. Which is no joke. The Greenskin's able to get a force back. Oh, Vindictive Glare is going to be able to hit Malekith. It goes up. He takes a couple shots. He's at 759. And these Nasty Skulkers are going to get broken off by the presence of Malekith. Orc Archers are still shooting. If the Orcs can kind of re-secure a pocket, get some of that missile pressure back online, maybe. But it seems like the Druchii have been able to push back. I cannot believe Hadri's came back this game. I cannot believe it. Malekith taking a couple shots. Going to put him down to 673. The Orc Shaman, does he have any more magic left? These Goblins going to get chased off for sure. But man, that Giant being chased off was pretty disastrous. Malekith came in with a steel chair and knocked over the Giant, and then from there was able to break him. So the Orc Shaman and the Archers are the last bastion of hope. I mean, if they can kill Malekith somehow, they could probably win a fight against the rest of these guys. The Orc Shaman isn't a bad combatant. As far as casters go, he has decent offensive output. But of course, his defensive capabilities are quite poor. Dark Elves pulling ahead even more and more as the Nasty Skulkers are chased off the battlefield. The Black Guard here might get focused down by the Orc Airboys as they march through the tree line. I cannot believe this, guys. And Malekith has been able to do it. He chased them off, and there's no way. There's way too much like elite Dark Elf stuff, and Harpies regenerating. And guys, the Druchii just narrowly winning that game. I thought Zach Busane had that one in the bag. Like, he was in great shape. But yeah, the Giant getting gooned by Malekith there at the end was just an absolute game changer. Absolute game changer. Man, the Gabos tried. Yes, I will put my phone on silent. Good call. So let's go to the bracket. The Druchii advance. And now we have our top side. So we have Aerocrastic, we have High Elves against Lizardmen, and we have Empire against Dark Elves. Man. Yeah, Darth Vader carried that game. He did indeed. What a match. So now, GG, can't believe that comeback. I cannot. The Greenskins were really ahead. Malekith, I'm telling you, Malekith is still drawing breath, and you're in trouble. He's a really strong lord. All right, so let's go ahead and get the game going for the next one. Let's see where we can find it. So Alrighty, so we have Arrow versus Falcon. High Elves versus Lizards. Let's see if I can find it now. Oh, they're probably still in this one. Okay. I would imagine. They just rejoined this one. So finding the lobbies real quick. It's one of the more challenging elements of running Total War Warhammer tournaments. Hey guys, we're in the correct lobby, so let's go ahead and switch back here. We are in, and let's set the nameplates. So this is totally an Obi-Wan and Anakin fight. These guys are good pals, so alas, it was it had to be. Oh, who's on what side? Hold on. Falcon and Arrow. Amazing game so far. All of these games have just been absolute scraps. Great performance from all the lads. And now it is time for Falcon v. Aerocrastic. And they're not going to stream snipe each other. They're like really close friends, so I'm not going to bother with the screen blocker. It's fine. The Skaven lost early, yes, but it was a really good battle. So they did go earlier in the stream. Having to pick between Arrow and Falcon, I know they're very evenly matched. They're very, very good players, these two guys. So we're going to see how it goes. I don't know if Falcon will bring the Shredder of Lustria this time. The winner, of course, of this is going to be advancing on to the... if we take a look at the brackets here. Where are my brackets? They're going to... Oh, that's the wrong bracket. They're going to be advancing on to the grand finals. So the winner of these two games will face off here for the Big Pumbaa prize, which will be quite a bit of fun. And now let us go ahead and load back in Discord. I gave them the map in Discord so they can go to the correct map. Really excited to see this. Looks like Aerocrastic is ready. Falcon making some tweaks to his army. The maps are indeed in Discord for you guys if you're looking for them. For the grand final, obviously, we can just tell you guys when we get there. The grand final will be best of 3. The next map that's going to be taking place is Angui. Angui is going to be the next map. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to... I have a new phone, so I'm still learning all the... Okay, that's that. Hold on. Okay, that should do it. So sorry about that, guys. Very unprofessional, but it is what it is. I am a caveman as it pertains to technology. So it's going to be the High Elves trying to avenge the Shadow King Xiphos, and the Old Ones trying to fulfill their plan. See how that goes. A close friend is the only one I would screen snipe. We don't need a screen blocker. They're in Discord together. These guys are really close friends. I can't see it happening. I mean, I can put it up just for your guys' peace of mind, but I guarantee you neither of these guys would stream snipe. You guys want it? Okay, I'll put it up for you. It's fine. So I'll try to remember to... he is changing his army quite a bit, so... But yeah, they're literally in a chat room together. We'll do it for you guys, just for the peace of mind, though. Falcon's army is completely different from what you saw, by the way. He's cycling between armies, it looks like. So, guys, if you're here to see the Lizards, Falcon is your champion, and those of you who are representing the High Elf... I wouldn't call him an empire. What would you call the High Elf? The High Elf Empire is more of like the High Elf Island. Then Aerocrastic shall be your champion. People said the High Elf's going to win. Aerocrastic today has proved us wrong so far. Well, not us. I think High Elves are pretty good. Getting all the way to the finals with some really, really good performances against Norska as well as the Beastmen. And now here he is against the Lizards. I would imagine there's going to be some Sisters of Avalorn, some Nobles perhaps, some Dragon play. And now we load into this battle for the fate of the old world to decide who will move on to the finals of today's second faction war, the February faction war. I am paranoid. I'm going to leave it up again. No, I'm reading chat now. It's not happening. In that first game, I was just trying to focus on the game to like get me warmed up here. And here we go. So let's minimize here. Let's get rid of the faction blocker. It is gone. It is gone. It is not there. We're good. Misha, no, I got it. Don't worry, guys. I know. And here we are, my friends. Aerocrastic versus Falcon. We've been here before. Let's see how this battle goes. So for the forces of the High Elves here, led by Aerocrastic. We have a couple White Lions. White Lions are actually a cool choice because they have good armor. They can actually fight against Temple Guard as well as Saurus very cost effectively. So he's got 2 of those. A couple Spearmen, but yeah, 3 White Lions in total. Got a Star Dragon, double Noble on the Chariot. So these guys are basically, it's kind of funny. They actually do surprisingly good damage against single entities. So yeah, Nobles on the Chariot, good against infantry, and actually not bad against single entities. It's a very strange thing. On top of that, for his Lord, he does have Alariel the Ever Pigeon on foot. It looks like he has 3 groups of Reaver Archers for battlefield control and kiting, and that's pretty much it. So for the forces of Falcon, we have Coldwind Riders, so not going for Spear Riders, opting to go for the cheaper variant, which is better against infantry, like White Lions, but also just getting more of them in general. So he has 4 in total, I think. Yeah, it looks like 4 of these cav units, and is it the Feral Dreadsaurian? Okay. Not the Shredder of Lustria, but again, you guys are pretty much getting a Dreadsaurian out of Falcon every single game today, just about. So he does have the Dreadsaurian. The Red-Crested Skinks are going to really mulch that front line of the High Elves. They're super good against White Lions, and it looks like Skinks in the front line. Now, for his caster, he does also have Aslan Mage Priest of High Magic. Tempest is a clutch ability against Star Dragons, and honestly, I think Falcon's army, just looking at things, has a lot of good tools against his High Elf force, but again, a lot of it's going to come down to the cav play and the engagements and the single entity fights and whatnot. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. The Everqueen is on foot. She's not on her bird today, but again, she's not on the bird because I think if you... Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. She could be on the bird. Maybe it's just a cost thing. Oh, no, she's not on foot. She's actually on her horse. It was just kind of hard to tell from the desert there. So, yeah, the Everqueen is riding on a horse. So she'll be a little bit swifter. Some lovely tea provided by my smoking hot wife, Lady Turin, keeping me going strong here in the 4th quarter of today's stream. Dark Elves. The Dark Elves really don't like the lizards. I feel like Tyrion is kind of like a bit of a dick. He doesn't like other factions really, but Teclis would ally with the lizards. As a matter of fact, in the Hyle cinematic from Game 2, he's like, we need to ally with our cold-blooded friends. He's like, yeah, he's trying to be more reasonable. But the Reaver Archers going to be opening up here against the Red-Crested Skinks, which is really good for Arrow. He's able to get some good damage against those little boys, those little bastards, little skinks. And yeah, they take some damage. No casualties though, just taking HP damage. So Arrow's probably going to want to delay the main fight for as long as he can and get some value out of his Reaver Cav. Falcon basically just preparing for the big Alpha Strike. He does have Apotheosis, Tempest, and that's pretty much it. So no big Bronus Time War play or anything like that, but I don't know if he'll need it against White Lions and things like that. So the Skinks coming in with some Javelins, I would imagine, going to be throwing in the firepower from the High Elf Archers shooting into the Red-Crested Skinks once more. And the Star Dragon is going to be afflicted by a Tempest. So it looks like Falcon is going to get that damage. And Tempest does do damage also. It's not just a snare. It'll probably take 500, 600, 700 HP off the Star Dragon before all is said and done. Skinks are throwing Javelins. Really nice stuff. Falcon able to position those Javelins and really pepper that Star Dragon down. In the meantime, we do, of course, have the White Lions getting in position. Going to be engaging against the Red-Crested Skinks. Although it looks like he's trying to fall back and get the Spearmen in front. It's a little bit hard to say. The Tempest does some huge damage. Wow, way more than I thought, but that was partially because of the Javelins. Now here we have the Golden Riders charging in. White Lions, of course, ready to go. Star Dragon charging in as well. Nobles, Alariel, there's going to be a lot of healing, and the Spears here do take that charge pretty well from the Golden Riders. So the single entity healing here is going to be quite nasty. As you can see, the Golden Riders are forced back, and the High Elves are able to get a good engagement there, of course. But now the Dreadsaurian is here, and the Dreadsaurian is going to be a terror beast and should be able to do some work in this engagement. Granted, Star Dragons are very, very strong. The Star Dragon's going to be pulling back here. Nobles and Chariots are in good shape, and the White Lions are still holding relatively well. Falcon trying to swarm in with the Golden Riders and make sure that the Star Dragon cannot get away, but a false protection from Arrow will make that dragon a little bit tougher. And it looks like the Reaver Cav are basically just kind of circling and trying to get shots wherever they can. Honestly, they could maybe swarm those Red-Crested Skinks and do a little bit of work there. But some of the Skink armies are buckling under the Spears and White Lions. Over here, White Lions are doing okay. And these White Lions are holding back a herd of Skinks as well. Now, the Dreadsaurian has forced its way back here and is doing a lot of work against the Star Dragon, but does Aerocrastic have anything to help in this fight? It seems like the Dreadsaurian is just giving the business here to the Star Dragon and forcing it back, and it keeps getting staggered. Now, if the Nobles with Chariots can come over here and help, or the Star Dragon can get up in the sky, I think he should be fine. He has plenty of healing. And the Nobles with Chariots are actually doing a really good job just running down the Golden Riders and also running over the Skinks. And Reaver Cav, like I said, are really good in combat as far as skirmish Cav go. They have combat stats in the 30s. The Star Dragon using its mobility to get away from the Dreadsaurian, but Falcon's just on the hunt. He's following that dragon like it's nobody's business. And Falcon has won the center engagement pretty well. White Lions here getting crumped. Over here, the High Elves have done better. White Lions were able to beat down a bunch of Skinks. But really, it's going to come down to dealing with those Nobles on Chariots and those other single entities. So at this point, I think Arrow's going to go for a fight. He's going to get his 2 Chariot boys and also the Dragon and maybe try and goon out the Feral Dreadsaurian, or not kill it instantly, but try and do some damage over time and start wearing down a big threat on the battlefield. And potentially the Star Dragon could get some big terror outs on all the Red-Crested Skinks and little guys right here, but We'll see how it goes. So one of the High Elf Nobles has taken a lot of damage here. The Dread Saurian has done quite a bit of work. Star Dragon doing some okay work against the Skinks. White Lions here, unfortunately, are fighting the cohort of Sotek, which will be a losing battle for them. But as far as the balance of power goes, it looks like Falcon is slightly ahead. The Dread Saurian seems to be getting the better trades. And of course, the Apotheosis and the constant buffs from the Salon. And, you know, mind you, Tempest is also still here. And oh, Falcon also has a Heavens Caster for Wind Blast. I did not see that. So he does have the dual caster. So at this point, I think Arrow has to... Oh, no. Oh, no. Ilariel the Radiant's a little bit trapped up here, guys. There's a ton of Velociraptors and a giant beast here. This Tempest is going to be super good as well, keeping the damage onto the Star Dragon. But Star Dragon does charge in, which might buy a little bit of time for Ilariel to get away. Maybe with her Care Bear magic, but... Oh, yeah, Star Dragon taking a lot of work from that Tempest. Quite nasty. Reaver Cav still charging in. Nobles, of course, in Mortal Kombat here. Balance of power is still relatively even. A very, very good battle here between these two players. Falcon's Dread Saurian is out for blood today, and it's really showing the Star Dragon who the Apex Predator is. So you can see the Star Dragon just being bullied by the Dread Saurian. And the Ilariel is going after the Slann, it looks like. I think she's not going after it, but she's just trying to survive, basically. Very, very close battle, though. I mean, there still are some mobile elements here for Arrow. He has a fair amount of Reavers left. The Nobles are really nasty, too. I mean, I guess just getting the Dragon away using, like, overhead breath attacks on, like, the Slann or something like that could be very, very strong. I would imagine Arrow's probably, like, winding up for a breath attack here. The two Nobles actually charge into the Dread Saurian, getting some decent damage. And where is he going with the Star Dragon? The breath attack here is going to be big. Oh, man. Right onto the back of the Dread Saurian, doing so much damage, and then charging in with the Dragon as well. Star of Avalorn going down. Unfortunately, he misses his other Noble. He does get it with the Earthblood, which is nice. But the Star Dragon is getting pretty much the full heal there. Man, what an absolute scrap. Ilariel's in combat, doing her thing. Looks like a lot of the lizards are breaking. Some white lions are making their way back to the battlefield. And the cohort of Sotek, like I said, was able to beat those white lions over there. But one noble's pretty much down. Oh, and the Dread Saurian bites his head off. He's done for. He's down for the count. This is so close. That heal was really nice. The dragon was able to get a lot of healing, but I feel like the lizards are just going to swarm here. Maybe if he has like another breath attack on the Star Dragon soon? I don't know. I just don't see his noble like surviving this really. He's trying to poke the Slann where he can. Star Dragon's pulling back. Noble's holding the line. Coldwind Riders are shaking and rampaging. It looks like Arrow is going to be using some of his Illyrian Reavers to kind of block up the Dread Saurian, which is a really good play. It's a masterful battlefield kind of awareness there. But there's so many skinks and so many lizards here. And is he going to go for a fight with the Dread Saurian? Probably not. Apotheosis is popped on the Dread Saurian once again. I think he has to hope to get some terror outs here with Ilariel. Yeah, breath attack coming in. Here it comes. Right into the pipe, hitting a bunch of those skinks. Man, that wasn't quite as cost-effective as the one earlier. Maybe he should have saved it for the Dread Saurian coming in here. But now the Noble's going to be getting chewed on. But here comes the Star Dragon. Now, if Arrow can goon out the Feral Dread Saurian and get pretty lucky with his RNG, maybe. But I think Falcon has too much. Shield of the Old Ones is going to be a great force-multiplying effect here. And yeah, the Star Dragon's probably going to get crumped by the Apex Predator, which is much healthier. The Noble on the Chariot is still going strong, attacking the Dread Saurian, who's now down to 3,300. But the Star Dragon is shaken. He's at 15. He's very, very low. The Lizards have a ton of bodies here, which obviously could run to terror routes. If the Dread Saurian were to lose this somehow, maybe. But I don't think so. So the Star Dragon's broken. Ilariel's broken. And guys, the Children of the Old Ones will advance to the Grand Finals, taking vengeance for the last faction war. But man, Arrow did a great job. Both players had outstanding control, and it really was down to the wire there. Like I said, every game today has been like super close. Just absolute cockfights. Absolute cockfights indeed. So well played. Well played indeed. Let's go ahead and update the brackets here. And Falcon will advance to the Grand Finals to face the winner of Dob Plays and Hadries. So Dark Elves and Lizards, Dark Elves and Empire, or Empire and Lizards. It's going to be one of those, obviously. The Skinks were just little guys. They held on to the bitter end. So now we have Dob versus Hadries. Let's go ahead and find that lobby. We'll jump right into it. Man, we are getting through this tournament nice and quick today. And I see one person in there. Dob versus Hadries is here. Go ahead and do it to it. Okay. The Lizards are here in the finals. The Dread Saurians reigning supreme on today's stream. Those things are, in the hands of the great Falcon, are quite a terror in the night. So now we're going to go back here to the scorecards. We'll get a screen blocker up just to appease you guys. And let's go ahead and update the cards. So we have Dob Plays against Hadries here. Will the Empire make it to the Grand Finals twice in a row? 2 for 2 in the Faction Wars, or will the Druchii make it for their first time? And let's go ahead and do this. And that is Hadries. Make that name a little bit bigger here. We're all set. Good luck, have fun. Dov has his army ready. Sotek is pleased to stay. Sotek, I'm sure, is pleased. Dread Saurian is Falcon's arrow titan? Yeah, it is. As a campaign player, it's so strange to see skinks on the battlefield. I know. It's more about cost effectiveness than, because you have finite resources, right? Whereas in campaign, you can just basically splurge all over the good units at some point. Who calls? The nation calls. That would totally be like a high school, gym chant. Who calls? The nation calls, My lovely wife is here, hanging out. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. Very well played Aerocrastic, getting to the basically the quarters of the semis, I think, or the semifinals with the High Elves having a very good run. So clearly the High Elves do have some teeth, and they almost won that game too. There was a couple of really good engagements, but I feel like the White Lions just kind of got crumped too hard. I don't know what I would even do differently. I'm not a good High Elf player. I really don't know how to approach that matchup. And here we go. The Vampire Counts had a really good run. They won their first game against Dwarves, and then they almost beat Falcon. Like, Tank almost got him. It was so close. Yeah, I mean, it could have very well have been the Vampire Counts in the finals here. Now let's get the screen blocker up. I am quite aware of that now. And now for the forces of the Sons of Sigmar. It's going to be the classic state troop front line using these Sigmar Sons and really relying on the heavy calves. We have Knights of the Blazing Sun. Two groups of those. We have Demogryph Knights without halberds, with lances. We have Pistoliers, which is the classic Dob play special. We have Volkmar the Grim. We do also have a Bright Wizard and a Warrior Priest. So really going to be using those nice buffs to buff up those Knights of the Blazing Sun and Pistoliers to kite. A very well-rounded Empire army. Definitely looking pretty good. Now for the forces of Hadris, he's got a front line of Witch Elves. No, Corsairs. Interesting. So Corsairs with some Dread Spears as well. We do have a couple Coldwood Knights. So Coldwood Knights and Coldwood Knights here and here. In the back, we do also have Dark Riders with Repeater Crossbows, a classic answer against Empire Heavy Cav. Mobile, good AP values can certainly pepper things down, but Pistoliers are also a counter against them. Pistoliers can beat them in combat and also outshoot them in skirmishing. So it depends on the positioning, of course. Coldwood Knights into the sunset, pretty standard stuff in this matchup. And Malekith, of course, able to carry games all the way to the Dark Ages. And Dread Spears. So good army for both players. I think they both have great options. It's really just going to come down to cav engagements and, general play. Don't worry, guys. I got the screen blocker. We will see. So let us know in chat. Sons of Sigmar, raise up your mustaches for Dob plays or fans of the Witch King. Let us know. Are you a Druchii boy? Let us know in chat. It is time. Shout out your champion and let us go forth into this good night. As I drink some delicious water. Gotta hydrate. The Volkswagen is here. Volkswagen is really scary. He's like so hard to kill. He has like a bound banishment. He has Soulfire Bombardment to kill Dark Elf infantry. He's just so good. The one thing about Dob's army, he doesn't have the best tools for killing Malekith. I mean, Demis will do okay. Pistoliers can focus him, but that's probably the one weakness of Dob's army is like, he doesn't have someone to go fisticuffs with Malekith. But aside from that, he has good tools for everything else, just not for Mali. I mean, yeah, Pistolier fire and spears eventually, and maybe some fireball stuff, but yeah, it's going to be hard. It seems like mostly shouts of Sigmar in chat. It's almost impossible to root against the Empire in this game. It's almost impossible. No Scourge Runners, actually. I'm really surprised. I thought Hadris would bring like one or two Scourge Runners just to kind of do well against the Empire Heavy Cav, but yeah. I guess he's opting for more of a kind of an old school build. As a matter of fact, I don't think he really has any DLC units here. He's got, I think some Harvesters, Dark Riders, Slaanesha's Harvesters are pretty much it. Dob did have some, and some Dark Riders in the far corner as well. But the Sons of Sigmar are getting in position, getting ready to party. And here we go. If you guys haven't seen Dob Plays on his YouTube channel, please do check him out. He's a great content creator. Really, really good player as well. And here come the Pistoliers, going to be scooting forward, preparing to do battle with the glorious Dark Riders of Hadris. Dark Rider's going to be opening up a shot here onto the Spearmen with shields, who will ignore most of that. Gaze of Malice going down as well. I mean, it's going to be able to hit the Spearmen approaching. Yeah, that was a nice one right there. Getting some decent value against those Spearmen. And now it's pretty much the skirmishing phase of the game. Coldwood Knights surging forward, looking for some engagements, but it looks like Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in for a big shot. Oh, and Hadris is going to get kind of overwhelmed here. Knights of the Blazing Sun with Volkmar's buffs are just going to crump those Coldwood Knights. And a banishment going down back here as well. Oh man, that was a really nice engagement by Jov. He was able to just wreck those Coldwood Knights, wreck the Dread Spears. However, now comes the countercharge. We have the Coldwood Knights coming in from Hadris, and Malekith will probably respond with the Fat Soul Stealer, but initially that was a huge, huge advantage to the Empire. Malekith coming in, going after the boy, Volkmar the Grim, the man, the myth, the legend. and getting a little bit of damage, but he's not one that's easy to kill. Now, on the flank, it looks like the Pistolier is falling back into a box of spears, and they're going to be shooting into this engagement as well, lending their fire support here. And it looks like the Empire is able to take a pretty clean engagement here. Knights of the Blazing Sun are able to win against the Cold One Knights pretty handily. And Malekith's kind of getting worked on by the Warrior Priest and Volkmar, and also a lot of pistol fires coming in, and there's nothing the Dark Elves can really do to interrupt it. I would imagine a Soul Stealer is going to be going down soon, but Malekith looks to just be forced back. So far, guys, balance of power massively in the favor of the Sons of Sigmar with that huge Knights of the Blazing Sun Alpha Strike right there with the Grand Hammer of Sigmar and all those different buffs. Malekith is forced back. Balance of power is currently in the favor of the Empire, but it could all, with a good Soul Stealer or a good Gooning attempt could change everything. So good breath attack coming in from Hadri's, able to go right into the center mass of that Pistolier blob. Sons of Sigmar and State Troops, of course, are holding quite well in the front line, and many of the Coldmoon Knights were actually denied that engagement. But oh, that Soul Stealer is so nasty. That's going to do so much damage to that big blob. Dov does respond with a Burning Head right here, able to get those Dark Riders pretty effectively. And Volkmar the Grim, of course, just riding down on his chariot and still doing battle with Malekith. Volkmar is actually not a bad combatant on his chariot. Like, he's just so durable with the Jade Griffin and his self-healing that he can do some great work. Now, balance of power is coming back towards the middle. Dark Elves have gotten some good engagements. Now that the repeater crossbows are shooting unimpeded into these cav, it's going to be quite nasty, and they're also in a sense playing into Malekith's strength of like blobbing up into Soul Stealers. So I think Dov needs to get some Pistoliers, some of his cav units, and overload this flank and shut down the repeater crossbows. But nonetheless, I still think Empire is in a commanding position here. Empire Heavy Cav going to be riding into these Black Ark Corsairs, the Knights of the Blazing Sun, just an epic charge. They're one of the coolest looking units in the game. And Malekith's going to be coming over on his dragon trying to help out and maybe free up some Corsairs, but for the most part, the Warrior Priest and Volkmar the Grim are on the hunt. So I guess the issue of not being able to deal with Malekith terribly effectively was just 100% wrong. Nonetheless, though, Malekith here is broken, and guys, I think that's going to be a relatively quick game for the Sons of Sigmar. With the Dark Riders being pushed off here by, the Pistoliers, like, in the spear support, Volkmar the Grim will annihilate all the Dark Elf infantry, and without Malekith to really deal with those, like, Volkmar-type threats, the Empire Heavy Cav are just going to run shop. So if we look around the battlefield, what do the Druchii have left? They have some Corsairs, they have some spears here, and, but the Pistoliers are going to be able to just wreck these guys. They're so good against enemy skirmish cav units because they can chase and 360 shoot and generally get some good value. Now, Slanesh's Harvesters from Hadri is going to be trying to get some picks there, which is good. Malekith is back in business. A Soul Stealer might be able to kind of heal him back, but Dark Elves are just going to be losing so much here. Knights of the Blazing Sun couching their lances here in a moment. Grand Hammer of Sigmar was buffing them, but I think it'll be wearing off in a moment. And the Demogryph Knights, I also forgot about that. That was actually what I think was doing a lot of damage against Malekith, but it looks like the Empire is going to try and stop the Dark Elves from regrouping by just charging in with a big, hammer cav, and they might be able to do it. Granted, these spears, if they stay in combat, might be able to finish off the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Malekith on the far side is able to get a good gooning attempt here against the Bright Wizard, which is a really, really nice play, but he only has 311 HP. I don't know what else he's going to be able to do there. In the meantime, Sigmar Sons fighting to the bitter end against the Druchii. Here, the mobile Empire Heavy Cav riding down these Slanesh's Harvesters, and that is going to be a quick victory for the Sons of Sigmar, who once again are advancing on to the Grand Finals. It's going to be Dov Plays facing off against Felcon, Lizardmen against Empire in a best-of-3 showdown. So they played the same faction, but it is best-of-3. So let's go ahead and update that. Man, Volkmar the Grim's mustache is so powerful. Well played to those two fine players. So let us go ahead here. And where is that? Go to the bracket. For today's Faction War, Dov Plays advances to the Grand Finals. Felcon versus Dov Plays, best-of-3. Now is the time. Now is the time indeed, my friends. Thank you guys all for joining. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're not. I saw a lot of you guys did earlier. I really appreciate that. Oh man, the game keeps crashing whenever I minimize after a game. Oh, it's so annoying. All right, thankfully it doesn't crash the stream though. So let's go ahead and do this. Task Manager here. Close out the Warhammer. And let's go here. Let's fire it up. We're good to go. Well played. Is Dov going to be Sigmar's chosen, or will the old one's reach extend into the Empire? We will find out. Sofa Muncher, thank you so much. Your relationship with Sigmar has increased from 40 to 60. Thank you, man. It's Jurassic Park, and Empire has some good tools against lizards, actually. They have some good firepower, some good character choices. They certainly have some teeth. So really, this is just going to come down to play here. It is best of 3, so players will have a couple opportunities. It's very much like a StarCraft 2 or, where players like playing the same race will do multiple games, but it's actually kind of fun. It is actually kind of fun. Malekith did get crumped pretty good. I guess the Demogryph Knights were just super sauced up with melee attack and they just killed him, but yeah. Yeah. Praise Sigmar. Nakai versus Wolfart? I don't think so. Maybe Falcon will do a Nakai. It's pretty risky. There is a prize. It's $75 for first, $25 for second, and then $25 for the Hero of the People. So we gave him some room to get the lobby up. Looks like they're here. One sec, guys. Let's see if this is indeed the two lads. First map is Altdorf Outskirts. And now we're going to go ahead and switch back to the lobby, put up a screen blocker to, you know, keep it all good here. We just need to add Falcon to the side. And I believe we're good to go. So players are picking the map here. Looks like they're all set. Dob plays, going to be on the Empire. Falcon on the Lizards. Two players playing their main factions. Always quite fun to see. All right. So guys. And perfect. Oh man, Dob's going the Golden Order, so it's going to be Golden Order versus the Sotek. Oh my God, they're playing sub factions, but as long as they're both playing sub factions, it's fine. And you know, Gelt isn't bad here. You know, he's got some teeth for sure, so we'll see. Oh my God, it's happening. It's happening. You guys want the War Wagons? The Vampire Coast did pretty good. They won their first game against who did they play earlier? Hang on, he had double crabs against like a ton of firepower. I can't remember. Was it the double crabs against a missile build? My brain is just totally like, it's been a long stream. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. All right, guys, I'm back. I am back. Dov is actually playing the Golden Order, so that pretty much limits you to, I don't know. I think you can only pick Gelt with Golden Order, I'm not sure. And then Falcon is playing the Lizard DLC faction, which is the Tehenuin. Yeah, we'll see. The Skaven lost their first game, but he brought a really cool build. He brought like a Master Assassin with a masked kite build in the faction war, and he did lose it, but it was a good fight. It was a really good fight. He lost to the Skaven lost to the Dark Elves in the beginning. He went masked kite, and Hadrius just did a really good job swarming him with like Harpies and Dark Riders. I'm not keeping the screen up. I'm here, guys, and Lady Turn's here, I'm sure, too. Oh, and we got a donation coming in. Hold on, let me check that out. Donation coming in from Esben Broderson. My apologies for missing that. 100 DKK says, great stream with the factions. Yeah, glad you're enjoying it, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I think it's a really fun format. And guys, if you are enjoying the stream, make sure to drop a like. It does help me help new people get to the channel. Helps me out quite a bit from a business perspective as well, because you know, basically, essentially, videos with more interaction basically are shared more often. It's kind of part of the algorithm, I would assume. So yeah, do that. Appreciate it, guys. Let's see if we can beat the last faction war. Last faction war, I think we got over 1,000 likes during the stream, which was cool. So we'll see if we can repeat that success. And how are we doing on time, guys? I'm afraid to minimize right now because they're loading in and I don't want it to crash. So if you let me know how long we've been streaming for. I'm curious. I'd like to like see if we can do this like around 4 hours to keep it like more digestible. Because when you go up over 5 hours, it sometimes takes like 2 days to process, and it's just like, ugh. But I think we're making pretty good time. We're in the grand finals after all. Top Plays is here. He is doing it. Now they're loading in. I'm not going to minimize until we're actually in the battle, at which point it isn't too much of a problem. Garland Green, I will check that out. Sorry I missed that, brother. Sorry I missed that. All right, faction blocker is gone. We're back in business. Almost 4 hours? That's pretty good. It's been 3 days. Oh, 3 hours and 53. That's perfect. Like, we might be able to finish this like just over 4 hours, which is like kind of what I envisioned for it. Yeah, that's great. That's really good. It's very like expedite, you know, it's quick. Jumping from lobby to lobby when they're already like ready to go, it really makes it super smooth. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed the streams, Tunde. Zenith, I haven't really tried that. I don't want to mess with too many settings during the stream, but I will try it after. So for the forces of the Golden Order, who shall be led by Dob Plays, he has Balthazar Gelt, Gotrek, and Felix. So certainly a pretty powerful goon squad. He does have a mortar wagon. So Dob has a single mortar wagon here, and that's pretty much it as far as wagons go. He's got Pistoliers, which is pretty standard, Pistoliers, and a whole front line of the Huntsmen. So Huntsmen, of course, pretty good against dinos, as you would expect. Nice little army. Pretty cool stuff. And now for the forces of the Lizards and Falcon. I forget what they're called, the Cult of Sotek. He's got Chameleon Skinks, an entire battle line of Skinks, including Red-Crested Skinks. He does also have a bunch of Cav units here in the back. Coldwind Riders, because obviously they are kind of both playing a funny sub-faction, but they're both still trying to win. So he has a bunch of Cav to deal with Empire Heavy Cav. We have a Slann Mage Priest of Life. Another Dread Saurian! Oh my goodness! He's just the Lord of Dread Saurians. And Heaven's Caster as well. So the Life Slann's going to be healing, and the Wind Blast Caster is going to be casting Wind Blast. And that is it. The tables are set. The die is cast. Here we are in the final battle. Well, we have every single faction in this tournament, with the exception of one sub-faction, which switches pretty much every time. But, yeah. The Mighty Dread Saurian versus Gotrek and Felix. This is like something out of the books. Although Gotrek and Felix, I don't think in any of the books they ever fight the Lizardmen. I don't think that really happens. I can't remember. It's kind of hard to write books about Lizardmen in Warhammer Fantasy, I would imagine, because like they're kind of like, you know, Primal Instinct sort of mortar wagons shooting in, dropping some fire into the Cold Riders in the back, and some of them little splash damage, a little something something. Thank you, Steven, for the donation. Hey, Turin, love all your streams, but really enjoy the faction style. Thank you, Steven, for your very generous donation, man. I'm glad you're enjoying this format. We're going to keep it going strong. Falcon's going to make Dread Saurians meta, I know. He's really good with them. So a good initial play there. Falcon is able to get his cohorts and take out quite a few Pistoliers, actually doing some heavy damage. The mortar wagons from Dov are shooting downtown into the Red-Crested Skinks, and of course pouring on some pepper onto those little guys. And now Falcon's forces advance. Obviously the ranged advantage does go to Dov. He has a ton of Huntsmen and missile pieces, which I would imagine are just going to be trying to focus down the Dread Saurian. But Dread Saurian does have regrowth. And it looks like a Plague of Rust has been used, so the Dread Saurian is currently debuffed pretty hard, and Dov is going to go for an Alpha Strike, but Falcon is, I think it was a little bit too early. Falcon's going to pull back now, and the Dread Saurian is not going to take any missile damage. That was really unfortunate for Dov. His big Alpha Strike attempt on the Dread Saurian is temporarily put out of commission, as Falcon basically gets the Chameleons and is counter-skirmishing Dov really efficiently. Mortar Wagon's getting some decent shots into the Skink cohorts there. I mean, at least it does allow the Empire more time to shoot and kind of skirmish. Pistoliers are just rotating about, but there's so many Skink cohorts with Javelins. Those guys are going to be able to just do so much work, so yeah, not really sure. Hard to say. Spearmen moving forward, the Empire kind of rotating away from the pressure here, and the Huntsmen can move and shoot forward. They can't 360 shoot, but they're getting some decent firepower, but the Empire Skirmisher is certainly taking the brunt of it. Balthazar Gelt in the back does have Final Transmutation as well in the Staff of Valon, so he could potentially go for a big old fat Final Transmutation. And some of the Chameleons might actually get pulled into combat by the State Troops here. State Troops will beat these Skink cohorts with their gold chevrons. So not a bad engagement here for the Empire. Spearmen moving up through the forest. And the Mortar Wagons are generating pretty good incremental value, for sure. So here comes Falcon's forces. Coldwind Rider is going to be pushing forward. A really aggressive push, I would imagine, coming in towards the Huntsmen. The Huntsmen unleashing a salvo of fire into the Fat Toad, getting some decent damage against the Slann. But I would imagine in a moment they're going to be switching their firepower onto the Dread Saurian, because if you don't deal with that thing, the Empire army, like, my one concern is it doesn't really have a lot of mass. Like, it has no Empire Cav to, like, stop these big things from just coming through and doing as they please. So I feel like the Skink Hordes might be able to push through. Granted, we do have Gotrek and Felix. Those guys, of course, have pretty good AP values, and the Pistoliers will be good at kiting out these Coldman Riders, but they are shielded, so it's not going to be like a quick kill. In the back, the Mortar Wagon for Dov has been taken out. Coldman Riders are going to be able to kill that quite easily, so a pretty big loss there initially. And the cohort of Sotek in the back is causing a lot of problems. And I think this is going to be a relatively quick collapse here for Felcon. I think he's going to be able to run over this Empire army, which did not have the mass to deal with his width. There's just too many things here that are just going balls deep in the formation. Windblast going down right there, wrecking these Spearmen with shields. Those guys are going to get buckled down. Down to Party Town. Those Spearmen go. Really nice Windblast. And you can see the Empire army is just kind of in shambles already. They have the heroic characters. They have Gotrek. They have Felix, who will, of course, be able to hurt the Dread Saurian, but I just think there's too many skinks. Pistoliers are being screened out well. The Huntsman almost actually sniped the Slan Mage, but look at the mass exodus of the Huntsman here. All those Huntsmen have just been absolutely run over. So, yeah, now it's basically just the heroes. Balthazar Gelt's going to get killed probably rather quickly by the big dinos as well, and the state troops are just being swarmed by the superior mobility of the Golden Riders. And yeah, it's just the heroes now. I don't even know where Gelt is. Gelt's actually in Mortal Kombat here versus the Skink Priest. Looks like another Plague of Rust attempt going down here. It will make the Dread Saurian slightly squishier with 40 armor, but oh man, the Wind Blast from Felcon are so punishing. So punishing. He's able to get a beautiful Wind Blast right there, and Balthazar Gelt is now coming after the Slan Mage Priest. Going to be potentially doing some work. Chameleon Skinks being rode down by Pistoliers is nice. And a nice attempt by Dov for sure. Going for a gooning on the Slan here in the endgame isn't a bad idea, but there's no way Dov can win at this point. So both players have gotten their meme armies out of the way, so I'm curious to see how they'll adjust this, because if Felcon does win the next game, he wins today's tournament. He'll be the grand champ of the second faction war. Yes. Too many missile troops? Yeah, there was a lot of missile troops against a very wide army like that, but you know, it was a bold strategy, but it just didn't pay off in the end. Felcon tends to swarm like that too, so it's a tricky one. The Dread Saurian going to be chewing on Felix here. Felix Jaeger's like, screw this shit, I'm out of here. And Gottschalk's going to be left to his own devices, as is usually the case. So guys, now we move on to game 2 of the grand finals between Dov Plays and Felcon. Felcon able to secure a pretty solid victory there. And now for the next map, we'll go ahead and do the... we'll do Pillar of Bone. Map 2. And we will minimize and update the scoreboard real quick. That is 1 up for Felcon currently, boys and girls. And we have a donation from Xander. Xander, he says, $20, thank you so much. I'm catching this now after having just watched your other faction war recently where Talaxlan won with the Sons of Sigmar. Thanks so much for doing this. It's really cool to watch and very well put together. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's a really fun format, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. Really, really fun format. So we're going to be switching maps. Felcon is going to be going with the Nakai faction. All right. Now, it's okay to switch between sub-factions with the Lizards because the only thing they do is limit you. But if you were playing High Elves, it would actually be illegal to switch to Averlorn in a pick and ban scenario or in this tournament. But since like you basically just limit yourself, there's no problem. It just changes the way your army looks and limits your lord choices. So I would imagine Dov going to go for a more serious build now that he's on the ropes. He's certainly not out, but I have a feeling we're going to see like a Karl Franz or someone like this coming in, and we'll see how that goes for sure. All right. Players are picking their armies. Let's go ahead and switch back. Get the screen blocker going. And we're set. So now it's just time to hang out with you guys and chat. Yeah, the Dread Saurian's pretty scary. I think Franz has to come. I think it has to be the Franz. Franz is like, he's kind of like Malekith. He can like, obviously he doesn't have the magic, but Franz is like offensive output, can just like carry games if like microed really well. As a matter of fact, in the last faction war with Soothsayer, I think he used Volkmar for most of his games, but he had a couple good Franz games as well. Yeah, it was really solid. Hey, thank you, Edgar. Really appreciate that, man. We could get in a Kai pick here. Lord Krevnar, no worries, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys letting me know. So Dov making some nice picks here to his army. This will be one of the longer steps here in the tournament because players can't preload their armies for a best of 3. But it is Empire versus Lizards again. Faction War, of course, they're playing their chosen faction. And we will have another one probably a month from now. I think keeping it once a month kind of keeps it fresh too. And having like ECLs in between and other like qualifier tournaments and things like that. I'm trying to think of some other fun formats, but for now I think Faction War is really good. Vote Dread Saurian for the Hero of the People. Maybe do a great Faction War later with all the sub-factions, maybe 2 or 3 streams. I could. I don't know. I like to keep it kind of on one stream though. So it's really like, digestible and consolidated, but yeah. I don't know. It's hard to say, man. I see where you're coming from though. But the other sub-factions, a lot of the sub-factions just aren't that interesting. You have like, they just limit your choices. There's a couple unique sub-factions like Sartosa, Avalorn, who else is like really has, Nagarythe has unique units. Like there's like a couple like that have unique stuff, but for the most part, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Lady Turn's doing great. We're going to go get some food after this. And yeah, guys, if you get me up to 1,000 likes, I know there's like 2,000 people here. So if we could do that, it'd be much appreciated. I hate asking for likes. I think it's super cringy. Like my first instinct whenever I'm watching someone stream and they're like, hey, if you guys could drop a like, my first instinct is to just like not do it. But it really does actually help out quite a bit. I understand where you guys are coming from if you don't, though. I do. 2v2 tourneys could be fun. Yeah, the quad trebuchets were really fun earlier. We got to keep it. We got to keep it, unique. And Dov's build looks pretty good so far. Falcon, of course, is a terrifying Lizardman player, so you got to be on top of your game to do it, to take him out. Falcon did lose in the last Faction War in the first round. He was taken out by Hadries in a very hot game between Lizards and Dark Elves. But since then, he's meditated in his Star Chamber and he's back and he's not no mercy today from the Lizards. And if some of the mods in chat, if you guys could, if one of you guys could prepare a poll for the Hero of the People for this stream, that would be I would really appreciate it. If you guys can, I'll of course take care of it at the end, but it'd be good to launch it right after the series is over. So I don't know if Misha, Wicked, if you guys are here, but again, that would be great if you guys could. Yes, Garland, yes. The Witch Hunter, yeah, it'd be cool to get. I mean, I guess you kind of have a legendary Witch Hunter in the form of Marcus. He pretty much functions like one, but yeah, getting a legendary Witch Hunter hero could be kind of cool. Like a Von Hall type character, 2v2, yeah, I think some 2v2 tournaments could be fun. A Corn Bowl tourney. A corn tournament with no magic. That would be interesting. I don't think it's that engaging though. Like, his magic's one of the best parts that sets apart Total War from like other Total War titles, Sets Warhammer apart from them. Falcon is ready. Dov making the final adjustments to his army. Looks like a Dov plays build, but it has some nice teeth for sure. No worries, Misha. No worries. I can take care of it. If not, but if either of you guys do end up doing it, just shoot me a link to it in Discord and I'll share it afterwards. Yeah. The Sotex Tabletop Tournament's a great format too. It's pretty similar to this. With Sotex Tabletop Tournament, he uses it's only 8 players instead of 16, but you keep the same build the entire time, and so it's kind of cool for sure. But like that's his thing, I would encourage you guys to go watch Lore Master of Sotek for that, because he does a great job. So I think the tabletop style will always be on Sotek's channel. I'll of course keep doing Faction Wars. Yep. A good versus evil tournament could be a lot of fun too. I like that idea. Let's get rid of the faction blocker here. And here we go, guys. The grand finals, Falcon versus Dov plays. So Dov coming in with the triple Pistolier Goon Squad once again, which is a great answer against Pterodons. He does also have 2 Demogryph Knights with Lances. I don't know if this is like a new thing people have kind of discovered of them being better, but he's got 2 Lances, a bunch of Spearmen, Sigmar Sons in the back, and he does also have Gotrek, Felix, I think. No, he has Gotrek, he has a healer, and Karl Franz. Okay, so he does not have Felix this time. He just has kind of the goon squad. So really like a much tighter army from Dov. It doesn't have as many weaknesses or openings. Like you really just have to catch the Pistoliers if you want to shut down the missile play. And he has a really powerful Demogryph Knight goon squad. Now for Felcon, a more traditional army. Oh man, a Dread Saurian every single game. Every single game. Oh my god. He's got Cold One Knights, another Dread Saurian, a ton of Pterodon Riders to troll the Empire core, a bunch of Skinks to just swarm, 2 groups of Ripperdactyl Riders, Chameleons, a Heavens Caster, and he does also have Tic-Tac-Toe! So Felcon coming in with an absolute meme lord here in the end, and we'll see if he can win with it. So Tic-Tac-Toe is, I don't even have him downloaded yet. 55, 50, 350, I mean, he's just really fast and good at sniping casters, but he does have some like weird abilities too. Let's look. He has the Drop Rock and the Master of the Skies, which, yeah, gives him some squirrely abilities. And Mask of the Heavens also buffs nearby flying units, so the Ripperdactyls are suddenly very strong. Oh my god, a Dread Saurian and Tic-Tac-Toe? So, man, this is something. This is something indeed. Guys, I don't know what to say. Franz versus Tic-Tac-Toe to decide the fate of this tournament. Yeah, Felcon always makes the weird stuff work. Tic-Tac-Toe, just with a huge Air Force back there. Daw's probably going to be like, what the hell is that? You know? Well, sometimes the memes can catch you off guard because you're like expecting traditional stuff and then they come in with this. You know, it's kind of a weird thing. I don't know what to say. Tic-Tac, no. So Fran's going to be coming forward looking for some freebies here. Maybe going to dive on some Skink cohorts or things like that. And the Pistoliers immediately rotating backwards, going to be going after the Powhawks of Sentinels and getting some really good damage. So far, Dov with some good skirmishing play, but he needs to make sure to protect these guys with some cav as well. Maybe pull some demis over here because the Chameleons are coming in, they're hungry. So state troops in the Empire are pushing forward pretty aggressively. Got to make sure Felcon doesn't pull you apart though. Some of the Pistoliers are wavering, taking some heavy firepower from the Skinks. And it looks like one group of the cav here might get taken out really quickly. The Pistoliers being swarmed. And oh man, yeah, they're just charging into combat. So Dov has dropped one unit there. In the front though, he's getting some good damage. Coldland Riders taking a bit of a hammering from the Demogryph Knights. And the Pistoliers in the back are pretty much all doomed. Oh no, Dov, what are you doing? He's charging into the Coldland Riders. He needs to pull back and like run away. So 2 of the Pistolier units are pretty much just crumped instantly. One of them in decent shape. However, Tic-Tac-Toe did take a lot of firepower to the face. He's rather beat up actually. And I do not believe there's any healing. So Tic-Tac-Toe down to 2,500. Franz going fisticuffs here. He does have the Reichland Runefang buffing up all of his units. The Demogryph Knights are bullying the Coldland Riders, so there are some aspects of the battle that are going very well for Dov. However, his Pistolier core in the back, not so hot. Windblast coming down here, able to wreck those Spearmen, but they are wavering, terrified? Yes, they're terrified. Looks like they're pushed off. And Franz versus Tic-Tac-Toe, the duel of the ages. Will Franz stay and fight with Galmaraz activated? It looks like he is going to be pulling back. Breaking off those Coldland Riders, definitely not bad at all. But yeah, I think that Franz has to goon out Tic-Tac-Toe if he wants a chance to win this battle. So he's going after Tic-Tac-Toe. Galmaraz does miss. Tic-Tac-Toe is able to nimbly dodge that attack, as some Demogryph Knights do pull back in. Oh, and Tic-Tac-Toe takes a shot from Franz. State troops are holding relatively well. Gotrek kind of standing there in the open, just picking his nose, but he needs to get engaged against the Dread Saurian. Oh, and Tic-Tac-Toe gets absolutely crumped by Karl Franz. Master of the Skies is not going to save him against the Emperor, and Tic-Tac-Toe is like, screw this shit. I'm out of here. Franz is giving me the business. I do not want any more of this. Now, aside from that engagement, though, Felcon is pretty much winning every other fight. You can see the state troops are kind of getting overwhelmed. And the Dread Saurian is going to be a big problem. Franz getting swarmed by just like a bunch of birds. Oh, and Tic-Tac-Toe's back! He's stabilized, 47 leadership. He could potentially go after Franz. And Franz is being hunted by the Dread Saurian and a horde of pterodactyls. And yeah, the Dread Saurian is... I don't know if the Empire has the tools to deal with the Dread Saurian. I've played Empire against Felcon many times. It's really tough to deal with his rushes. Like, even if he brings builds like this. Felcon just laughing as Tic-Tac-Toe runs across the skies. So the Ripperdactyls are going after Franz. He probably is going to want to charge on the ground and like fight amongst his spears. But he's got a couple loose Pistoliers, but the Skinks are just such a good answer against Pistoliers. Like the counter skirmishing from a Skink army is so good. Oh, but Tic-Tac-Toe gets just domed right there. Karl Franz coming in with stand your ground. And is Tic-Tac going to live? -4, 3, and 19. He's holding on. Franz is going for the kill. And it looks like Franz is like bugged out trying to land on the Dread Saurian, but it looks like he does get on the Dread Saurian here. But Tic-Tac-Toe, can't believe he's not broken. He's got like 300 HP. But yeah, Franz is going to be falling to the Dread Saurian. Down he goes for the count. Here comes the Dread Beast just glitching after Franz because he can't get past the pterodactyls. And the Tic-Tac-Toe army is going to be seizing the tournament. The second ever faction war has been won by Felcon, the champion of the Old Ones, as the last of the Sons of Sigmar are crushed under the might of Tic-Tac-Toe, the Dread Saurian, and Ripperdactyls. Absolute lunacy of a build. Absolute madness. Gotrek, of course, will fight to the bitter end, but this game is over as pretty much all the Empire is going to be breaking. Tic-Tac-Toe survives the Wrath of Franz. And there you have it, guys. Felcon is going to be our second champion of the faction war. Our first one, of course, was won by Talaxla and Soothsayer and the Sons of Sigmar. This one was won by Felcon, the Lizardmen, the children of the Old One. So those of you guys who are Lizardmen fans, rejoice in chat. Big props to Dob Plays for tearing through some solid competition today, taking out Vampire Coast and advancing on to the finals today. But he was defeated here by Felcon in a Felcon, of course, very scary with his lizards. It is what it is. It would have been, the same thing would have happened to me. It's all according to the great plan. Yes. And that is that. The Dread Saurian. I know the Dread Saurian was good in every single game. All right. So we're going to go to... So what we're going to do for the Hero of the People, I'm going to make a community poll. Actually, no, we got to do it live. Hang on. Okay, I'm going to create a poll real quick. Congratulations to Felcon. Let us go ahead and update the brackets. So we're going to go to the Faction War bracket. Felcon is going to be our champion. Dob Play, the honorable challenger here. Dob Plays. Not Dob Play. Come on. And Felcon is going to be the champ of our second ever Faction War. An amazing run today. Thank you guys so much for your donations. And now hang tight for a moment as we... oh man, this website totally changed. People's Champ. All right, so let me go ahead and pull up the graphic here as I make the People's Champion. All right, so the winners, the top two cannot be there because Dav and Felcon already win a prize. And almost ready, my friends. Hang tight for just a moment longer. Again, I appreciate your patience. Just making a straw poll real quick. Again, I can't really make it beforehand because I don't know who's going to be... And this, again, is for the third place prize, essentially. So whoever you guys vote is going to get the prize. This is like the Hero of the People, and it can't be someone who won. So you can't vote for the Dread Saurian. You got to vote for... And here we go. Zyphos, of course. Zach B. Sane. Make sure I have everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm missing one. Who am I missing? I think we got them all. Yeah, that looks good. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. So I'm going to get the link. Link copied. And now, guys, vote for the People's Champion. That is the link for the... I'm trying to keep up with chat. Very well played to Dob, man. You had a great run today. Your Vampire Coast series was quite epic. So that is the People's Champion. Go ahead and vote there in the straw poll. And I'll give it a minute or two, and that will be the People's Champion. So just to go through everyone's performance today... If we look at the poll, we had my son Herbert Walker with an amazing Beastman game against Arrow in the beginning. Zablaski, of course, Wood Elves against Norska. It was a scrappy fight, but in the end, Norska did take it out. Undertaker was our Norskan player, defeating the Wood Elves in the beginning, but then falling in the second round. Arrow Krasik with an amazing run with the High Elves. Of course, a lot of people wanted to see High Elves in action, and he certainly did them justice. Crabbling had amazing games as well. We saw that earlier. One second here, guys. Sorry. Just making sure like it wasn't blocking up. So we have Crabbling, we have Hadries, we have Flying Taco. So Hadries was of course the Tomb Kings. Flying Taco was Flying Taco was the Tomb Kings. Hadries was the Dark Elves. Sorry guys, it's been a long stream. Humais was our Dwarvish champion. Random Nix was the Bretonnians with the dreaded quad trebuchet. Chosen of the Norns brought some crazy Vampire Coast builds with double crabs and like missile matchups. Exploding Hamster with a Mass Kite Skaven build using the Master Assassin, just getting absolutely crunk. Zyphos, of course. He's a contender. I mean, come on, Zyphos, played the sub-faction and brought Shadow Walkers for you guys. Zach B. Sane with the Greenskin Wah with some very solid victories. I cannot believe that game, man, with him and the Dark Elves. And then Tank, of course, had an amazing performance. Tank beat the Dwarves, which is a counter to the Vampires. Then he almost beat the Lizards. Like, he almost beat Felcon. Tank came the closest of everyone today to almost beating Felcon with the Banshee build, and it was really cool. So, again, guys, Place your votes, and we'll be concluding here in just a minute. We'll be concluding here in just a moment. And yes, we'll show you the faction tab. If we look up, you can see who is playing what. Of course, we had Crabbling on Chaos with Falcon and him in the Great Sorcerer duel, which was fun. So the Hero of the People vote will go for another 20 seconds. And then we'll count it out here. Yeah, Arrow Krasik, Arrow, like a bow, Krasik, GG all. And make sure to drop a like on the way out. It does help me quite a bit, guys. And we'll conclude here in just a second. And now let's go ahead and view the results. Oh, wow. Wow, that's close. All right, are we there? Let's refresh it for one more second. Can I stop it? All right, guys. It's done. The votes have been counted. Arrow Krasik, the High Elf champion, has won with 40 votes to Random Nix, the Bretonnian Quad Trebuchet, 38, and Zyphos with 33. Chosen of the Norns of Vampire Coast with 31, and then Tank with 24 from there. Amazing stuff. So Arrow Krasik, congratulations. You are the people's champ, bringing the High Elves to battle. Random Nix, very close with your Quad Trebs, man. I think if you had won with the Quad Trebs, it would have been a guaranteed victory for you, but that is going to conclude that. So Arrow Krasik has won today. No, it's enough time. Yeah, that is enough time indeed. It's 2 votes. It's 2 votes, guys. All right, so yeah, and even if I let it keep running up until now, Arrow Krasik is still ahead. And cool. That's that. The Quad Treb, I know you missed the vote. Well, I linked it 100 times. Well, because the stream's about to end, and we could sit here for like 5 or 10 minutes, but, you know, really the votes were barely climbing at that point. So, all right, guys, there you have it. It is done. Falcon is our grand champion. You accidentally voted wrong. It's too late. What do you guys want to recount? It's you guys. I linked it 100 times. Yeah, Arrow Krasik's still ahead. 250 people have voted. He's still up, despite the refreshing here. Yeah, still up. Still checking. Arrow Krasik's up by quite a few votes now as well. No recounts. This isn't an election. He's up by like 5 or 6 now. All right, guys, there you have it. Thank you so much for joining. Falcon is going to be our champion for the day, bringing the old ones back to their former glory. If we take a look at the bracket, Falcon had a really good series against Arrow, an amazing game versus Tank, and then was, of course, able to have an amazing duel versus Crabbling in the beginning with the Chaos versus Lizards. The finalists are not included in the poll. And Dov already wins a prize for getting second place, so it's just for the People's Champ. And even if I look at the poll now, it's still Arrow Krasik up by even more votes, so he's just climbing even further ahead. So there you have it, my friends. And special thanks to all of you guys who donated today. It really makes, me putting a prize support for this tournament forward much easier. So thank you guys so much. Let's take a look here. So we have donations from Ozkirk, Xander, Stephen Fralick, Ebson Broderson, Sofa Muncher. Thank you so much. Bubba's Big Blast coming in hard. Marcus equals Costco Elithanar. Oh, how did I miss that earlier? I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend. Dude, I'm sorry I missed that one earlier. That was a really good donation. I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend. And then we have Ethan Stapleton. Thank you so much for the tenor. Magic D coming in hot. Wesley Chartrand. Garland Green with multiple donations. Rando Howard, a very dissatisfied dwarf, perhaps more dissatisfied today. Lisa Jane, thank you so much for the $2.99. Aussie Lurker finally paying a king shilling. Thank you so much. Again, my apologies if I missed it during the heat of a game. Tricky to keep up. Nicholas MJ, thank you for the 69 DKK. I really appreciate that. That's what she said. Rubinoff, Tyson Bodick with a rock hard 150 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. Herbert Walker League, Leo Gonzalez, Eric Salvet, a very dissatisfied dwarf once again. Angel Palazon Sanchez, Adam V, Creighton, satisfied dwarf, Leo Gonzalez, Filane, Jared Larkin. Man, you guys, this was when I had the screen blocker up, so everybody was like throwing $1 to try and notify me. Nigel, Villain, Daniel. I am still Alfarius. Thank you so much, man. They really appreciate the donations. And then there was a bunch for the stream blocker. Oh my god. That was crazy. That was crazy indeed. So well played, guys. We'll see you at the next faction war. It'll probably be like a month from now, give or take, depending on my trips and schedules and people's schedules and whatnot. But for today, Falcon is the grand champion. What is it, Misha? What did I do wrong? There's something wrong. A dwarf dissatisfied today is a grudge settled tomorrow. I know. The screen blocker, I just screwed everything up in the beginning. Hey, thank you so much for the kind words. Hope you enjoyed the stream, Alexia and Lord. Yeah. I think we could add emblems for the factions at the top and stuff. I'm going to keep trying to improve the quality and whatnot, but we'll do it to it. All right, I'm going to go hang out with my lovely wife. We're going to go feast, hopefully, get some treats. Again, Falcon and the Lizardmen are the champions of today's stream. Drop a like on the way out if you haven't. Subscribe. It's all helpful stuff. And yeah, if you guys are interested in sponsoring Faction Wars, please do shoot me an email. You can find it in my YouTube page, my business email. Just shoot me an email there. And of course, depending on what you're trying to promote, I can work with you on that. And we'll do it to it. So again, thank you all for the generous donations. Thank all the players for hanging out all day and playing. And thank you to the mods for helping out. You guys are aces as always. Couldn't do it without you guys. And thank you all for just hanging out. It's been a pleasure, and all the generous donations and support. And on that note, we'll see you guys on the other side. Take care.